Morning from the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway. The second quarter-final. Sounds a bit of a contradiction in terms because there's only two quarter-finals, but it is the second quarter-final in this Metrobank one-day cup. It is between Hampshire and Worcestershire, and the winners at some point later on today will travel to Edgbaston to take on Warwickshire. Already one quarter-final has been decided. That was on Friday, where Gloucestershire beat Lancashire, and they will travel to Leicestershire. The toss news is that Worcestershire have won the toss, and they will bowl at first. Your commentary team today, a little later, we'll hear from Hampshire historian and archivist Dave Allen. But to take you through the first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's Frank Watson. Frank, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. Second quarter-final for Worcestershire here at the Ageas Bowl this season, because they were here in the Blast a few weeks ago. You saw that one, Kevin.
News. There are several ways to watch and listen to us throughout the day. We're on BBC Sports 5 Sports Extra. Through until around about 1:45, when listeners at that time will go to the Formula 1 Grand Prix. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and app, which is free to download, and I guess those pictures will also go back to the Worcestershire website as well. So the team news, as you're our guests here, Frank, we should hear from Worcestershire first.
Okay, team news for Worcestershire, pretty much they stick with the lineup that's got them this far. One change from the last game sees Pat Brown come back into the side, but that's mainly to cover injury. Matthew Waite, the all-rounder, is out injured with a groin problem, so Pat Brown comes back in, and the full Worcestershire team: Azhar Ali, Gareth Roderick, Rob Jones, Jake Libby the captain, Kashif Ali, Ben Cox the keeper, Joe Leach, Logan Van Beek, Josh Baker, Dylan Pennington and Pat Brown. They could have brought Adam Hose back in. He's now been released from the 100, but the decision was made to stick with the team that's got them here.
Whereas Hampshire have made a different decision, because a certain Liam Dawson is playing his first match in this year's competition. He's been playing with the London Spirit. He played all 8 of their group matches, but Hampshire have decided to include him in one of 4 changes from the side that beat Kent on the Isle of Wight early last week. The 4 changes are: there is no Joe Eklund, Felix Organ, Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack. I presume Kelly and Jack have gone with the England under-19s. They've been playing up until now. In come Nick Gubbins, back from injury, the captain. Toby Albert, who's also been injured throughout this competition, or most of it. Dawson. And Brad Wheel, who's also actually been playing in this competition, even though he was contracted at the Trent Rockets, but didn't actually play in the 100. So Hampshire are Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, and Nyreen Donald, who got 100 last time out. Ian Holland, Toby Albert. Keith Barker is playing. Mason Crane is playing. He's also been playing previously in this tournament, despite being contracted by the London Spirit. And that is the side in full. So just to remind you, Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bowl first, and the winners will go to Warwickshire, winners of Worcestershire's group on Tuesday. Looks like Pennington first up.
Yes, it is, yep.
Bowling to Fletcher Middleton outside the off stump, and that's left alone. So we are underway.
And I'll let you do the first over or two, Kev, because I've got to dash off in a moment and do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Dylan Pennington carrying a bit of an ankle injury, I think, but they're nursing him through, and he's bowled pretty well in this competition. Off to Notts, as most people know, at the end of this season, but committed to Worcestershire for the rest of the season, and bowling pretty well at the moment. Right
arm over from that pavilion end, bowls to Middleton, gets a length ball straight, pushes that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Pennington's picked up 11 wickets in this year's competition at 26 apiece. Fletcher Middleton, in fact the top 3 batters for Hampshire have all had pretty good competitions so far. I'll go through that as they face the bowling, but Middleton has already scored 100 the first game here against Middlesex. 370 runs at 46 for the youngster. Third year of the competition for him, first year in the championship for him. He's done pretty well opening the batting as Middleton pushes forward, looking for a single, but there isn't one there. Worcestershire, of course, will be looking to make, as Frank said earlier, amends for what was in the end a pretty poor showing in the quarter-finals of the T20 Blast earlier on this season. Bowled out for just 100. They will have been very disappointed. In fact, I read most of the comments afterwards. They were disappointed with their showing, felt that they didn't do themselves justice. They'll be looking very much to make amends for that here today as Pennington comes in, 2 slips weight and bowls to Middleton. Middleton pushes forward quickly back to Pennington. That gets hit in the chest, although it bounced a bit. It's nothing dangerous, just bounced awkwardly on his follow-through. Worcestershire won their last 3 group games. They were in second place, but with not playing the last round of fixtures early last week, saw Gloucestershire win their game, and it was Gloucestershire that went into second, pushed Worcestershire down to third. That's why they are here. They beat Northants, Derbyshire and Sussex to secure their place in this quarter-final. Pennington comes in again and bowls. Middleton's forward, plays that out into the covers. Good accurate start here from Dylan Pennington, the 24-year-old. Hampshire have been pretty steady throughout the competition. Lost just the 1 game, that was against Leicestershire, the group winners. They look a pretty strong side, mainly in the batting, but strong nevertheless. Hampshire won 7 out of 8. Last year that was enough to give them top spot in their group and go straight into the semi-finals, which they lost here against Kent. Certainly Darren Stevens won them that game at the end. But here, 7 out of 8, only got them second place as Middleton just guides that to point. Fielded by Rob Jones, who's on loan from Lancashire, ahead of a move next year, and that is the first over completed. And you won't probably see too many of them, or you don't normally see too many of them in this competition, but that is a maiden. I probably may have spoken a little bit too soon. I'll see a few more, who knows, but first one was an accurate over from Pennington. Now, Nick Gubbins is back into the side for Hampshire. He's had a little bit of a thigh strain, I think it was, certainly enough to keep him out. I think he was going to be playing on the Isle of Wight against Kent, but really that result was a bit immaterial for Hampshire. They had to win very, very well, not just win the game, but almost complete performance as Leach starts an over, and that's just nipped away there from Gubbins as it goes through to keeper Ben Cox. Now Gubbins has scored 360 runs at 60 apiece, so as I say, the top order for Hampshire have been in mighty fine form. And we're still waiting for the first run of the morning. Frank's back, which is very reassuring. Just got to turn him on and then we know he's back. I could hear him.
Yeah. Here's Joe Leach then, moving away from us to bowl to Gubbins, who's forward, pushing this out square on the offside, where Rob Jones, the recent Worcestershire recruit from Lancashire, comes in to do the fielding at cover point. Leach back in the side. They've varied it a little bit with the seam attack in this competition. Worcestershire, they've made 1 or 2 changes and rested people at various times, but Matthew Waite, the all-rounder, has dropped out of the side today with injury, with a groin injury, and so Leach back in, and he comes in again now and bowls again to Gubbins. Good length ball on off stump, and the left-hander pushes that back up the pitch. Leach leaves it alone, and Kashif Ali comes across from mid-off to do the fielding. So a good start by these two, pretty tidy.
It is.
It's what you want, isn't it? Not to give away too many loose deliveries early on in the power play. 2 slips, the only catches, as Leach moves in once again and bowls, and Gubbins is forward, using his feet this time, trying to disturb Leach's length, but doesn't manage to achieve that. And again, just on the walk, plays defensively up to Kashif at mid-off. We're in a very high commentary position here at the GS Bowl, almost directly behind the bowler's arm, but very steep perspective. Decent crowd in, but it's a big ground, they're spread out, and difficult to estimate. Kev might have more of an idea of how many are in. Leach bowls, and again, bang on target, and again Gubbins is just pushing this back up the pitch to the burly Leach, and again, no run.
Well, I'm not very good at estimating crowds, but to me, from previous one-day games here in this competition, I think it looks a little down at the moment. If I'm honest, a few hundred scattered around, but as I say, this is not an ideal day to be playing this fixture. When Hampshire realised that it was being on the Sunday, I don't think anybody was truly liked it.
Leach in again, bowls, and again Gubbins is on the walk and he's taken on the pad. It runs out on the offside. Second maiden of the morning for Worcestershire. They made a good start, they won the toss and chose to bowl, and both Pennington and Leach pretty accurate in their first over. So 2 overs gone, still no runs on the board. Naught without loss yet, and hastily arranged game as well. That's the other thing, Kev. So people probably haven't planned ahead and got their tickets organised and so on. But we might get a few more arriving as the day goes on. Yeah.
Well, I think it's the sort of weekend that if there's no cricket, you'll have already have made plans, which many of us had. As that's good delivery again, goes past the outside edge of Fletcher Middleton, and yeah, it's not been ideal. I think by the time. When you look at the fixture list and you say, oh, there's a game on Sunday or bank holiday, you plan your bank holiday around it. But up until a week ago, nobody had any idea that we were going to be playing on the Sunday, so not been ideal.
And the other thing is, from a Worcestershire point of view, was that last Wednesday they were looking at the fixtures and saying, well, we might be going to Hampshire or we might be going to so-and-so.
That's true. Pennington comes in. Good start from him, as it is from Leach. Lovely drive. There's the first runs of the morning, and what a handsome way to do it. With Fletcher Middleton on the front foot, driving away on the up, split the field, and that goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. It wasn't full half volley, was it? But just leaned into it. Looks like initially a surface with a fair bit of pace in it.
I think it might do, yeah. Interesting deciding to bowl first here at Worcestershire. I don't know if that's I was just looking down, actually. I mean, you've sort of batted first and second in equal measures, haven't you? Whereas Kent was saying on Tuesday that they pretty much like batting first, which was what they did, but it didn't work out for them, as that's another good straight delivery, which is just blocked out into the offside. A bit cooler today. A few more clouds around. No sun to speak of. It just... When I woke up this morning, I don't know about you, Frank, I know you woke up probably earlier than me because you travelled down this morning, but... It just had a hint of, are we almost getting towards autumn? It just feels end of season. It felt, for the first time this morning, to me, it felt end of season-ish when I woke up this morning.
I agree. It did when I came out to the car. I had to sort of wipe the mirrors and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's usually, isn't it, a sign. That's another good delivery, which Middleton could do no more than just push that towards mid-wicket. Great. This is a real feature for me. This has probably been the most accurate start I've seen from any side against Hampshire in this competition so far.
You could try and put the mockers on them, Kev, but you've got to try harder than that, I think.
It's a great start.
No, they have. They've been very straight, haven't they? Very straight.
Yeah. Commendable. It's an example of how to start an innings off with the ball in your hand. As Pennington starts from just outside the 30-yard circle, comes in again and bowls to Middleton. Another good ball. Middleton's looking for a single, but there's absolutely nothing there. This is a great start from Worcestershire. 4 without loss then, just the one scoring shot from, what did we had? 17 balls, wow. There's almost a determination, you can feel it from Worcestershire to make amends for that T20 quarter. I noticed this side today, 4 of them in this side played in that T20 quarter final. One of those bowling now. Pennington comes in again to Fletcher and bowls, and again it's an accurate delivery. Arrow straight, great length to match that, and that is 2 overs completed, and Hampshire are just 4 without loss, having only been able to score off 1 ball so far. What a start from the away side.
Yeah, there's quite a bit's changed at Worcester since that quarter-final. You mentioned that 4 players are playing in the side. Obviously, there's always a bit of difference between the T20 side and even the 50-over side. But Ashley Giles has come in as chief executive. Rob Jones has signed. There've been 1 or 2 other signatures. Leach in again, bowls, and Gubbins is pushing out on the offside. Pat Brown, the fielder, at extra cover, and there's no run. There've been several departures have been announced. There just seems to be a different feel at New Road in recent weeks. Success in this competition has helped. The fact that the team is still in with a chance of promotion has helped, and the mood has lifted, shall we say, since that was a pretty awful night, of course. Leach in again, bowls, and Gubbins is again playing defensively, albeit with a little bit more purpose, punching this one up to mid-off, where Kashif is called into action. But both the bowlers, as Kevin James has been saying, bowling very, very straight at the moment. There hasn't been any width whatsoever, and that's the thing that you get the odd variation in length. Middleton handsomely drove Pennington once, but no width yet as Leach bowls. A little bit more width, and Gubbins is off the mark. That groan from my co-commentator was because it was a slightly risky one as Pat Brown moved to his right at cover. He didn't pick it up cleanly. Had he done so, I think then Middleton might have been struggling if Brown had fired the ball into Cox at that striker's end, but he just stumbled at the last minute and wasn't able to hold on to it. But it was a tight one, and that's it. That's the benefit of accurate bowling, isn't it? It just puts the batsman under a little bit of pressure and makes them perhaps take a single that they wouldn't otherwise have done. But he got a single, and it's 5 without loss as Leach bowls to Middleton, who just fishes at that one a little bit outside the off stump. Not a lot of foot movement, just felt for it, went past the outside edge and through to Ben Cox, the wicket keeper. So no run, 5 without loss. Middleton has 4. Gubbins off the mark with that slightly risky single. Bright sunshine now, and the bowl looks resplendent in it, albeit the game's being watched by a fairly sparse crowd as Leach bowls, and that's nicely whipped away by Middleton through mid-wicket. It was about middle and leg, just clipped away for 2. So 2 more to Middleton, who moves on to 6. Brown again, the fielder, coming off the mid-wicket boundary, but still a tidy start from the Worcestershire seam attack. Leach, 1 ball left in his second over, the 4th of the innings. He's in now and he bowls, and that one is left alone by Middleton outside the off stump. It's the end of the 4th over. Hampshire put into bat 7 without loss, and Middleton has 6. Gubbins just that 1 single.
Well, if you're just joining us, Worcestershire won the toss and elected to bowl first. 4 changes in the Hampshire lineup, 1 change in the Worcestershire lineup. I'll let Frank mention the Worcestershire side in a moment. But the 4 changes for Hampshire, and the big team news is that Liam Dawson is in the Hampshire side, playing his first game in this year's competition, having played in all the games for London Spirit. Gubbins back from injury, Toby Albert back from injury, Brad Wheel playing in this as well, having picked up 5 for against Notts earlier in this competition. Eklund, Organ, Kelly and Jack not in the side today for Hampshire as Pennington comes in and bowls to the left-hander Gubbins this time, but it's an accurate delivery again to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, the Worcestershire team, interesting in that they could have brought their man from the 100 back in, Adam Hose, but they chose not to. They decided to go with the team that's got them this far in the competition, more or less. 1 change has been forced on them. Matthew Waite has a groin problem and he is out, but other than that, they've stuck with the side that has got them here basically, and I'll just run through that side after this ball from Pennington.
Comes in and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives on the up to mid-off, no run.
So the full Worcestershire side, Azhar Ali and Gareth Roderick will open the batting. Rob Jones in at 3, Jake Libby 4, Kashif Ali 5, Ben Cox the keeper 6, and then you've got Joe Leach, Logan Van Beek, Josh Baker, and then Dylan Pennington and Patrick Brown, the Worcestershire 11.
Yeah, Pat Brown, the man that's come in, isn't he?
Yeah, although they've been rotating the seamers at various times.
Sure.
Yeah.
So people like Ed Pollock, where's he?
He's been in and out,
Yeah. Pennington in. Gubbins drives on the out. Not timed, but he's found the gap just in front of square on the offside. Runs here, it won't go all the way. They turn for 3. There, bit of hesitation, but comfortable 3 in the end. Runs at a premium a bit for Hampshire. 10 without loss in the 5th.
Yeah, Ed Pollock's been in and out of, it's probably fair to say Ed Pollock's been in and out of all the sides this season. Red ball, white ball, T20 and 50 over. But really struggling for form at the moment. He's played 1 or 2 significant innings, but generally, whether at the top of the order or lower down, he's been struggling a little bit.
Played in the T20 quarter here, didn't he? That's pushed out on the onside. Having to work hard for their runs here, the 2 Hampshire openers. It's been an exemplary opening bowling partnership from Pennington and Leach. Got an email here from Mike Vokes, sonatcricket@gmail.com. Frank will give you his contact details in a moment. He says, good morning, excellent coverage online today and all in sync with the commentary. That's always good to hear. Very strong Hampshire side. We need to try and win something this season. Mo's 80th birthday lunch today, so cannot make it to watch. Too hastily arranged, as your Worcestershire colleague said. That's right, yeah. It wasn't like we all knew that this fixture was coming up months ago, which would have helped with our bank holiday planning. Do not appear to be too many people from the camera pictures at this stage. Well, there isn't, as Fletcher Middleton pushes forward square on the offside. Not an ideal day, as you say, but enjoy your day, says Mike. Well, we'll certainly try. I think one of us will enjoy it more than the other. But it's a good start anyway, as Hampshire are 10 without loss. Good bowling start for Worcestershire anyway. As Pennington's at the top of his mark. Comes in and bowls to Middleton again. Middleton drives through mid-wicket, lovely shot. That'll be 4 runs, takes Hampshire on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, the end of the over from Pennington, slightly loose that last one, but other than that, a pretty good over. Very good shot from Fletcher Middleton at the end of that over, clipped away beautifully through mid-wicket. Second time he's found that area, the other time only producing 2, but that was a very fine shot indeed from Middleton, and it takes him into double figures. He is 10 without loss. He is 10, I beg your pardon, and it's 14 without loss at the end of 5 overs.
Apologies, sorry, just to butt in there. Apologies if you lost us on the BBC Sport website and app and on 5 Sports Extra.
Yeah, we slight technical problem beyond our control. Fixed beautifully by Kevin without even stopping commentating. It was a fantastic effort. Joe Leach in, bowls. Gubbins works this one away on the leg side, picks up a single as Gareth Roderick comes in from deep mid-wicket to field. Gubbins goes on to 5 and it's 15 without loss. Kevin mentioning contact details. Twitter's the best way to get in touch with me, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and always keen to hear from supporters of Worcestershire and indeed of any county indeed. Find out what they think about this game, about the season in general, etc. Only positive comment, please. Only joking. 15 without loss. Here's Leach in again. Bowl to the right-handed Middleton, who is pushing this one firmly back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. Tidy, as I say, from the Worcestershire seamers so far. 7 runs, in fact, coming from Pennington's last over. But prior to that, he had been very, very straight. Went past the bat once, in particular, past Middleton's bat. Leach also very accurate. Not quite the pace of Pennington, but makes up for that with nagging accuracy. Possibly a little bit of shape on that one as he bowls to Middleton, but firmly driven by the batsman. Straight back to the bowler, who puts a right hand down and parries it away to his captain Libby at mid-on. No run. Bit of cloud around, quite a bit of blue sky. I think the forecast pretty good for the day. At one stage yesterday it was suggesting we might get showers, but I think that threat has disappeared. So we're hoping for uninterrupted cricket. And here's Leach in again, and he bowls very full. Slight error of length from Leach, and nicely played by Middleton, driven back past the bowler on the onside. No great power in it, but timed it nicely, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary, down right in front of us. And Middleton looks in good touch. Those last 2 boundaries in particular, extremely good. Well, of all 3, he's hit 3 now, all very, very nicely timed, and quite patient, waiting for that error from Leach. Slightly over pitched on leg stump, that one. This one is better. Good length, just outside off, and Middleton not carried away by the success of the previous shot. Very judiciously leaves it alone and allows it through to Cox behind the stumps. A point I've made quite a few times this season, Kevin, in this 50 over competition. I think the increasing amount of T20 cricket that's being played, and the way that that is sort of feeding into the mindset of batsmen. I'll just break off as Leach comes in again to Middleton, and again he's working this one away on the onside. Again, he's going to pick up a couple through mid-wicket. Nicely played. He goes to 16, 21 without loss, and it won't. This probably won't apply, perhaps, to what we're seeing out there at the moment from Middleton. But I think it's becoming increasingly difficult for batsmen to know exactly what tempo they should be seeking at the start of an innings, because you know you go into a T20 in a power play and it's all guns blazing right from the start. This is a very different format. Power play's 10 overs, and 50 overs is a much longer innings, and I just think sometimes I've seen sides this year that have just gone a little bit too hard at the beginning, not quite figured out the tempo at which they should be batting early on.
Pennington into Gubbins. Gubbins works that up to mid-on, no run. No, I agree with you. I think when you look at actually the number of games a lot of these sides have played, List A games I'm talking about, they're very few, aren't they, compared to championship matches, say, or T20 matches that they've played. This is very much sort of third on their list in terms of number of appearances. So, yeah, a lot of them don't get exposed to too much of this sort of cricket relative to the other forms. As Pennington comes in and bowls to Gubbins. Gubbins drives in the air just past mid-off. It was a strong shot, but it was in the vicinity of one of those Worcestershire fielders. Who's that up there? Is that Roderick?
Libby.
Jack Libby, of course it was, the other captain. It was a good couple of yards away from him, but when he hit it, it was catchable height, and you're watching the line of the ball, just if you're a Hampshire supporter, just to make sure that it goes past the fielder. 25 without loss. I think this looks a pretty good pitch, actually, Frank. It's just that the bowling's been very good. Oh, and that just nips back a little bit. Thick inside edge, as Gubbins doesn't know where it's gone. It's gone down to fine. Leach fields. Total moves on to 26 without loss. I think on another day, Hampshire could quite easily have 30 or 40 on the board. It's just been that the Worcestershire bowling has been very accurate, but this does seem as though the ball's coming on quite nicely. Yeah,
it looks a good surface, doesn't it? It's used, isn't it, by the look of it? It's not a new pitch. But
no, we're just to the right as we look, aren't we? I'm not sure if it's one of the hybrid pitches. It may one of the hybrid pitches. I'm not sure if that's the one next to it. Or this may be one. I haven't asked, actually. As Pennington comes in and bowls, Middleton pushes forward. That goes out into the covers. Hitting the deck quite nicely, Pennington here.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? He's bowled with a good bit of pace. Don't think there's a lot of lateral movement. I think maybe just a little bit of shape in the air for Leach. Not a great deal off the surface, but he's been at the batsman. That's what I like. There's not been any width, and he's made them play almost every ball, I think.
Yeah, he has, yeah. I think one player missed at most. Oops, we've gone again.
We've gone again. I'll keep talking for the stream as Pennington comes in again and bowls to Middleton, who, well, there we are. I've put the mockers on him because I said there'd been no width. And that one is just that little bit too wide. And again, although it wasn't quite a half volley, Middleton, trusting the surface, is able to lean into it and punch it through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot from Middleton. Again, Nothing extravagant about it, just nicely timed, and he found the gap. Really good stuff from Fletcher Middleton so far this morning. That's his 4th boundary. He's 20 off 25 balls, and Pennington tries to finish the over with a better delivery. Actually, it is a better delivery, but it still runs for Middleton, just short of a length, and pushed away off the back foot this time, past the diving Rob Jones at cover point. Pat Brown goes back to field, 2 more runs taken, excellent over. Hampshire beginning to find a little bit of rhythm out there. Middleton in particular looking good. He has 22, Gubbins has 10, and 7 overs completed. And despite the accuracy of the bowling early on, Hampshire are 32 without loss, and Pennington just a little bit expensive in his last couple of overs. Now 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22.
So apologies again on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sport website and app. It's second cut out this morning, but fortunately it only takes a few seconds and we're back. But I'm not quite sure what's happening on the live picture feed and app. Of course, there's no problem at all. As Leach bowls, they're coming down the wicket. That's pushed on the onside. Good call between the 2 batters. Come through for a single. Having to work hard here, trying to find a way in which to either pierce the field or find a gap. And the total moves on to 33 without loss. Worcestershire winning the toss and electing to bowl first. I mean, looking at what we're seeing, I think Leach did get one just to move off the seam. I think first ball to Gubbins in his first, might have been his first ball in his first over. But other than that, there hasn't been a lot there. I'm just wondering why Worcestershire, they obviously haven't seen anything in the wicket, or maybe they think they've seen something in the wicket. As Fletcher Middleton drives through extra cover. My word, he does look in good form. On the up. Stroke through the gap, and that is about the 3rd shot through extra cover from Fletcher Middleton, which brings him another boundary, and he moves on to 26 off 27 deliveries, and Hampshire are just starting to find their range a little bit here, just feeling the pace a little bit better off the pitch and trusting the pitch.
Yeah, good shot. 3 on the up now. I think it's exactly as you say, Kevin. Yeah. Good surface.
Could be big runs today. As Middleton with a bit of a flat bat to go through mid-off this time. Bit of bottom hand in that one, but it's the same result. It's 4 runs as Adi Birrell, the Hampshire coach, walking round with Director of Cricket Giles White, picks up the ball, helps the Worcestershire out in the field there, helps Jake Libby, didn't have to run back and pick it up. 41 without loss. Field is strengthened now on that offside, not surprisingly, with those 2 shots in this over. 41 without loss then, halfway through the 8th. As Leach runs away from us. Bowls to Middleton. Middleton on the up, he's found the gap. They might have strengthened the offside, but there's still gaps there, and Middleton is now finding them with increasing regularity. 45 without loss, Middleton on to 34.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how well you bowl in the first few overs. If you don't make a breakthrough, batsmen will get themselves in, won't they? And that's exactly what's happened here, particularly Middleton. And Gubbins now has the luxury of being able to just sort of stand at the other end and think, well, as long as you're playing like this, I can just keep it ticking over. And I think that's 34, 7 boundaries. I think might even be 8. 7 boundaries, I'm pretty sure it is.
7 it is.
And that was the last couple have been just a little bit more brutal than the previous ones.
Yeah, he seems to have got the pace of the pitch perfect at the moment. I might be speaking a bit too early. Oh, and he's playing inside the line. Maybe that's a good comeback there from Leach, going past the outside edge. Just think Middleton may just have played inside the line a fraction. So 45 without loss. We are 1 ball left of the 8th. Middleton 34 off 30. 4 half centuries for him, including 100 in this competition. So it seems to have got better and better as Middleton works that to mid-wicket. Frank Watson's taken a bit of a break. And Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist and historian, who's been waiting patiently in the background, joins us. You've enjoyed those shots from Fletcher Middleton as much as we have, I'm sure, Dave.
Well, I have very much, and that's taken him past 400 runs in this competition. for this season, which is very good. Last year he got 370 at an average of 46.25, and the interesting thing is he started today with exactly the same record, but he's gone up to he's gone beyond 400. So well done him, playing very nicely, and very nicely against a pretty decent attack. And it's going to be Dylan, not spelt correctly, but Dylan Pennington plays to left-handed Nick Gubbins, and has pushed to mid-wicket. By which I merely mean I should explain to Worcestershire supporters who don't know about me that I've got quite a big interest in popular music, you see, so I always think that Dylan ought to be spelt with a Y, but D-I-L-L-O-N Pennington, who's bowled quite nicely, but just got a bit expensive recently. 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22. Bowled very straight. Kevin's quiet because he's doing an update for Solent. Pennington bowls again, and Gubbins drives nicely up to a deepish mid-off. There's no run. The sun comes out a bit more brightly. It's, I'm fairly optimistic about the weather today, I have to say. I spent yesterday afternoon on Southsea Common at a music festival, and there was forecast of rain everywhere, and there was deluges at the Oval, and people telling me 15 miles up the road at Petersfield there was heavy rain, and we just had an afternoon like this, blue skies and fluffy clouds. Pennington in again. He bowls, and Gubbins pulls that away just backward of square on the leg side, and it goes away for 4. Appreciative applause from the crowd is building, but I heard Kevin talking earlier, and I just think when you suddenly decide with about 5 days to go that you're going to have a cricket match on a bank holiday Sunday, not everybody has got a free day, and I think it will impact a bit. The atrium didn't feel completely busy this morning. The atrium here is back of the pavilion early morning for coffees. Pennington bowls, and just Gubbins up slightly, plays it out on the offside, goes to the man at point, and there's no run. It's 49 without loss, and we are in the 9th over. So another good start. It's an irony in some ways in the 50 overs, Kevin, isn't it, that we've struggled for some years with opening bats in the championship, but in this competition these two guys both averaging in their mid-40s, and a couple of single figures for Middleton, but generally going very well. Gubbins plays defensively in Pennington fields.
Yeah, Gubbins has missed a couple of games, hasn't he, with an injury. Missed the Surrey at Guildford game and the Kent on the Isle of Wight game last week. But you're right, I mean, yeah. Well, we were on the Isle of Wight, was it last Tuesday, wasn't it? It seems
Tuesday,
ages ago now. And the word was sort of going round that if Hampshire got through, well, they were going to get through, weren't they? It was just whether they beat Kent well enough to finish top, but it was unlikely. And a lot of people there we spoke to, Dave, weren't happy that this game was the Sunday. No.
Pennington bowls. Gubbins pulls it straight to the man at mid-wicket. Looks absolutely dismayed by that, and I'm not sure if Frank's just done an update, but if he has, he's missed the fact that Hampshire lost their first wicket at 49, and Nick Gubbins has gone for 15. Court Brown bowled Pennington, and that's Nick Gubbins' lowest score in this competition this season, and frankly he could have hit it 2 feet either way and had 4 for it.
Well, I think, to be honest, I think Worcestershire did deserve that, because they have bowled very accurately. It's just as we've got through or got past the first few overs, the batters have just found the pace of the pitch right, haven't they? They've got it right, and they didn't go hard. Frank was saying about batters going hard early, and Hampshire didn't do that. They resisted it. They allowed Worcestershire to say, OK, you've put together 2 or 3, 4, 5 maybe, solid, accurate overs, but we still back ourselves. And as we got through that sort of 4, 5, 6 over period, so the batters started to become more dominant and playing lovely shots, especially Middleton on the up. And it's all of a sudden was different, but I think Worcestershire still deserved that wicket, because they have started very well. The most accurate opening pair we've seen, Hampshire have seen in this year's competition. Tom Prest is the new man, and we've just been singing the praises of Gubbins and Fletcher Middleton in this competition. Well, Tom Prest, I think, deserves equally the same accolades because he's having a good tournament. He's scored 100, 327 runs at 46.
Yeah, the top three. Before today, Gubbins was averaging 60, Prest 46 and Middleton 46. So, and when Weatherly came in for one game, he made 100. So the top three have really done the business. Weatherly came in when Gubbins was injured. So the top three really have done the business. And it's been good to see Tom Prest do well, Kevin, because he's not had quite the season we hoped, and he's hugely promising. So,
well, just maybe he might get a bit of a go in the championship.
Might
September. Is it me or you? It's me, isn't it? It's Leach, right arm over to Middleton, who just punches that out towards extra cover. Now, the Worcestershire offside field, because that's the area they've been trying to plug, because Middleton has been playing so well through that area. There's a man on the 45 who looks like now is he going from 45 to slip, or he's just having a chat with keeper Ben Cox. So there's a man on the 45 on the offside, backward of point. There is a deep cover. There is an extra cover and there is a mid-off. So they're doing about as much as they can inside this power play, which is in the last over of this first power play. We're in the 10th. It's Leach bowls on the line of middle and leg, flicked away by Middleton out towards deep square leg, the other man that's deep. And that's the 50 up for Hampshire, which has come up in the 10th. And that's a pretty good effort when you think that the first 2 overs were maidens. So that's effectively come off 8 overs.
Yeah.
Less than 8 overs. So the sun is slowly but surely just appearing from behind some clouds, a bit more blue sky. Feels a little bit more like August rather than September, which it did when we started the game. As Leach comes in and bowls. Slightly slower ball. Preston's wrapped on the pad. That to me looked like it was going down. I didn't feel at any moment as though the umpire was going to stick their finger up, despite Leach's enthusiastic appeal. Would you have gone to the Victorious Festival again today down in Portsmouth, Dave?
Yeah, I would have done, but you know, that's okay. I had the day yesterday, so I was saying earlier that I'm too old to know who these people are that are playing now. I kept looking for the Beatles and Rolling Stones, but they weren't there. So.
What was you, Tanis Kasabian?
I think they were there, yeah, is that right?
Dave is not quite up to date. Well, that's nipped away. Now, that's probably only the second ball that we've seen both of them off the bowling of Leach. What was the other one you said?
Well, there are loads and loads of bands of that sort of period whose name begins with K, and I get confused. The Killers weren't on, but I think there were 2 bands with K that were on. The Lightning Seeds played, and Bell and Sebastian played. The band I saw that I really enjoyed were called Alabama 3 Acoustic, and they're best known as doing the theme music to The Sopranos. Woke up this morning.
There we go. Here's Leach into Prest. Prest just guides that down towards third, and he's off the mark. Third ball he's faced, 51 for 1. Yeah, big festival down in Portsmouth. Is that an annual festival?
Yeah. Been going for years. It started in the dockyard, and now it just covers the seafront. It's a huge event. There are probably 20 stages. I mean, some of them quite small with local bands on, and I've even done it myself a couple of times on the little ones. But and some massive kind of big Glastonbury type stages as well.
That's Dave seen. As Leach comes in and bowls. Middleton off the front foot, punches that up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Kashaf Ali. Looking forward to seeing him bat. Didn't get any runs in the quarter-final T20 here, but a player with a good reputation, having come from the South Asian Cricket Academy. Looking forward to that.
My favourite event ever at the Victorious Festival in Portsmouth was seeing Brian Wilson and a kind of Beach Boys lineup. There were a couple of the Beach Boys in it, and he was doing all those classic Beach Boys songs, including all the surfing songs. But the great thing about it was he was playing on a particular stage, which was perhaps 100 yards from the beach. And I just kind of thought that couldn't be more appropriate. And I wondered whether he'd ever played surfing songs closer to the sea than he did that year at Victoria's. Yeah. So that was a delight. But that was some years ago. Signal of the new power play, energetically signalled by and umpire, who I apologise, I haven't checked up on the names. Nigel Long and N.J. Pratt. I don't know about N.J.
Neil
Pratt.
Pratt, yeah.
Neil Pratt, okay. Did he play? I don't remember.
I should know, but I will
Maybe
check.
he did.
And the name rings a bell.
Yeah. So it's a change of bowling, and just played defensively there by Tom Prest.
He played
It's
a bit for
Logan
Durham.
Van Beek. Who did you?
He played a bit for Durham.
Okay, beg his pardon. Miles away, Durham. I don't know anything about it. So.
Was he wasn't the guy that did that magnificent piece of fielding in the Ashes years back?
No.
That wasn't him, was it?
No, that was Pratt. Gary. Oh, hang on. Who's this? What did I say? I said no, and then I said Pratt. No, it's not Gary Pratt though. Again, a defensive shot by Prest against Van Beek. Van Beek.
Yes, he did. Oh, that's Gary Pratt. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
Gary
Yeah,
Pratt.
yeah,
They
right.
might have been brothers or something. I've got some vague memory now of them being brothers.
Oh, you're right.
But that was Gary Pratt, who was hated by Ricky Ponting, wasn't he?
That's right.
51 for 1, we're in the 11th, and I've not seen Van Beek bowl before. He's not as tall as Pennington, he's not as quick as Pennington, but he runs in quite nicely, quite rhythmically. Doesn't get up particularly tall, doesn't look to have a lot of bounce, and that's just played out to deep mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. So Prest moves on to 2 from 6. Middleton 35 not out, and it's not. I don't know why I said that. I think I would swear that I read Van Beek on the scoreboard, and I've now looked back and it's Brown. It's Pat Brown.
Yeah, they've changed it.
So my apologies. Okay, they were just trying to get me at it, I think. So Pat Brown bowls again, and that's pulled away. It's not quite timed out to mid-wicket by Middleton. Goes on to 36. So one of the problems about the modern world of cricket is that you can suddenly come against a team like, if you're doing what we're doing today, come up against a team like Worcestershire and think, I used to see Worcestershire play every year. And now I can't remember the last time I saw Worcester play, because we're not in the same division and we're not in the same bit of the 50 overs until now. And there are many players on this side that I'm not that familiar with. Pat Brown bowls, and Prest just ducks underneath that one. Oh, it's given a wide. It was
Harsh.
leg side-ish maybe, but it does seem harsh to me.
Yeah,
And of course
I thought so as well.
Yeah, we saw Worcester play here in, they won't want reminding really, but in the T20 quarter-final. But actually there are only 4 players in this Worcester side today who played in that.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting thing as well in terms of the modern game. This day next week, 7 days away, we're having our former players reunion, which Kevin always misses because he's always on duty, sadly. Pat Brown bowls, and that's just pushed out to point no run. And it will be attended, among others, by the 1973 Hampshire side, or members of that side, that won the County Championship. And in that particular season, John Rice played in 1 Sunday League game, and Andy Murtagh played and covered a few games when Barry Richards was injured in 1 or 2 competitions. Other than that, Hampshire had 12 men who played every match. They played every championship game, 20 games, every Sunday League game, 16, every Benson and Hedges game, and every Gillette Cup game. Pat Brown bowls, and that's very nicely fielded at point. It was played away, and it's not fair, really. He gets a run for an overthrow. The man at point shies at the stumps, misses, and a run is accrued. And the only point I'm making there is that actually you just got used to teams. You got used to who you'd see. So unless, Barry Richards missed a few games, but otherwise, it was Richards and Greenidge, Turner and Gilliatt, Jesty and Sainsbury, Taylor and Stevenson, Herman and Mottram, and then there was a choice between Richard Lewis or the spin bowler David O'Sullivan, and that was it. You just knew whichever game you turned up, and it was fairly similar in your day, wasn't it? It wasn't. I looked up that 1988 side that won the first knockout cup for us, and 10 of them played the majority of the championship that year.
Okay.
And there were other people, including you, because you didn't play in that final. You played quite a lot, but there was a nucleus.
Leach comes in and bowls, and that's down the track, and that's a beautiful shot there from Tom Prest. Over mid-off, and that's gone for 6. Effortless. Just met the ball in exactly the right area. As it pitched, he got underneath it, back through the line of the ball. 6 runs. Easy as that. Nice, isn't it, to make a 6 look as easy as that. Prest moves on to 9, 61 for 1, the 1 wicket that has fallen. Nick Gubbins in the 9th over pulled Dylan Pennington to Pat Brown at mid-wicket. Gubbins, that 1 wicket that has fallen.
Umpire asked to have a quick look at the ball. I didn't see where it ended up, but seems happy with it.
Yeah, it must have just gone outside the playing area as the keeper stands up now. Prest works that away. Predictably a slightly shorter ball this time from Leach. Prest moves on to 10, and it is 62 for 1. I'll just give you Gubbins' figures there. He was out for 15 of 23 balls. The captain returning to the side after missing a couple of games with injury. Worcestershire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. 1 change for them. Brown in for the injured Matthew Waite, as that's pushed out into extra cover by Middleton, and there's no run. Hampshire making 4 changes. Now, whereas Worcestershire didn't choose Adam Hose, who's been playing in the 100, deciding to stick with the team that's got them to this point, Hampshire have made a slight detour from that, including Liam Dawson, who's been playing for the London Spirits, been playing all their games. He's playing his first match in the competition. 1 of 4 changes, including Gubbins, the captain, Toby Albert, who's also back in the side after a bit of injury, and Brad Wheel. It's pulled away by Middleton in the air, but safe on the leg side. Moves on to 37, 63 for 1. Don't forget, you're listening to BBC 5 Sports Extra. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and the app, which is free to download. I have to keep putting that in. I don't have to, actually, I just include it. And that's those pictures, I guess, are going back to the Worcestershire website as well, which I'm saying I guess because I've actually tried that myself, as Leach comes in and bowls, and that's worked down to fine leg by Middleton. Moves on to 39, 65 for 1 Hampshire. If you're listening, as I say, via Sports Extra, around 1:45. If you're still listening, you'll be going to the Grand Prix. Of course, there's other ways that I mentioned. You can watch and listen in. We'll be here throughout the day until the conclusion of the game. One of these 2 sides will travel to Warwickshire on Tuesday for the semi-final. As Leach bowls, nice shot by Middleton there by Prest as that goes out on the offside. 66 for 1, 12 overs gone. I'm Kevin James, next to me Dave Allen, Hampshire's historian and archivist. You used to be honorary, so does that mean you're getting paid now?
Yeah, I wish. I was being the archivist this morning. I came in really early, came in about 8:30 this morning. I've got this quite delightful task. My predecessor was a man called Neil Jenkinson, who wrote histories of Hampshire cricket and Hampshire cricketers, and was a quite wonderful man who's sadly not any longer with us. And he kept filing cabinets with folders on every Hampshire cricketer going back to 1863, and I'm just going through and sorting them all out. And as I tell you that, Pat Brown bowls and just tucks Middleton up. He tries to push it away on the leg side. Middleton is quite content just to take balls off about middle and leg and play them out on the leg side, looking for runs in a way that perhaps early on, at least in the championship game, he might not. But he's adapted very well to this 50-over game. As I say, he's gone past 400 runs this season. So, yes, I was being an archivist this morning, sorting alphabetically, including the letter J with Kevin James. Got a Kevin James file.
Oh, wow.
Pat Brown bowls, and that's off the edge, but there's a man, Joe Leach, down at third man, who sprawls in stopping it and enables the sprightly and much younger Fletcher Middleton to come back for a second. So they go on to 67 for 1 in the 13th.
What's in my file? A couple of unpaid bills from 1985?
Yeah, that kind of... Well, there's a thing about... there's a game against Australia in 1985, and there's a game against India You were a bit like this is not true because you did a lot of very good things all the way through, but there's a sort of echo of Mike Barnard's career in your career as Pat Brown bowls, and that's just pushed up to a straight and short mid-wicket for no run. In that, Mike Barnard more than you, but Mike Barnard in particular excelled against overseas sides. But you were pretty useful against them. I mean, that first year that you came here in '85, you had 6 for half a dozen against Australia or something.
I know.
Was that Alan Border's side? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't play. I don't think he played in that game. He might have. I can't remember. It just shows, Dave, I should have bypassed county cricket and played internationals.
I've always thought that. Here's Pat Brown, and that very much played across there, using quite a lot of bottom hand to steer that out to mid-wicket, and Middleton takes a single. Of course, you did play for England, wasn't it? England in Hong Kong?
Hong Kong Sixes.
Yeah.
The pre-runner to T20.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, actually, you were also extremely innovative because the thing I've told this story before, but we've got people listening from everywhere. That the thing I always remember, having gone to the Isle of Wight this week to see the game against Kent, was that day that you took your benefit side to Ventnor.
Yeah.
And I think there was a 9-year-old Danny Briggs bowling,
who cried after the game.
and Pat Brown bowls, and that's just played to mid-wicket. Oh, and they take a single quite comfortably. I thought it was going straight to the man, but it just is right. And it was a form of cricket which Martin Crowe was inventing and pushing called Cricket Max,
yes,
which was like T20, but you got double the score if you hit into the V.
There was zones, wasn't there, on an outfield? Yeah.
But it was trying to encourage people in sort of white ball cricket to play properly, as it were. If you drove back past the bowler in the V, you got 8 instead of 4 or something.
Yeah.
I remember coming to that game at the beautiful steep hill ground at Ventnor. Pat Brown bowls, and that's pulled away, and it is caught. And Middleton has gone. So a second opening bat caught at mid-wicket. A much less straightforward catch. And the catch was taken right on the ground by Roderick. He took it very well, running in. And Middleton has gone. Caught Roderick, bowled Brown for 41. So I think it just stood up slightly, and Middleton didn't quite time it as a consequence. And it's nonetheless a good enough effort, but he will go in thinking that there were maybe more runs on the board there. I think in the case of Gubbins, he just didn't quite pull it in the right direction. Middleton slightly mistimed, maybe just bounced on him a little. You might be seeing a replay, but I didn't see it, so you can draw your own conclusions from that. But Brown has now bowled 2 overs and has 1 for 8, so decent effort. And Brown, having taken the wicket, Brown is now coming into bat, but that's Ben Brown, who hasn't had a particularly successful season with the bat. He did get a 59 in the second game of this competition, but then a run of scores under 20 until he went to the Isle of Wight on Tuesday and batted very well for 73 in a partnership with Nyron Donald, who got 100, and the pair of them took Hampshire to victory, chasing a big target.
Over 300, wasn't it?
Yeah.
325, I think it was. So, yeah, it's a little disappointing, actually. Gubbins and Middleton, having worked so hard in those early overs against some accurate bowling from Pennington and Leach, have both succumbed to short balls. Mitchell Middleton's a little shorter than Gubbins, but they were both cross-batted shots, both hit in the air. And of course, if you're a batter and you hit the ball in the air, you always run the risk of being out caught, and both those have been succumbed to deep square leg, as in Middleton's case, and Gubbins to mid-wicket. Got an email here from Simon at sonandcricket@gmail.com. I'll come to that in a moment, as we've got a change of bowling, and it's Logan Van Beek.
Do you think they're telling the truth this time?
Yes, well, well, unless he's wearing Logan Van Beek's shirt and it's somebody else, it's right arm over, he runs away from us and he bowls. That's off a good line. He's pressed and he moves that away on the leg side, and Prest moves on to 12. Has to be careful with that. That's a Very straight delivery. Simon says, morning gents. He says Neil Pratt is one of 3 playing brothers, Andrew and Gary being the others, so he was a brother. Thanks
you.
as always for the great coverage that we got that. Yeah,
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you.
Logan van Beek, well, he has a bit of history down this way, actually. Let me give you his immediate history, because he's been signed by Worcestershire. Well, he was signed for the final 5 group matches in this competition, so he's obviously playing an extra one. Well, maybe another one yet, or another 2. And also the first couple of championship games in September by Worcestershire. He's better known for an innings he played earlier this summer, as that's a length ball to Brown, who pushes up to mid-wicket, because he was the man, and you may have read this, may have seen it, who hit 30 in a super over against the West Indies in a World Cup qualifier for June in Harare. 30 individually in the super over.
Who does he play for?
Netherlands.
Okay. Oh, I didn't. I did. So, I think I did see that.
Yes.
That's quite a target to set in a super over, isn't it?
It's quite an effort as Brown works that away behind square on the leg side, picked up cleanly, so they won't pick up 2. Brown is off the mark. 71 for 2, and more in the distant past, and I got an email here from Mike Vimpany, who's a local journo here, who pointed out to me.
And it was his birthday yesterday, so almost happy birthday, Vince.
Oh, there we go. He actually played in the local Southern Premier League for St Cross and St Mondians.
Oh,
so it's pulled away in the air, but safe this time, and it's not timed at all by Tom Prest as the ball makes its way out to deep square leg. He moves on to 14, 72 for 2. He played for St Cross and St Mondians in 2017, so there's his local connection.
Okay.
Playing local club cricket as well.
And there's a few Hampshire players who play there, aren't there? Joe Weatherly, Jimmy Adams.
Yeah.
It's a Winchester club. In fact, it's played on a ground where Hampshire once played 1 county championship match.
There we go. As Brown works that straight, well, a bit too leg-side-ish, that one, middle and leg. Brown works that down to fine leg, 73 for 2. No, you're right. Brown's on 2, Prest on 14, the 2 batters out. Gubbins for 15 and Fletcher Middleton for 41, 9th and 13th over. Those 2 wickets fell, a wicket for Pennington and a wicket for Pat Brown, as Van Beek right on medium pace comes in and bowls, and Prest pushes that into the gap in the covers for a single. Prest moves on to 15, and it's 74 for 2 at the end of the 14th over. A place in the semi-finals at stake here. Hampshire managed to avoid the semi-finals last year. Sorry, the quarter-finals. Playing Kent, and they lost to Kent here. Worcestershire looking to make the semi-finals.
So for one of these sides, this is it for the season in terms of white ball cricket.
Yep.
Which whoever loses today, there are just, I don't know how many games Worcester have got. They got 3 championship games, perhaps. Hampshire have anyway. One of these 2 sides won't play any more white ball cricket after today. Pat Brown, 2 overs, 1 for 8, coming into bowl to Tom Prest. He bowls and Prest just plays that carefully up to mid, off. No run. Pat Brown has a look at the footholds. The umpire seems perfectly content with them, but just had a quick look. There's 4 men, including the wicketkeeper, inside the circle on the offside, 2 on the leg side. There's a man at long leg who's waving his arms as if he wants confirmation that he's in the right place. There's a man at deep square leg. That's Pat Brown bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on inside the circle. The man at long leg is waving again. He might be waving to the pavilion for a drink of water or something, but he's certainly keen to talk to somebody. Now he's pointing to something, but I'm not sure what that is. Joe Leach is down below us. He's had a bowl, but he's down below us at 3rd man. And then there's a man out sweeping on the cover boundary. So 2 men out leg side, 2 men out offside. Everybody else in a ring. No slip or a particularly close fielder. and that's just played to shortish mid-wicket. The man he's inside the circle, but he's nowhere near the edge of the circle, and the man at long leg has got some kind of response. There's somebody jogging around the boundary to do something for him, although the man jogging around the boundary does not have one of those fluorescent bibs on, and might be fooling the batting side into thinking he's an extra feeler. Yeah,
it's a fine coming his way.
I think it must be. So we come up to midday. There are a few greyish clouds out to our right. That's just played to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and Press comes through for an easy single, goes on to 16 from 19 balls.
Just looking at my weather app, Dave. I know they're not accurate, but it's suggesting there's a 50% chance of some rain in the next hour, or maybe in about an hour's time. Okay. And I have to say, it does look as though it's filling in a fraction.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Coming up from the south coast, New Forest-ish side. I just said that they haven't got a slip. Well, they have. They've just put one in. So, Pat Brown bowls, and that's again short of a length. It's pulled away. It's helped round the corner, really. It's not a full-blooded pull, but and fielded out there by the man on square leg, running fine of that position, and Brown comes back for 2 runs and goes on to 4. But there is a slip in now, and that man is Josh Baker. So that's for the. It's not so much, I think, a change of attack by Pat Brown as the fact that Ben Brown has only just arrived at the wicket. And here's Pat Brown again, and Ben Brown pushes it to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 77 for 2. Brown on 4, Prest on 16. Brown the bowler, 3 overs, 1 for 11. Going at 3.7 an over, which is an excellent economy rate in a 50 over game.
Certainly is. Just a reminder, several ways to watch and listen to us here at the Ageas Bowl. BBC 5 Sports Extra are with us until around 1:45, when you'll be taken to the Formula 1 Grand Prix. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're staying on that all day, and on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket App, as that's driven by Pressed up to mid-off. Start of a new over from Logan van Beek. Score remains on 77 for 2. I'm Kevin James, Dave Allen next to me. Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester will be back in a moment. It'll be Frank and Dave to take you through the next half an hour. Any moment now.
Pat Brown, I noticed, has got the best average of the Worcester bowlers in this competition this year at 20.12, but he's been going at 7 and over, so he's halved that in this game.
Van Beek bowls short, pulled away in the air. This will be out of court. Oh, dolly, an absolute dolly of a catch, and that is the 3rd wicket that has fallen. Rob Jones, it is, I think, there at mid-wicket. No, it's Azhar Ali, I tell a lie. Azhar Ali took that catch. And that's just right off the splice of the bat. Cool. And Prest is the 3rd Hampshire batter, the 3rd wicket to fall, all to short deliveries. And they just haven't really been able to deal with that in terms of, if you're going to go aerial, it's got to go big, or you hit it along the ground. And I think out of all 3 of those, Dave, that was the most softest of the dismissals.
He just didn't time it, or got a top edge on it or something, but it just ballooned up. It was a bit of a horrid shot, really. He'd be very disappointed with that, I think. But just a little bit of a danger of Hampshire blowing a good start here. They were 49 for 0, now they're 77 for 3. Ben Brown has only been in for 5 balls, so suddenly, even though there are decent batters still to come quite a way down the order, suddenly they're going to have to rebuild, aren't they? Yeah. And Aaron Donald, who's coming in, is coming in on the back of a terrific innings of 106, but he hasn't batted that much this season, and hasn't scored that many runs apart from that fine innings on Tuesday.
Entertaining, wasn't it, really? Although it was dropped a couple of times in quick succession, but even so, This is a good wicket. Probably suits his stroke play if he can stick around. Ben Brown's having a word with him as he walks to the middle, probably just saying, look, this is a good pitch. But I think Worcestershire have done a very good job here. They've not been frightened to dig the ball in. And when they have, I'm afraid the Hampshire batters have just not been equal to it. There hasn't been a lot of short stuff. It's just every now and then that they've been willing to go for the shot, and they just have not executed that pull shot very well. Nick Gubbins straight to Pat Brown at mid-wicket off Dylan Pennington. Fletcher Middleton got underneath one from Pat Brown and hit it out to deep square leg. And then Tom Press there just looping that one up to mid-wicket as a rally. All out to short deliveries as Van Beek bowls to Donald. There's a short ball. Donald gets out the way of that one. That's a good ball first up.
I guess they will know of an Aaron Donald that he's likely to have a go at things, isn't he? He's not a guy that hangs around.
No,
so let's hope that he doesn't fall into the same trap from a Hampshire point of view, at least.
Today is also the conclusion of the 100 competition. At 2:15 this afternoon, Southern Brave women take on the Northern Superchargers, and at 6 o'clock this evening the Oval Invincibles are in action as Donald plays that late and works that down to third. He's off the mark, 78 for 3. Take on Manchester Originals, who beat the Southern Brave men last night in an exciting 100 game, where the Brave got 190 odd, and you thought that that would be enough. But the Originals were more than equal to that. Phil Salt and Joss Butler, who else?
I believe it was a record.
I didn't look at it that closely, is that right?
I think so.
Dave, I tell you what, you in the 100, Dave.
Yeah, I love it.
This year, your knowledge has been incredible. So that's turned away on the leg side by Ben Brown. There should be 2 here, fielded on the boundary. 84. Exemplary, I think, was the word I was looking for, from a man that knew nothing about the 100. In fact, didn't even know that the 100 existed last year. Now you're coming back, and it's not just now, but throughout this 50-over competition, while you've been on, Dave, you've come out with these facts about the 100. You've clearly been following it. Oh, look at that. He's got all the stuff written down. Oh, Dave. Dave. There was us thinking 100 wasn't for you. As Beak bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Right, Dave Allen is going to stay on. And he's going to come into my position. And he's going to be joined by Frank Watson in a moment. So we have had 16 overs here at the Aegeus Bowl, with Hampshire 80 for 3, having been 49 without loss. And out there is Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, on 6. And Narwin Donald on 1. Next voice you'll hear will be Frank Watson, and then it'll be Dave Allen.
Yeah, I'm back and pleased to have witnessed those Worcestershire breakthroughs from a Worcestershire point of view. They bowled pretty well, I think, a little bit loose towards the end of the opening spells, but maybe we should give the main credit for that to Fletcher Middleton. But the bowling change, the change bowlers, Pat Brown and Logan Van Beek, have really done a good job. Brown in now from the pavilion end, bowling to Donald, who just drops this down on the offside, and Rob Jones comes in from cover point to do the fielding. And a couple of good catches, I thought, for the first 2 wickets as well. Nick Gubbins hit his pretty hard, and Pat Brown at mid-wicket was fairly close in, made a good safe catch, and then Gareth Roderick's catch to dismiss Middleton, a good one, especially for a man who's used to having gloves on his hands. He ran in and dived forward, of course usually a wicket keeper, and took the catch very nicely indeed. Brown in again now from the pavilion end, bowled right arm over to Donald, just short of length. Donald on the back foot, pushes out on the offside. Kashif Ali does the fielding, and there's no run. 80 for 3. Then in the 17th over, the opening bowlers initially for Worcestershire, very accurate today. Leach and Pennington both started with maidens, but both came under fire, in particular from Fletcher Middleton towards the end of their first spells. Brown in again, bowls a little bit wide on the crease to Donald, which might just have deceived him a little bit. He pushes at this one, taking on the pad, it drops down on the offside, and there's no run. So Pennington's spell, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. And Leach's spell, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35. Came in for some particular treatment in 1 over, Leach, from Fletcher Middleton. And he was also struck for 6 over long off very nicely by Tom Prest quite early in his innings. Brown in again, bowls to Donald, who is again pushing this one back to the bowler. And there's no run. Good tidy over so far from Pat Brown in his 4th over, 1 for 11 so far. The men out: Middleton 41, Gubbins for 15 and Prest for 16. One thing I would say about the pitch so far, I think it's got a bit of pace in it. It's coming on reasonably well. It certainly looked that way when Middleton was batting. Just break off as Brown comes in again now and bowls, and Donald is pushing back to the bowler again, and there's no run. But we have seen 1 or 2 mistimed pull shots. Just wondering if perhaps the odd one is just holding up in the surface a little bit, and that might be something that bowlers of both sides will look to exploit. But it doesn't look a bad pitch used. We're not sure if it's a hybrid or not. Changing the field now. Kashif is being sent out to the cover boundary, and Josh Baker is departing from slip and replacing Kashif at extra cover. So no close catches now as Brown is in. Donald drives again but doesn't really time it, just runs up to mid-on, fielded there by the captain Libby, and that's a maiden from Pat Brown, which at this stage in proceedings is a good effort. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11 for him, and at the end of the 17th over it remains 80 for 3.
I think you're right about that pitch. I think there is there has been an occasion when perhaps just short of a length the ball has stuck. The other thing to say is that Kevin was saying on the weather app that it's looking a little less optimistic than we thought, and it's certainly now quite a bit gloomier.
Yeah.
And we just might, he said 50% in the next hour, right. So we shall have to see. Anyway, I did introduce Van Beek earlier and it wasn't, but now I shall commentate on an over of his. He's got 1 for 8 bowls, and that's just pushed away on the offside by Ben Brown. Down to short third man, and they come through for a single. 81 for 3. I hesitated in case the scoreboard hadn't quite gone up.
It's quick, isn't it? It's quick.
It is quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a quick scoreboard. Once you get used to it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You do have to, Frank, but yeah. So, yes, it really has filled in quite a lot, which is a bit surprising because the forecast was much better for today than it was for yesterday. That's just outside the line of off stump, and driven very nicely indeed by Nyron Donald through extra cover for 4. Which gets him going a bit. He was on 1, but that will make him feel pretty good. And as I say, his last innings was 100.
Yeah, I was going to say he's been in good nick, hasn't he? Yeah.
Well,
always a danger when you're coming off the back of a big one. I always think that you just think, you know, you go for it a bit too soon, don't get yourself in. But he's actually been quite watchful to start with here.
Yeah. So Van Beek, fast medium, quite tall, leaps in the delivery stride, and the ball is driven up to mid-off, no run. I guess you've not seen a lot of Van Beek.
No.
This is his first year with, or his first little
few weeks.
Spell.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but he's made a good impression. Smashed it all over the place in his first innings in this competition, and he's a competitor. You can see that.
Yeah. And again, bowls, and that's another short of a length which Dole has a wave at, tries to pull it away. There are 2 men out on the boundary if he doesn't get that shot quite right, but it flies over his head, doesn't make any contact. There's a slip in for him as well. Worcestershire have been every now and then they've been putting a slip in place. I can't see at this distance whether it's still Mr. Baker, but
it's Baker.
Is it? Thank you. Here's Van Beek. And again, Donald pulls it away on the onside. It's perfectly safe. It goes out to that onside position, which is almost the equivalent of extra cover, somewhere between mid-on and mid-wicket. But he didn't time it right.
No.
Again, it was just
another
up on
one that just on him a bit quicker than he thought, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly that. Yep. It's you hope that maybe there's a little bit of a conversation going on in the dressing room about what's happening, and we're not going to see. Would it be the first time in a 50-over game that all 10 Hampshire players have been out? Poorly executed calls on the leg side. Yeah.
We had that spell in the Test match, didn't we, when England decided to give a few wickets away like that.
Van Beek bowls again. It's flicked out on the leg side by Ben Brown there to the man at shortish square leg. There's no run, so the two bats will meet in mid-wicket and have a chat about how things are going. It's 18 overs gone, 86 for 3. Brown, the Hampshire Brown is 7 not out, Donald is 6 not out, and the Worcestershire Brown has 1 for 11 and Van Beek 1 for 14. Yep,
not a bad over from Van Beek. That one really good shot early in it from Anya and Donald, but at this stage 6 off the last 2 overs. The maiden from Brown, good stuff from Worcestershire. In these sort of middle overs, I think we'll see Baker, the left arm spinner, introduced as the next bowling change. Brown meanwhile from the pavilion end bowls, and this one is dropped down on the onside, and a hasty single is taken. Both batsmen in tune with each other. Donald called it and went straight away. Had it been a more fleet-footed fielder than Azza coming in from mid-wicket, they might have struggled. As it was, they hurried through. Azza threw at the non-striker's end, but comfortably home. Donald goes to 7, joins Ben Brown on that score, and it's 87 for 3. 1 ball gone in the 19th over, Worcestershire having won the toss and chosen to field. Brown in, bowls, and on the back foot his namesake pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. If you're just joining us, and I know people will be all the time, especially as we're on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, as well as on the BBC Sports app. Hastily arranged quarter-final here at the Ageas Bowl, being brought to you by BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Solent. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and my co-commentator at the moment, as a single is taken by Brown, just tucked away into mid-wicket, is Dave Allen, but also we are being hosted really by Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, the former Middlesex and Hampshire all-rounder. And if you want to get in touch, I'm sure Kevin will give out his dedicated email shortly. I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter. If anybody wants to make observations about the game, you might be watching the live stream, you might be a Hampshire supporter or a Worcestershire supporter. We're always interested to know what your thoughts are. As Brown comes in again and bowls, and that's an error of line, and just capitalised on by Donald. Brown just drifting into the pads, and Donald just getting inside the line and getting a nice little bat on it. Old-fashioned leg glance down to the fine leg boundary. First boundary that Brown has conceded for some time. He's bowled very tidily indeed. He's in his 5th over, 1 for 17 now. But Donald, who made 100 the other day, looks like a man who is in good touch. He moves to 11, and he waits again now as Pat Brown is in, bowls to him, and this time his line is more accurate, round about middle and leg, and it's just pushed by Donald out to Azhar Ali at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 men out. Nick Gubbins caught at mid-wicket by Pat Brown off the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 15. That was 49 for 1. Became 69 for 2 when Fletcher Middleton, who had played really impressively for his 41, had almost a run a ball, 43 balls faced. He was caught in the deep by Gareth Roderick off this man, Pat Brown, who bowls now to Donald, and he just runs that with soft hands down to third man. Joe Leach has quite a long way to come round. And good running from Donald, immediately seeing the opportunity to come back for a second, which he did. So he moves on to 13, and the total at the end of the 19th over to 94 for 3. And just to finish my summary of the wickets, Tom Press, the third man out, mishitting an attempted pull shot off Logan Van Beek and lobbing an easy catch to Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. That was 77 for 3. 94 for 3 now, with 19 overs gone.
And I've just got a feeling that the worst of the gloominess that was coming over and looking slightly threatening, I think it's disappearing. The first ball of the next over, that's driven very nicely through extra cover, and Ben Brown goes on to 12 from 8, takes 4 there. I think the worst of that cloud is now disappearing over towards Portsmouth in the east, and perhaps even more towards one of the great spaces of early English cricket, Hambledon, just behind us over my left shoulder, and about 15 miles away northeast of here. It's a bit clearer. There are even 1 or 2 patches of blue sky, so we might have missed that first 50% chance of rain as Van Beek comes in for a second ball of the over. He bowls very short, and Ben Brown deals with it better than some people have, and it's pulled away to long leg for a single to Ben Brown, and they go on to 99 for 3, so the crowd will be poised to applaud any moment now. Both batters on 13, and Van Beek 1 wicket so far, 1 for 19. It's quite a lot of enthusiastic support from his fielders as he bowls, and that's going down leg. I think it's an attempt by Donald just to play that up towards mid-on or out to mid-wicket, but it hits him on the pad. Van Beek gets half a inquiry of the umpire, but the wicket-keeper doesn't seem very enthusiastic, and neither anyone else on the field, so he's certainly not out. Hits him on his bright yellow pads, and Van Beek in again, and this time Donald plays that shot to mid-on, and Joe Leach misfields. He nudges it round the corner and they get a single, and there's the applause for the 100. Always polite applause for 100, even if you're 100 for 9. The bright yellow pads of Hampshire and the bright yellow helmets of Hampshire are the only things that particularly enliven, in a colour sense, what the players are wearing. Ben Brown doesn't really get hold of that, but he plays it round the corner to a sort of leg gully position. The man at short square leg has to run round, pick it up, so he gets a single. 101 for 3 at 12:22. The run rate just over 5. We're coming up to the 20th over, the end of the 20th over. It's not that warm today. There's a kind of autumnal breeze, and there's another one of those short balls, and maybe an Iron Donald will just look at the pavilion for a moment there, or to the balcony, the Hampshire balcony, and say, that's the way to do it, guys, because he's just hit it for 6 over square leg. And Hampshire move on to 107 for 3, and Donald on to 20. Certainly, I would think the best of the leg side pull shots that we've seen executed by a Hampshire player today, Frank.
Yeah, beautifully struck, wasn't it? Right out of the middle. Yeah. And Van Beek, no great pace, and not able to bowl that sort of length and get away with it, really. And Donald, as we said, 100 the other day, looks in form, and he certainly middled that beautiful shot. Expensive over from Van Beek, 13 from it. See Josh Baker warming up now, the left arm spinner. I think we'll see him pretty promptly. Meanwhile, Pat Brown to continue from the pavilion end down the leg side, and just clipped away. Well, off the face, maybe off the glove, not very far away from the diving Ben Cox. In fact, the umpire signals leg byes, so it didn't take the glove or the bat, it was just off the thigh pad. Down to the boundary, 4 runs anyway. Nelson is up, 111 for 3. The message from Dormston Cook, and he says, good afternoon, just joined the live stream and see no Folly again in the lineup. I think he means Dolly, meaning Brett D'Oliveira. Is he injured? Yes, he is injured. Brown in again, bowls, and this one is clipped away on the onside by Ben Brown. for a single. He goes to 15, 112 for 3. Not almost recovered, I think, and will play in, I think, we certainly hope that he'll play in the remaining championship games of this season, but has had a shoulder problem and on the mend, but not ready yet to return to action. Brett Oliveira. In comes Brown again and bowls, and this one is just pushed away on the offside, steered down to third man by Donald for a single.
He had played some games in this competition, hadn't he? I checked up last night, and so I guess he's only just been injured, Frank, is that right?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago he dislocated his shoulder.
Oh.
Yeah. Just had an interesting message for all of us from DB Dutch Kate. DB Kate, she says, the beak of the Logan variety is pronounced bake. 2 E's together in Dutch is pronounced as an A.
Thank you.
There's Brown in bowls, and this is turned away on the leg side by the other Brown, Ben, and they go through for another single. He goes to 16, 114 for 3 in the 21st over. So it's Logan van Beek then. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
We stand corrected. And
I
say stand corrected advisedly because we have to stand.
We are
in
standing.
our commentary position here, because if we sit down, we sink down behind a little sort of black screen which is in front of us on this balcony, high up above the wicketkeeper here at the Ageas Bowlers. Brown bowls, and this one is again just short of a length, and off the back foot. Donald picks up 2 more runs, just steering it, thickish outside edge really, but he's right on top of it, behind square on the leg side. Joe Leach runs round to do the fielding. 2 more runs beginning to come with a nice fluency now for this pair. Their partnership is already worth 39, and it's almost happened, you'd almost say, without noticing really. Excellent stuff from Donald in particular. He's on 23 now, and waits again as Brown is in and bowls, and he's clipping this one away for 4 in the air over mid-wicket, but again nicely timed. And he is looking, I know I keep saying this now about and you're in Donald, but he is looking like a man who's got 100 the other day, and very sensibly he came in and didn't go after it straight away, just even though he got runs the other day and he's obviously seeing it well, he's in good form. He just came in, had a look for a few deliveries, but in the last couple of overs absolutely smashed big 6 off Logan van Beek over deep backward square, and that a nicely timed clip over mid-wicket for 4, and he's raced on to 27 off just 22 balls, just the injection that Hampshire needed after the loss of those wickets. 120 for 3 off 21. Kevin's back.
I'm afraid, Frank, that from your point of view, you do not want to see too much of an Aaron Donald. If he bats for any length of time out there, that scoreboard will very quickly race along. So we've got some left arm spin from this commentary in the northern end at the ground, and he's bowling to Ben Brown. He pushes that out into the covers. Josh Baker then, just 20 years of age, and I say every game of somebody around that age, this is what this competition is all about. It's all about the youngsters. Got a 20-year-old here bowling to Brown, who's driven out into extra cover, and there's no run. Rob Jones there, sort of got chillier again. When the sun disappears, gets a little chilly when it disappears behind the cloud, as Bren Brown's on the back foot, cuts that away into the gap on the offside, talks to an Aaron Donald as he does so, just turned sideways there as an Aaron Donald went past him. Obviously said something. He says, look, I'm sure he's saying to him, don't go too silly too quick, because that's what an Aaron Donald does. You just find him going a little too quick, but as you said earlier, that he's actually taken a little bit of time to get going today, which is a good sign.
Yeah. Good, I always think that.
Yeah. So here's Donald facing Baker. He's off the back foot. That's a proper shot out on the offside. He played lots of proper shots in Aaron Donald, but that's a nice, safe shot off the back foot. And he moves on to 28 off at 23. Hampshire move on to 122 for 3 in the 22nd over. Forward is Brown. Again, he's found that same gap on the offside. And Brown moves on to 18. 123 for 3. Donald, 28 of just 23 deliveries. His first list 800 in the game against Kent on the Isle of Wight in his 47th game, I think it was. I have to check. Well, this little sweep shot, and actually, Ben Cox, the keeper, had already run around to short fine leg and couldn't quite get there in time. And Owen Donald is looking very dangerous out there already. And that is the 50-run partnership between these two, and that's come off just 40 balls. So there's an example of just how dangerous Owen Donald is, because Donald has scored 32 of those. So 22 overs gone. And Hampshire are 127 for 3. Pat Brown, I think, has been replaced. So Pat Brown 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28. And I think I was just off commentary when we were being corrected about Logan Van Beek, I think it is. Is this kind of the Dutch saying? Here's a quick 30-second update coming up. Well, Hampshire are 127 for 3, and we've had 22 of the 50 overs completed. The men out, Nick Gubbins for 15, Fletcher Middleton for 41. He looked a great touch off just 43 balls. And Tom Prest for 16, all out of short deliveries. A little bit disappointing, a couple of soft dismissals in there. Hampshire will be very disappointed in that. But there is a good partnership forming here between Ben Brown on 18 and Owen Donald, who's the main driver of this partnership. He's 32 off just 24 balls. Their 50-run partnership came off just 40 balls, so some real impetus here in the Hampshire innings. 127 for 3 in the 23rd. It's played out on the leg side, and there is no run. So yes, and Owen Donald, we know what he's like down in these parts. Unfortunately, injuries have really sort of taken its toll on him, or had. A couple of seasons, 2020, 2021. And then this year, as that's played up towards mid-on by Ben Brown for a single. Actually, the quarter-final here against Worcester, he played because Ben McDermott was injured. And what we didn't realise at the time was that Owen Donald, who is a keeper, don't often see him with gloves on, but he is, he broke his finger in the warm-up to the T20 quarter-final and played with a broken finger. But played the game and then was missing for a little while after that. So injuries have played a big part in the last 2 or 3 seasons of his career. Driving on the up, pushes out to extra cover. Frank Watson is back.
Yeah, he certainly looks, as we said, like a man in form. And yeah, big danger now. I mean, 50 partnership in just 40 balls when you've lost 3 wickets in fairly quick succession speaks of confidence, and also, as I keep saying, of a pretty good surface. Just occasionally think one might have just stopped a little bit. Van Beek again in the pavilion end bowls, and that's steered by Donald down to third man. It's quite a characteristic shot, that he sort of just kind of, he runs it down and almost sort of takes the bat away at the last minute and just kind of deflects it down to third man. He's done it 3 or 4 times, and he tries to get it very fine. A couple of times he's managed to get 2, but on that occasion Leach was able to keep it to a single. So 129 for 3. Van Beek from the pavilion end actually just pulls out of his run-up halfway through that one.
He's not shy of bowling a short ball either, is he?
No, hits the deck, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's kind of
good action.
Sort of bowler he is, yeah. He is, and again bowls, and yeah, just in behind that, Ben Brown just tucks it away on the leg side, and able, with Donald going so well, just to happily pick up singles. Actually keeps the strike at the end of that over. 130 for 3, Brown 20, Donald 33. The men out, Gubbins 15, Fletcher Middleton a very attractive 41, hit 7 fours in that, and Tom Prest out for 16. Josh Baker to continue. I was going to say just before I went off for my update, Kevin, that you was talking about Josh Baker and this competition being made for younger players. It's been really useful for him because he suffered a back injury and missed a lot of cricket, couldn't get back into the Red Bull side, and he's really rediscovered his rhythm in this competition.
Baker with his left arm spin is found the ball pushed back past him. Ben Brown using his feet once more, goes down to deep mid-off, and the total moves on to 131 for 3.
He had quite a rapid start to his career and then lost his place, then got injured, and then couldn't get back in. There wasn't any cricket at the start of the year and so on, so it's been good for him, this competition.
Donald drives that into the ground, fielded by Baker.
And it's hard, isn't it? Young spinners in white ball cricket, I think it's probably, arguably, the toughest role out there at the moment, I think.
He's having a pretty good competition, Baker. There's the sweep now, it's in the air, there's nobody at backward of square. And it's plugged a little bit in the outfield, but it's gone for 4. Again, Anarian Donald showing how effective he is in white ball cricket. 37 he moves on to, 28 balls that one. Yeah, Baker has played in all the games so far. 15 wickets at 22 apiece.
Yeah, he's bowled really well.
Yeah.
And he needed it. He needed something to reintegrate him, if I can put it that way.
He felt that the previous ball wasn't a bad one at all, as Donald just pushes that into the gap, square on the offside. Moves on to 38, 136 for 3 in the 24th. He probably won't have bowled at too many people like Anarian Donald.
No, well, he did get savaged famously by Ben Stokes at New Road last year, and he's hit for 5 consecutive sixes.
Oh, right. Let's push through a little quicker. Cut away by Brown into the gap on the offside. 137 for 3. Oh, he wasn't the guy. No, was it?
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah,
in that
I
game when
remember seeing
Stokes
that
was sort of coming
yeah.
back in. Yeah. So he's had quite a few experiences in quite a short career, actually.
Yeah. Just 20 years of age. If you missed me mention that before. There's a little sweep shot again. Cox has gone down the leg side, but it's over his head this time, and that is 4 more. Little dab sweep there from Anarian Donald. Again, Baker's not doing a lot wrong. Donald's just manufactured a shot out of nothing there. Moves on to 42 off just 30 balls. 141 for 3, Hampshire. 24 gone.
Yeah, you're right. He's not done a lot wrong at all in that over, I don't think, and taken for 2 boundaries without bowling a particularly bad ball. But I'd go back to what I was saying about if I haven't got a son, I have a grandson now who's only 4 years old and hasn't really shown a great deal of interest in cricket yet, although I am trying. But if he said to me, in a few years' time, I want to be a cricketer, what shall I do? I would say, well, I wouldn't really advise you to be a spinner in white ball cricket. It's not the best role these days. You've got to be very, very good indeed, haven't you? It's so difficult. Here's Van Beek from the pavilion end in to bowl, and a rare dot ball at the moment as Ben Brown pushes this out to Baker in the covers. Having said that, if you can do it, if you can crack it, then spinners in white ball cricket can have very lucrative careers at the moment, of course, but as the bats get bigger and the boundaries get smaller and the scores get higher, it looks a pretty tough occupation. I think you've got to be immensely strong mentally to do it. Van Beek in, bowls short, and a little swivel pull shot, very nicely executed by Brown. Fielded by Gareth Roderick out on the deep cover boundary. In fact, it's Ed Pollock who must be on as a substitute. Yeah, Ed Pollock. So just have a look round, see who's gone off. It might be Dylan Pennington again. He's got a bit of an ankle problem, I think. Yeah, no, he's at mid-off, Pennington, so maybe it's someone else. In comes Van Beek again, and bowls, and Donald is just steering this one down on the offside, scampers back, having gone set off for a single, realises that Rob Jones is extremely quick across the ground and scampers back.
I think if you're going to be a spinner, you have to bowl mystery spin.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't dissuade it totally, but I would encourage anybody, like a Narayan, Sunil Narayan, or a Saklain Mushtaq.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you're right.
Or who's the guy that played for you years back? Off spinner.
Yeah, Ajmal.
Yeah.
Here's Van Beek bowls and driven by Donald out to another substitute, Ben Gibbon, who's on the field out on the cover boundary. I think I've worked out that Pat Brown is one of the fielders who's missing. Now I've got a problem sorting out the other one. Could be Gareth Roderick. Anyway, single taken, 143 for 3 in the 25th over. A really good platform, I'd say. It was Van Beek bowls, and there's going to be 4. Banged in short. Good swivelling hook shot, really. He's got right on top of it, almost like a tennis shot. Brown, and kept it down, and also perfectly bisected the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. One of them at long on, the other at square leg. So despite both converging on the ball, neither was able to pull it up inside the rope. 147 for 3. This partnership is now worth 70, and they're flying. Van Beek again is in and bowls, and again it's just short of a length, and Brown nudges it off his hip, starts for a single, then realises there might be 2, so he puts the burners on, but made that decision too late, so he doesn't get back for a second. Keeps the strike, 148 for 3 at the end of the over. 7 runs came from it. We're halfway through the innings, and the platform is being laid for something well in excess of 300, I would say.
Well, yeah, you'd hope so. Certainly when Alnara Donald's out there, then these runs will come very quickly indeed. But they'll be disappointed with those 3 wickets, the way they were got out. All 3 pull shots in the air. Caught at various positions from deep square leg, mid-wicket, and short mid-wicket in the end. Dollied up there from Tom Press. So here's Baker, the left arm spinner, to get over number 26 underway and bowls, and Brown's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, and there is no run. I just got a little message here actually. I mean, we mentioned Logan Van Beek, who actually did play some local club cricket here for St Cross and St Andrews back in 2017, the Winchester based side, as that's pushed up to deep mid-off. Apparently he was there yesterday.
Oh really?
Yeah, visiting the club. So
that makes sense, doesn't it? They probably came down. Well, I know they came down yesterday. So, yeah.
Went to see some of his old teammates, I guess, up there.
He's a very, very nice chap. So no doubt he made a lot of friends when he was there.
I don't think he's the worst bowler, actually. Just looking at it, I think he's got a good action. He reminds me a little bit, a similar type of action to the New Zealand guy who's been playing at Somerset, and I can't think of his name for a moment.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
Yeah, he's got a similar type of action. Why can't I think of his name right now? Did particularly well for them. Anyway, here comes Baker and bowls. Somebody will get to it now. Donald comes down the wicket, doesn't quite get there, but goes through the shot anyway, goes over extra cover, not timed, so it's picked up in front of the boundary rope. Matt Henry, that's the one. And that was Gareth Roderick doing the fielding. So he is on the field.
He's back on.
Oh, he's back on. 150 up for Hampshire in the 26th. It's looking a little better for them out there, having lost a couple of wickets for 8 runs in the 60s and 70s. So that's pushed up towards deep mid-on, where Azhar Ali, looking forward to seeing him back, not for too long. I do quite like watching him bat. I think he's got a very nice, easy way about him.
He reminds me a lot of Mushtaq Mohammed when he bats. The old, the older Mushtaq.
Yeah.
Plays very unlike him. I told him that, and he was very pleased.
Was he? Yeah. Makes the game look very easy as well, doesn't he? Trying to give himself some room there. Ben Brown doesn't quite execute that properly as the ball goes back to the bowler.
We got a young bowler who's coming through called Harry Darley. He's in the squad today. Thought he might have played.
Baker in again, bowls, little fuller this time, so that's driven into the gap by Brown on the offside. 153 for 3.
And he was warming up before, and I should have pointed it out to you. I should have told you, because I really, really would be interested in your take on it, particularly because he reminds me, and I've said this to a few people, and one person said, yeah, I can see that. He reminds me so much of Simon Hughes when he bowls. He runs up in that straight, very quick approach, hardly a jump, just runs through the crease and then skids on. Looks a bit, for a smallish lad, quite sharp. And I just think, the first time I saw him bowl, I thought, gosh, so like Simon Hughes. So it would have been interesting. He might come out in the break and bowl a few. If he does, I'll point it out to you. You're not missing any cricket. The batsmen are having a drink. 153 for 3. The Hampshire score, 26 overs after they were put into bat today. And they played very, very well indeed. This pair came together at 77 for 3. Dylan Pennington is coming back into the attack at the pavilion end. And Worcestershire need a wicket, I think, at this point. I mean, that's stating the obvious, but there are certain times in an innings where you think it's even more important than other times, as Pennington starts with a full delivery driven up to mid-on by Brown. And this is one of those times, I think, because this partnership is already prospering, but it's in danger of really running away a little bit in these middle overs. Yeah. If they don't break it. Would you agree with that?
I agree, yeah. No, and it was a partnership that got Hampshire a long way towards getting over the line against Kent on the Isle of Wight as well on last Tuesday.
Here is Pennington trying to break it. He's in, bowls, and that one is a little bit short of a length, and Brown doesn't time it. He's on the back foot, looking to play forcefully through the offside, but maybe that one just stopped a little bit or bounced on him a bit more than he thought. As it was, he sort of took his bottom hand off the bat and got it on the splice and just ran it out into the covers, where Baker, hands on hips now, does the fielding. As we say, Baker hasn't by any means bowled badly. Pennington in, bowls, Brown pushes to Baker again, and there's no run. And yet his 3 overs have gone for 23. And that's how tough it is for a young spin bowler in this form of cricket. But I agree with what you said, Kev, about the mystery spinner is the slow bowler of choice in white ball cricket these days. It's no good if you just spin it one way, is it? You've got to have the batsman in 2 or 3 minds, or it's a very, very difficult job. Pennington in, bowls, and Brown is in behind this, nudging it away on the leg side for a single. Kashif runs round from fine leg to do the fielding. Brown goes to 31 off 39. Donald 46 off 34.
Yeah, it's. I mean, what you don't want is a batter being able to set themselves almost before you bowl.
Yeah.
And if you're spinning it one way, then they're halfway there. Whereas if they're not quite sure which way it's going to turn as the ball comes out of the hand, then you've kind of won that little battle initially.
Pennington bowls, and there's a drop catch by Baker. It's short extra cover. It was a tough one, and he's got very good hands. He really has. He's a good catcher, Josh Baker. That's why he's the chosen slip fielder when they have one in white ball cricket. But that was hammered in the air, and he dived away to his left, got hands to it, took the pace off it, couldn't hold on to it, and they go through for a single. That could be costly. Donald moves to 47, 155 for 3. They've caught well today, but not able to hold on to that one. Baker, and Pennington in, bowls, and Brown pushes away on the onside, and there's no run. So good over from Pennington, brought back to try and get the breakthrough. 2 runs coming from the over. He's unlucky that he didn't. Baker unable to hold on to a hot chance at short extra cover. 155 for 3 off 27.
Yeah, he'll always give you a chance, Aaron Donald, if he's out there for any length of time. He did give a couple of chances against Kent on Tuesday of last week, in quick succession actually, but they weren't taken, and he went on to get his 100. They were much easier than that one, I have to say, although that's we've seen those taken. If you're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, just a reminder here that in just under an hour's time you'll be taken to the Formula 1 Grand Prix. If you want to stay with this game throughout the day, then we're on the BBC Sport website and app, and if you want to watch the live picture feed, just go to the Hampshire Cricket website, or if you haven't already downloaded their cricket app as well, that's on there, which I guess is also going back to the Worcestershire Cricket website as well. So plenty of ways to stay with us throughout the day. Joe Leach is back into the attack as well, so we've got the opening bowlers back here which again is an inside edge by Donald onto the pad as it goes out on the offside. I think, Frank, as you were saying, I think that's a definite indication here that Worcestershire want a wicket with both openers back. Yeah,
no doubt about it. Leach, little wobble, little bit of a wobble, I thought, on that one, but no great pace, keeper standing up. But yeah, absolutely, Worcestershire need a wicket, and quite right of the captain to try things, I think.
Right, I'm over at medium pace. It's gone for the sweep shot again. Hasn't quite got hold of this. It's gone very fine. Sort of a little paddle shot, really, from Donald to a length ball. But it's 2 runs. It was an inside edge onto the pad. That took the pace off the ball. And Donald moves on to 49. I mentioned that last week was his first 100 in 47 List A games. But, in a rich vein of form. We've been waiting this for so long from a Hampshire point of view. Donald drives, doesn't time it, goes out towards extra cover. We all know what he can do. Very positive player, not in the championship side. When he was playing in the championship side last year, coming in at sort of 7 and 8, him and Keith Barker, it's amazing actually that the reason Hampshire did so well in the championship last year was because of those guys coming in low down and giving the innings massive momentum when they got going and changed the outlook of matches with their batting, as that's driven out towards extra cover, but hasn't been in the championship side this year. Only played that, well, he didn't play many T20 games either. And Aaron Donald, I think off memory, and I'll check as I'm talking, that he started off in the T20 side. In fact, no, he played 3 of the first sort of 6 or 7 within that quarter-final against Worcestershire here earlier in the season. Here's Leach, comes in, 157 for 3, bowls to Donald. Donald goes for another paddle shot over the head of the keeper, and he has got the full bat on it this time, and that's his half-century. Warm round of applause from this crowd here at the Ageas Bowl, and that half-century, 53, has come off 40 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. Just that one chance in the previous over to Baker, but a difficult chance. But, as I said, don't want to see too much of an eye on Donald if you're the opposition, as that scoreboard is racing along now. These two came together in the 16th over, and here we are in the 28th. In the 16th it was 77 for 3, here we are at 161 for 3. There's a fielder down at fine leg, but still fairly square. I think if Donald, now Leach is just saying, look, I want that fielder a little straighter now, say to Jake Libby at mid-off. Has to come a little finer, because Donald's played 2 or 3 shots down that area. That's where the fielder needs to be. As Donald's on the front foot, drives on the up to Libby. Heard the shout of yep, yep, yep. And that's the end of the over. Donald will keep the strike. 28 gone. And it's 162 for 3.
Yeah, runs coming thick and fast in the last few overs. Must be a bit annoying for Joe Leach, a bowler. I mean, used to be a bit quicker. He's not so quick now, and the keeper's standing up. But when you start getting paddled like an off-spinner,
horrible, isn't it?
Must be really very, very annoying indeed. He's seen a lot of cricket, Joe Leach, and I don't think he's learned. There's much that he's got to learn, so he's used to it, I guess. But it can't be much fun. Pennington from the pavilion end bowls to Donald, who drives straight down the ground. That'll go all the way for 4. Libby's in pursuit, doesn't catch it. He's absolutely flying at the moment. And Aaron Donald off the back of 100, as we said, 58 now off 42. Anything that is not absolutely bang on the mark, he is going after. Timing it well, not trying too hard, just timing it nicely. He's a strong man, he's got fast hands, and he's finding gaps as well. Pennington in again now to him, bowls, oh, and there you go. And he gets lucky too, because he's been done by that one. Good bowling by Pennington. He's edged it. It probably would have been caught at slip, but there is no slip. And it's 4 more down to third man. Who'd be a bowler? 170 for 3. He does run it down, as I've said earlier, quite nicely, but I don't think he was trying to then. I think he was he might have been trying to run it down, but he didn't successfully run it down. He got an edge. It was a proper edge, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit full and straight to be playing that shot, really. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll have seen the replay.
Pennington in again, balls, and well, that's 6. That's hammered away. That's short of a length. There's, as I say, margin for error is non-existent at the moment when you're bowling to Donald. And there was an error from Pennington, short of a length. It wasn't that short, but he's on it so quickly. I hit it beautifully. And even though the rope's in 20 yards from the fence, it went halfway up the bank of seats at deep backward square leg. Donald on fire, 68 off 44 balls, 14 off the last 3, and a man on a mission. 176 for 3 in the 29th, so 21 after this, 21 after this, you've got to be looking at 350. Got to be looking at 350, I would have thought.
Certainly looking a lot healthier now. It's quite interesting. This might sound silly, but this is now for me, Anarian Donald at his most vulnerable, because he gets into this sort of groove. I spoke to him after the game last week when he got his 100, and I said, look, we've been waiting so long for an innings like this, and you play a lot of shots, blah blah blah. And I forget the phrase he used, but he basically said that in his head, there's this voice that says to him, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, and he wants to do it every ball, and he says he really has to fight it, to fight it hard and say, no, I can't do that. But and obviously sometimes this voice wins. 99-run partnerships.
I suppose there'd be a lot of cricketers who would recognise the inner voice, wouldn't they? The voice that you sometimes need to shut it up, and the skill of being able to shut that inner voice up is the difference, really. I think golfers talk about that as well, don't they? Here's Pennington with a ball that has been replaced, and this is cut by Donald, and it's 4 more. He didn't really get hold of that one, but it's run away to backward point. 2 fielders, Leach from third man and the substitute Pollock from cover point, converging on it, and it just trickled over the rope in between the 2 of them. So Donald has taken 18 off the last 4 deliveries.
100 partnership as well,
and the 100 partnership is up in rapid time. Taken just 12.5 overs. Pennington bowls just a single as Donald tucks that off his pads down to long leg. And the score goes on to 181 for 3, 19 off this over so far from Pennington.
Well, for me, this is a massive test of where Anarian Donald is now, because he can play whatever he wants to play at the moment, and he can hit it where he wants to. He's in that good form, but you just feel that this is the moment that he's more likely to get out more than any other.
Pennington, meanwhile, to Brown, who just pushes out on the offside, keeps the strike, goes through for a single as Rob Jones fields. Jones's throw hits the batsman as he goes running through for the single. And that is the end of the over. 20 runs coming from it. That was the 29th of the innings. 182 for 3. Brown nicely ticking along on 32 off 41, but all eyes on Anarian Donald, 73 off 46 deliveries, and the man of the moment. Worcestershire desperate to break this partnership.
Yeah, it's an Anarian Donald show at the moment. I'll tell you what, this might sound silly, but I'm actually glad Ben Brown got a single there, that last over. It just gives Anarian Donald a little bit more time just to calm down a little bit and have a think. It gives Ben Brown another opportunity to just have a chat with him between the overs, because as I say, Anarian Donald does get too carried away at times. 182 for 3 as Leach comes in and bowls. Oh, it's bounced. Ben Brown was trying to cut that, went way over the top edge, and Cox behind the wicket actually did well, even though he didn't take it cleanly. I don't think anybody would have expected him to take it cleanly. If you're watching the live picture video, just see this, just kick up short of a length. My word, that did bounce. A little wide of off stump.
Just bent his back, maybe.
Oh,
produced one from a few years ago.
Yeah, so he heard you.
Yeah.
And he said, no, I've still got it in me.
Still got
Watch.
It. Yeah.
32 years of age. Joe Leach done a lot of bowling over the years. Comes in again. And bowls, and a bit fuller this time. And Brown, lovely placement. Pass backward of point, opened the face of the bat, right out of the middle, 4 runs. Well, the momentum is certainly with Hampshire at the moment. 186 for 3 now. Frank's going to take a break. Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist, historian. I'm sure he'll add a title to that in a minute. 186 for 3. There's something else. He can be head of something else. Brown moves on to 36 or 43. I'll say this was a partnership that got Hampshire to pretty much nearly over the line against Kent as Brown pushes that to extra cover. And there is no run. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. They better stick with this partnership, haven't they?
Well, it's certainly looking very healthy. There was 69 for 1. There was 77 for 3 with Middleton and Prest out. Gubbins, Middleton and Prest, the 3 players that have scored the bulk of the runs for Hampshire. All out in a similar way to short deliveries pulling across the line. And you just thought at that point, 77 for 3 in the 16th, that Hampshire might have missed a trick. But they're back on track here as Brown just quietly nudges that away into the gap on the leg side and moves on to 37. They're the perfect foil for each other, these two. Brown more composed, and the man, of course, that's played more first-team cricket and the more experienced man. But Donald, the man that everybody can't keep their eyes off when he's in this mood.
I'm pleased for Ben Brown as well, because he's had a difficult time this season after terrific. I mean, he was our batter of the year last year.
Agreed.
And he struggled this year with the bat.
Yes.
And it's
one decent score, wasn't it? Second innings against Surrey at the Oval earlier on in the Championship. Brown, Donald's off the back foot, cracks that away through extra cover. I don't think that's going to be caught. It's not. Roderick's out there in the deep, trying desperately to get around in time, but the ball just seemed to gather pace. And there's no stopping an eye in Donald here at the moment. He's got a shot for virtually every ball that's bowled at him. He's 77 not out of 47 deliveries. And Hampshire move on to 191 for 3. And in the last half an hour or so, Hampshire slowly but surely building a commanding lead here. Worcestershire, I'm sure, will be a little concerned. I'm sure Jake Libby will, the captain, as Leach will. He certainly will be. As Donald drives down the ground but can't quite get it past mid-on. That'll be just a single. Kashi Valley quickly coming round from that mid-on position to behind the bowler. So that's 30 overs gone. And Hampshire at 192 for 3. 10 runs off that. There was 20 off the previous over. So Worcestershire have got to find something here, Dave.
People have said in recent years, haven't they, that if you've got wickets in hand, you can probably double the 30 over score. I'm not sure that I'm convinced about it, but if you were to do that and double the 30 over score to see what the total will be like at 50 overs, then it would be, I think they've taken the score off the board at the minute, I think it would be 384, which would be fairly massive. Now, I'm not convinced that that will be the score, but Worcestershire desperately need wickets here, and Hampshire need to keep pushing on. It's, Baker's come back at the pavilion end, but he's slashed away out on the offside towards extra cover, and they're coming back for a third run, which they run very well. They get in easily enough. The current partnership, I think, is now up to, it said 115 on the board for a moment there, but I think it's 118 now. Yes, it is 118. And Baker with his slow left arm coming in and bowling again, and that's nudged on the leg side. And Donald just cautiously yells at Ben Brown to change his mind about a scampered single there. Ben Brown on 37, Donald on 81 now at 81 at a run rate of 165. Brown this time plays it out square on the offside, goes to the man out on the cover boundary, and they take an easy enough single. 196 for 3. Still some batting to come as well. Toby Albo, who's a specialist batsman, is probably next, but Liam Dawson is in the side. And here's Baker again, bowls, and Donald. That I was describing that on the Isle of Wight the other day. The kind of modern, quick hands through the shot, driven out to long off for a single. So 197 for 3 in the 31st over. Closing in on the 200 score, and that's pushed to cover, no run. Baker just keeps that a bit tidy there. Second dot ball of the over, 5 gone and 1 ball to go. 5 scored rather than 1 ball to go. And dear me. Baker, I have to say, deserved a wicket there. Ben Brown came down the pitch. His opposite number, Cox, is standing up. And we're just having a look at the replay here. It goes down the... Actually, I think it might just have hit the pad as it was going leg side-ish and held up. But Cox couldn't gather it and stumped back Brown, which I think he might feel he should have done. An opportunity. I'm not sure what Kevin thinks about that. Do you think it just hit the pad and
straightened the fraction
down?
Yeah, might have done a bit of both, but even so, I mean, that's not a difficult take, is it?
It's not.
It's over the top of the stumps.
Cox just beat his gloves afterwards, which was clearly an admission that he recognised that he should have. Very grateful to the lady whose name I haven't got next to me now for updating us about Dutch pronunciations. I'm not an expert in Dutch pronunciations, but this delights me because I came off just as it all happened. But I can tell you, as Kevin is going to describe an over from Van Beek.
Yep. B-E-E-K, apparently in the Netherlands, it's Beek. Here he is. 6 overs, 1 for 37. Comes in, runs away from us and bowls. Donald drives into it's in the air, through extra cover, not timed. And that's it'll be 2 more. Testing Gareth Roderick out there again in the deep. Away to our left towards the tunnel. 199 for 3, Hampshire having been 77 for 3 in the 16th. And here we are in the 32nd. Now I think Van Beek will test Donald again on the short ball. He did it, didn't he?
Yeah.
2 or 3 times. And did actually get Tom Prest out with a short delivery. Prest pulling it away, just looped up to mid-wicket. But I'm sure he'll do the same here to Donald or Brown. Depends on who he's bowling to. Donald hits that good length ball out to point, and there is no run.
I was disappointed, Kevin, that I wasn't on when they changed the bowlings, because I would like to have said it's a moment of bake off.
Dave. Have you been waiting for that one?
Yeah, I've been waiting. Yeah. Just didn't get the chance.
No, well, you've got it in anyway, Dave.
Got it in.
But he's still bowling. To his 7th over here, right arm over and bowls. Donald drives. That's a good stop at point. Throw comes in at the bowler's end. Brown wasn't too far down. But even so, that's a good stop. I think that's Rob Jones. Yes, it is Rob Jones there, the Lancashire man who's on loan until his full contract kicks in, start of next year. 3-year deal he's secured himself at New Road from Lancashire. Donald on 84 faces Van Beek again. Pulled away, high over mid-on, that's going all the way. 6 runs. Signalled by the umpire. That was a flat bat pull shot. Gone on it really early. He was expecting it. He was waiting for it. And that's the 200 up for Hampshire. It's come up in the 32nd over. And they are looking in a very good position here. Having been 77 for 3 in the 16th when Prest went. 205 for 3 it is now. Donald moves on to 90 from 54 deliveries. And has added his 3rd 6 to his innings, and Donald, well, a little defensive shot there. What's going on? Haven't seen one of those for a while. Even a dot ball has been sort of pushed into the gap. I can hear Dave in my ears calculating something away. No, it's all right. No, I can hear you're working something away, which sounds tremendous when it comes out, because there's been a lot of calculation gone into that, Dave, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Right, you can unleash that in a minute if it's relevant. Donald on the back foot cracks that out into the covers. Now, are they going to take the throw on from Roderick? They do. Comfortable too as well. And Donald moves on to 92. Wonderful entertainment on this bank holiday weekend. And I think most of this crowd here didn't expect to be here today. They were expecting this game on the Friday. They were told late on that no, Worcestershire would play New Zealand at New Road, so this will have to be the Sunday. There was a few moans and groans on the island because a lot of people had plans, including me and Dave.
Including us.
We're here anyway.
Yeah.
And well, watching an Iron Donald, it seems like it doesn't matter. 32 overs gone, 207 for 3. What's that calculation?
No, I can't tell you yet because it'll
right.
be a curse of the commentator. It's imminent.
Oh.
And it slightly involves you.
Oh.
So that'll get people excited, won't it? Here we are with a new over, and slow left arm from the pavilion end by Mr. Baker, and it's driven straight back to him by Ben Brown. He's on 38, not out. 207 for 3. Baker bowls again. Brown pushes it just out on the offside, and Point runs around, picks it up, right-handed, has a throw at the stumps. Baker, as is the modern way, stands in front of the stumps and prevents it from hitting, actually, because Ben Brown is back safely. So 208 for 3. Run rate up to 6.4 now. And here's Brown again. Donald down. Now, that's way up in the air, and it's going to plug between two men. It was a mistimed shot, and the man at long off was rushing in. The man at cover was rushing round. They didn't manage to get there. Would have ruined my calculation. They take a single. Donald goes on to 93, and it would be silly of him to hold out now, really. As Baker comes in and bowls again, and Brown nudges that very nicely round the corner. It's fielded within the circle I quite like this fielding position, really, in white ball cricket. Short, long leg. And they move round for Donald. They bring an extra man round to short, long leg, and short, long leg goes to backward square leg. Donald tries to chop that down on the offside, and it was probably not that far away.
Just said he's most vulnerable at the moment, Dave.
Yes. It's a couple of shots in this over where he could just have blown it, really. And as I say, my calculation is imminent, and he plays another horrid shot there. I think that might well be a leg by. It isn't. He must have got an under edge to that. So he will move on to 93, and I think the score is 211 for 3. So I can reveal all, and it's the end of the over, so that's quite useful. Well, at this point, these two have now equalled Hampshire's highest fourth wicket partnership ever for Hampshire against Worcestershire, which they did previously. Chris Smith and Robert Smith at Portsmouth in 1985.
List A.
134 is the partnership, and the connection with Kevin is that he played, but they were going so well that he didn't bat.
Good. Here's Van Beek bowls, and Donald's forward. That's more like it. I'd like to see a shot like that out into covers.
However, Hampshire won by 10 runs, not least because our opening bowler not only dismissed Deepak Patel, but bowled a very good 8 overs, 1 for 20.
Oh.
And that was you.
Oh, gosh.
8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20.
Deepak Patel went on to play for New Zealand.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah. So there you are. You sat in the pavilion for the whole of our innings.
I bet I was ready. Here's Van Beek bowls. Donald gets an inside edge, goes down to fine leg. This is Donald, the other side of Anarin Donald, who at the moment just looks like he's going to get out every ball. It's amazing how he changes very quickly from looking invincible to looking very frail.
There was a little bit of applause there, which might be that there are people in the crowd who've realised that they've now broken the record. I'm not sure about that.
There we are, Dave. Thank you very much. So that record stood, what year?
Since 1985. Your first year at Hampshire.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. The Smith brothers both got 60s.
So a new record for the fourth wicket as Brown drives out into the covers. It's looking the more solid of these two, as we would always have expected.
Yes.
41 he moves on to. 213 for 3 in the 34th. Now, this is the thing, but it's not a Anarin Donald, but you know, most players would look up and say, well, I'll just make sure I get my 100, and then I'll have a little dart and a little blast and that sort of thing. Well, Anarin Donald still plays the same way, whether he's in the 90s or 20s or 10s or even when he's not yet even off the mark. Here's Van Beek, bowls to Donald, length ball, gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side.
I remember Neville Rogers, who, I don't know whether you would have known Neville when he...
I knew him, but not as a player, as an ex-player.
No, I mean, I didn't see him as a player because he finished in 55, but he was... Arlott always said he was terribly unlucky not to play for England because he was at a club where he had to bat for Hampshire because they didn't have a lot of batting, if he'd been at a stronger club, he might want to play for England. But he's a very fine post-war batter for Hampshire.
Van Beek bowls, Donald pulls that away. That's going over the rope, just, or is it? Yeah, just on the leg side, and there's his 100. 200s in 2 consecutive matches for Aneurin Donald. Gets a huge hug from Ben Brown. The crowd around this ground, most of them have stood up applauding Aneurin Donald. Wonderful bank holiday entertainment. And that 100 has come off 63 deliveries. We waited 46 games for Aneurin Donald to pick up a List A 100, and he's done it in 2 consecutive matches. Fantastic innings, 219 for 3, 101 not out Donald. Here's Van Beek. Donald gets a length ball, plays it back, and Van Beek dives on the ball. And that's the end of the over. Van Beek, 8 overs, 1 for 55. Hampshire 219 for 3, Donald 101, Brown 41. Sorry, Dave.
No, it's fine. That was terrific, and no reason for me to go on rabbiting while we were enjoying that. Well played, Aneurin Donald. And in a sense, the story loses some of its relevance now. When Neville Rogers came into the side in 1946, he'd had to wait. He came onto the staff in 1939. Wasn't allowed to play then because he was qualifying by residence. Had to wait until 1946, so he had to wait 7 years while he was in the army to make his debut. And then he came into the side in 46 as Baker comes in and bowls, and that's just lightly swept backward of square on the leg side, and they take a single. And I can't remember exactly, but 3 or 4 times maybe he got into the 90s and got out, and on one occasion he got out because he was batting with the last man and had a go and gave it away. Baker comes in and bowls, and Donald is down the pitch there. It's false shot, but Brown urges him through as it goes backward to square on the leg side, and he was walking off having got out, probably last man, I can't remember, he didn't open the batting in those days, but probably last man out. As he was walking off, the umpire got hold of him. The umpires, as they are today, always old professional players who kind of knew the business of being a pro, and he sort of said, "Young man, come here, what do you think you were doing there?" And Baker comes in and bowls, and that's a flat, quicker ball. It's slashed out to the cover boundary, and they take another single. And Neville Rogers says something like, "Well, I thought I had to get on with it because the last man was in the so on," and the umpire just said, "In those circumstances, lad, you pay for yourself and get 100. Yeah. Wise old pro. Baker bowls, and that's slashed away again on the offside, but there's terrific, I was going to say no chance, but that's a terrific diving stop there. In circumstances where you would think Worcester's heads might be just dropping slightly, but not at all. Really, really well fielded out there. Two runs, and Pat Brown, two runs, not 4. Well fielded. 224 for 3. And this time, it certainly is crossing the boundary with no effort whatsoever. Donald goes on to 108, and now has his highest list score ever, because he made 106 on the Isle of Wight. And the partnership now is 151, for which you can hear generous applause, and Brown has scored 39 of those, and Donald has scored 108. Well, obviously he's 108 not out, and he came in when the partnership began. 108 out of 151 for the partnership. And he's just good value. I saw his debut, you know. I don't know whether you were there that day, 2014. Down at Cardiff. Next ball comes in, slashed away on the offside, man out there having to, and actually you're not going to get there. This time I thought he was going to get there, and he didn't. Had to dive backward a square, and he just slaps the advertising hoarding. I think is slightly disappointed that he didn't, but Donald goes on to 112. End of the over, 232 for 3. Aneurin Donald made his debut against Hampshire right at the end of the 2014 season in a game at Cardiff that we clinched promotion from the second division, and he made his debut, and in the second innings we were running through them and winning easily, and he made a 50, and people were really impressed with this young man who'd come in
was it?
And done. Yeah, I thought you would have been, because it was that.
But I don't remember his innings. Yeah. I didn't know that was his debut. But
so he made an impression. Of course, sometime not long after that, he made a double 100 in was it record quick time? It was certainly very quick time. He made a double 100 for Glamorgan, and I think people thought very highly of him. And he's come here and he has played over the years some terrific innings, had patches where he's seemed to have lost form a bit, and had 2 years of really awful problems with injury. So it's good to see him.
Certainly is.
Doing
He's
well.
112 off 68. This partnership is now worth 155, and that's come off 118 balls. And here's Joe Leach with his right arm medium paces. Bowls to Brown, just dabs that down to third. Brown is playing the perfect second fiddle here for Anarian Donald, giving him the strike at every opportunity. And this crowd here, and us, maybe not Frank, but certainly me and Dave, just standing back and just admiring this stroke plate from Anarian Donald, who has hit 13 boundaries and, has hit 13 fours and 4 sixes in his innings to date. He's 100 coming off 63 balls, I think it was. As in comes Leach, bowls to Donald. And where's he going to do with this? So he's gone for a sweep shot as well. That was full and straight on the stumps. He had to get a bat on that as it goes down to fine. And it's 234 for 3, and Donald moves on to 113. I have to say Worcestershire, and I don't blame them, do look a little flat out there. I think they felt that they had Hampshire in they were not in control, but they felt they were okay when they were 77 for 3 in the 16th. But this partnership has certainly changed the complete outlook. As Brown works that ball from straight to mid-wicket, not picked up cleanly by Azhar Ali. Might have had a chance to throw in at the stumps if he had done. And Anarian Donald on 113. Well, I said a little while ago he's looked at his most vulnerable, David. What are you looking up now, Dave?
Oh, I'm looking up more record partnerships, but got a while to go.
Oh, that's right. Well, if Donald reaches the next milestone, this really will be some sort of, it's been a hell of a knock now. Here's Leach. It's got a little darker ahead, as gives himself some room. He's
wide.
thrown that wide, and that will be a wide. And Cox behind the stumps has done well there to get a glove on that. I think at the last moment, Leach just saw Donald give himself some room outside the leg stump, so he thought he'd go wider, but he went too wide. And it's 236 for 3 in the 36th. Just a reminder, if you're listening to us on BBC 5 Sports Extra, that at 1:45, you'll be taken to the Formula 1 Grand Prix live commentary. Stay with this game on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and app. That's full on leg stump and swiveled around down to fine by Donald. Leach is trying to work out where to bowl to Anarian Donald here to keep him quiet at the very least. Donald moves on to 114, 237 for 3.
Well, I just checked up the highest innings ever played in List A for Hampshire against Worcestershire, and it was another game that you played in.
But it wasn't me that hit it. That's a guarantee.
You're quite right.
It would not have been me. I just stood back and admired in the dressing room like I normally do with all the good players. That's another single, wide of off stump, and Brown dabs that down to third. 238 for 3.
Oh. Well, you were not out naught, I have to say so. But
I don't think that's won any medals.
This was a second round game in '96, but we won the game. Kevin James, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 42.
Now that was at New Road.
Yes, it was.
And I think it included the wickets of Graham Hick, if I can think off the top of my head.
Yeah. Tim Curtis.
I remember that one as well, yeah. Here's Leach bowls. Bit gloomy here. Low full toss, smashed past Leach, but not past Libby, who throws at the bowler's end. And that'll be a single. Donald moves on to 115.
I'm a bit disappointed actually by one of them, because it's MJ Church, and I thought, that's not churchy, is it? But it is. But it isn't. It's I don't know about MJ Church, I must admit. But yeah, you got Graham Hick, you did. And Phil Newport.
Oh yeah.
The ex-Portsmouth Polytechnic student.
Yeah, good bowler he was.
So there we are. That wasn't a bad little effort, Kevin.
No, thank you. I remember that game. Was it a quarter-final or something?
It was no, it was only the second round.
Just a second round,
96, yeah.
So I'm building it up too much already.
That's all right. 60 over game. Matt.
Donald's gone for a slog sweep there outside off stump.
I do beg your pardon. I should be commentating, shouldn't I, instead of rabbiting about
Baker the bowler.
It's the problem with being a historian. You see, you suddenly find yourself living in the past. Here's Baker. Next ball comes in, and Oh, and that's the end of an Iron Donald. It's caught in exactly the same place that Nick Gubbins was caught, but because an Iron Donald is a right-handed batter, it was caught at cover. He slashes it to the man at cover, and he has caught Van Beek, bowled Baker. There's almost certainly something clever I can make about that in a minute. Caught Van Beek, bowled Baker, 115. Listen to that applause.
Well, I think we've all forgotten, Dave, that we had plans for this bank holiday because I'm sure most people here wouldn't have wanted to miss that.
No, that was terrific. And 239 for 4. He came in 162, I think. So he scored 2/3 of the runs, I suppose, something like that, hasn't he? Really, really good. And I thought it might be Toby Albert next, but it's Liam Dawson. I had looked up Hampshire's highest fourth wicket partnership in any List A game, which they didn't get to, and I'm glad I didn't announce it because I would have been blamed for curse of the commentator. But had they passed it, the man who's just come in, Liam Dawson, would have been one of the men who lost the record, because it was Liam Dawson and James Vince who held the record at that point. So Baker, I think, possibly deserves that wicket. 6 overs and 2 balls, 1 for 45, and he's to bowl at fellow slow left armour Liam Dawson. The man at long on just comes in inside the circle, put a bit more pressure on, and Dawson is forward, carefully pushes it out. Liam Dawson, of course, has come back from the 100, where, to be honest, he had some success as a bowler. He didn't have much success with the bat. 30 runs at 7.5, which suggests to me he was out 4 times.
Well, his high score was 24.
Okay, so the others weren't good. Right. That's just pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. Baker again, Buzz, and that's pushed up to very short mid-wicket. Again, no run. So he's just seeing himself in, taking his time, and Baker is on with this ball for a wicket maiden. Yes, he's got a wicket maiden. He slashes that ball to short third man, and Joe Leach fields it carefully. So a wicket maiden for Baker. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45, and something for Worcestershire to cheer. Well bowled, Mr. Baker.
So 13 4s and 4 6s for an Iron Donald's innings of 115, and that partnership with Ben Brown for the 4th wicket was worth 162. And it's worth noting that when Hampshire were chasing Kent's 3-2-5 last week on the Isle of Wight, these two put on 139, or those two put on 139 for the 3rd. They all moved up one in the batting order on that particular day. So 2 big partnerships between Brown and Iron Donald in consecutive 50-over games. Ben Brown is still out there, just nudges Leach out behind square on the offside, and he moves on to 47, does the Hampshire wicket-keeper. 240 for 4. Well, I think things will just quieten down a little bit now, however well Brown and Dawson play, and the others, between now and the end. Last couple of overs, if they've still got wickets in hand, might be a flurry of runs, but I think it's going to be a bit more measured.
Yes.
For the moment, when we get our breath back from that quite brilliant innings from Iron Donald, consecutive hundreds in this competition as Leach bowls and Dawson pushes that quietly out on the onside.
Dawson in at 6, but then there is still Albert, Barker and Holland, and actually Mason Crane, who I guess will bat 10, has showed himself capable of getting runs. He's played 3 games in this competition this season, scored 31, 2 and 12 not out. He's a much better batter than when his career began.
Took a bow, didn't he, when he hit the winning run?
Yes, he did.
Which I've never seen before from a batter. Dawson can't find an angle as he pushes out towards extra cover. The interesting tweet here from Mark Mitchener, who we both know.
Hello, Mark.
At the BBC. At Solent Sport, he's tweeted. He says, This is Liam Dawson. You mentioned this, I think, before we started the game. This is Liam Dawson's first list day game for Hampshire since May 2019.
Yeah.
One-day cup semi-final against Lancashire. That was the last time he played. That was here, I remember that. Only 50-over games since then are 3 one-day internationals for England, and that was against Australia back in 2022. Thank you, Mark, for that. As Dawson bowls, Leach bowls, Dawson hits that out into the covers, and it's a bit like the Hampshire openers in the first 2 or 3 overs of the game. Can't find a gap at all.
And of course, that business with Liam Dawson is that he did indeed play in that semi-final against Lancashire, which was here, and we won it, and we went to the final. And the problem was that Dawson and Vince were both brought into the England World Cup squad and were not allowed to play in the final.
Right, I remember. Leach runs away from us. He's into his final 2 balls of the game as Dawson again can't find the angle as it goes to backward a point. Well, it's all got very quiet all of a sudden, as we knew it would once Anarin Donald made his way back to the pavilion.
Clouds are moving quite quickly and there's more blue sky.
Yeah.
It's not warm, I have to say. It is a bit autumnal, really. You're bravely standing there with the shirt. Mind you, you're only a young man, so...
Well, no, I'm regretting just being in a shirt, but at the moment I'll just have to grin and bear it. As Leach bowls, Dawson gets wrapped on the pad, missed out there, just needed a little flick on the leg side. And that is just 1 run off that over. So since Anarin Donald's departure, 1 run has been scored off 2 overs, 38 gone. And Hampshire are 240 for 4, and well, we were talking. Donald was out there, that a score in excess of 300, and all of a sudden, just feels as though 300 might be a little bit more difficult in achieving.
I think I'd back them to get 300, but that thing we were talking about, doubling it at 30, I'm not convinced by it, and I don't think they're going to do it here. As Brown bowls the first ball of the next over, and the other Brown nudges it backward of square. There's a man inside the circle who just runs around, picks it up. They take a single, and the score goes on to 2-4-1 for 4 in the 39th, and Ben Brown on 48. Liam Dawson yet to score, and this time he gets off the mark, and there's
always somebody in the crowd.
Ironic cheer. It's a bit cheeky, really. But it was his 10th ball, so I suppose if you've been spoiled by Anarin Donald, you want people to get on. Liam Dawson is perfectly capable of getting on with it. Ben Brown just doing up a shoelace here. It's 242 for 4, and Frank is alongside me, ready to take on. Kevin is actually just doing an update, so I'll just keep going for a while here. Brown comes in and bowls, and that's played away by the other Brown on the offside. He goes up to 49, so he's poised to reach his half century, and the score to 243 for 4. Brown comes round to bowl the 4th ball of his 8th over, and I reckon that was about a foot short of being 4 runs, as Liam Dawson decides he's going to get on with things now, and he smashes it over to cow corner. A perfectly decent looking shot, really. It wasn't a hoik by any means, but just slightly short of a 6. There is a man fielding out there, but he's rather square to pick up that particular ball, and that didn't happen. So Brown in again, bowls, and Dawson this time plays it very nicely out through cover. It comes through for 1 run, so 248 for 4, and Ben Brown on strike on 49 not out. Played a very responsible innings. He's in his 62nd ball there, and he just plays that on the offside, and it's fielded inside the circle, so he's not going to get the 100 there, and Kevin is going to... Right, I'm coming off.
Dave, yeah. 39 gone, 11 to go here. Thank you, Dave. I just need to stay on just for a little while, because if you're listening to us on BBC 5 Extra, then in just under 15 minutes time, Sports Extra are going to take you to the Formula One Grand Prix. But you can stay with us on the BBC Sport website and app, and also if you can watch the live pictures via the Hampshire Cricket website, and also the free to download app. So as we watch Pat Brown coming back into the attack, we also welcome back Frank Watson.
Good afternoon everybody. Yep, Pat Brown back into the attack. Worcestershire finally breaking that crucial partnership, but Dawson has started well, and he gets a single here, running this one down to third man, and gives the strike to Ben Brown, who's on 49. Played a perfect second fiddle to an Aaron Donald, who played so well for his second list day 100 in the space of a few days. Brilliant ball striking from Donald. There's Brown again in, bowls, and this is cut by Brown. That'll be his 50. Warmly applauded. You can hear the applause for that coming in from the Hampshire faithful. 63 balls, 3 fours. As I say, second fiddle to Donald, but probably looking now to take the lead in this partnership. 250 is also up for Hampshire. Perfect platform for a really big score. Probably looking for another 100, I would have thought, in the remainder of this innings. Brown runs away from us, number 38 on his back, bowls to Dawson, who just steers this one out square on the offside for a single. So Donald going after that partnership of 162 for the 4th wicket, and he faced just 73 balls for that brilliant 115. 13 fours and 4 sixes. Hardly a full shot. He was dropped on 46 as Brown bowls a slower ball, which deceives the other Brown, Ben, who cuts at it but doesn't really time it, and Ed Pollock, the 12th man, fields at cover point. So it's going to be something well in excess of 300, but looks a good surface. Plenty of batting in the Worcestershire lineup, and whereas 20 years ago you would have looked at that and thought no chance, these days you think, yeah, why not? Brown in, bowls, and Ben Brown walks across his stumps and clips a ball from about off stump behind square on the leg side. Clever batting, but even so he only gets a single because man out on the square leg boundary is quickly round to his right. So Ben Brown goes to 51, Hampshire to 252 for 4, just singles so far off this over. 1 ball left. Pat Brown be very keen to try and get out of the over without conceding a boundary. He's in now, and he doesn't do so because he's banged it in short, and he's been pulled away for 4. So Pat Brown unable to get out of the over, and the boundary comes off the last ball. 256 for 4, 8 off the over. In the end it was a good over until that last delivery. So 8 off the last 2 overs, following a little good spell because Baker bowled a wicket maiden when he got Donald, and only 1 came off the following over. So it's 256 for 4 with 10 overs left. I reckon they'll get another 100, but I will just say I think Josh Baker deserved that wicket when he got Donald, because he kept his nerve, he kept bowling it in the right areas, and he'd had a bit of bad luck before.
Here he is now, just flighted, and that's a little paddle sweep there from Ben Brown, which I think actually came off the bottom of the bat rather than somewhere out the face of it. Ben Brown just looked at the bat actually as he made his ground at the far end, and he moves on to 52. He was misstumped on 38 to the man bowling now. 20-year-old Josh Baker, who's into his 9th over. 257 for 4 then. We're into the 41st here at the Ageas Bowl as Baker comes in from the pavilion end. Dawson makes room, cuts it straight to point. And there is no run. That's... who's that? That's Rob Jones. Azhar Ali. It is Rob Azhar Ali. Pakistan international player as he's found the gap this time, backward a point. And this is going to run away from Leach. And that's going over the rope for 4. Dawson is just starting to find his stride. Took 9 or 10 balls to get off the mark. Now he's looking as though he's in a bit more in one-day mode. He moves on to 16 off 17, and it's 261 for 4. As Leach makes his way back up to the 30-yard circle. Baker bowls flatter this time. Dawson's trying to find the angle. It goes again behind square. This time Azhar Ali comes around in front of Leach to field. Dawson moves on to 17, and it's 262 for 4. Gabbins made 15, Middleton 41, Press 16, and Nyrin Donald 115. Those are the men back in the pavilion as there's a little paddle sweep there from Ben Brown. It's going very fine. It's running down towards the boundary. It will be picked up. They run 2. Brown was looking for 3. Couldn't quite get there as Kashif Ali comes round from backward of square leg. And Brown moves on to 54. Consecutive half centuries for him in this competition. Earlier we saw consecutive centuries from Nyrin Donald. As Baker comes in again and bowls round the wicket. There's a reverse sweep this time, and Azhar Ali, who premeditated that, has to change step, and he runs back towards the boundary. They're coming back for 3. Good running. Very good running indeed. Not a bad over in the end. 267 for 4. 11 runs off it.
Yeah, 11 runs off it, and I thought it was quite a good over, really.
Yes.
I think Josh Baker is probably the least flattered of the bowlers by his figures today, and I know I keep saying that, but he will look at that. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 64, and yet he's actually bowled pretty well. I think had a stumping missed, hasn't bowled anything really short, hasn't bowled any full tosses that I can remember, but they've milked him and they've occasionally really got stuck in as well, Donald in particular. Pat Brown from our commentary end bowls, and this one is just driven out into the covers for a single by Ben Brown. He goes to 58 off 69 deliveries. 268 for 4. I reckon we'll see them going at about, I don't know, 8, 10 and over for the next 5, and then we might see something really big in the last few overs as they go for a real big launch, looking for 350 plus. Here's Pat Brown. Bowls clipped away off his pads by Dawson. Just picks up a single, and Van Beek coming in to do the fielding. Dawson goes to 18, 269 for 4. I don't think Worcestershire have been that bad, really.
No.
Don't think they've been that bad. Missed a couple of chances. Big one, I suppose, that one. Baker, sort of half chance, really. Hammered to him at extra cover, diving away to his left when Donald had 46. Pat Brown in bowls. Again, just worked away on the onside by Ben Brown. No run. Good tumbling stop by Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. But they haven't really been sloppy in the field. Been a little bit of loose bowling. They started really well, but when a player comes in and plays like Nyrin Donald did today, then there's not a huge amount you can do. I occasionally get accused, Kevin, as maybe you do, of not being hard enough, not being critical enough of the Worcestershire cricket. Sometimes people say, oh, you know, you don't say when they play really bad shots, and you don't say when they bowl really badly. I'll just break off as Brown comes in again and bowls. That's a bad ball down the leg side, a wide, gathered by Cox. And And I always say, well, I just say it as I see it, as much as I possibly can. But I honestly would say today that they could end up chasing 350, but they haven't really bowled that badly, I don't think. There's been some great ball striking. There were some loose overs, I think, early on and just towards the end of the opening spells from Leach and Pennington, but nothing too dreadful. Brown again bowls. This one tickled off his pads down to deep backward square. Really good piece of fielding by Rob Jones, picking the ball up on the run and keeping them to a single. Not Rob Jones, actually. I think it's Logan Van Beek, actually. But good fielding. So we've had a missed stumping and a dropped catch, but that's about all, really.
Just going to interrupt you there,
Yeah.
Frank, because important announcement coming up. If you're listening on 5 Sports Extra, just watch this ball as Brown bowls. It's full. It's worked away on the leg side. So Hampshire here are 272 for 4. Now, if you're listening on 5 Sports Extra and want to continue hearing us, head to the BBC Sport website and app. But right now, I can hand you on 5 Sports Extra to the Formula 1 Dutch Grand Prix. And as well as on Sports Extra, of course, we're on the live picture feed. On the BBC Sport website. We're also on the live picture feed going via the Hampshire Cricket website and app. Sorry, Frank.
No problem. Beautifully done.
Thank you.
Pat Brown. In the sunshine, the weather's cleared quite considerably. Still a bit chilly up here in our exposed commentary position as Brown is in and bowls. And a rare dot ball as he manages to hit Ben Brown on the pad, and the ball runs back up the pitch to the bowler. That's good over from Pat Brown, just 5 runs coming from it at this stage. That's good going. 272 for 4 of 42 overs. The men out, if you are just joining us, Gubbins for 15. That was 49 for 1, 69 for 2 when Fletcher Middleton was out for an attractive 41. Tom Press made 16. That was 77 for 3 when he was out. But then the partnership of the day so far, 162 for the 4th wicket between Anira and Donald and Ben Brown before Donald was out for a brilliant 115. Hit 13 4s and 4 6s and faced just 73 balls. And this is the man who got him out, Josh Baker.
To start his 10th and last over of the game. Left arm spin round the wicket, bowls, and he's got into a tangle. In fact, he's out. Liam Dawson just trying to work that ball down on the offside, and it's too close to him. And it may just have been a bottom edge onto the stumps, but that was a very straight delivery. And Baker picks up Dawson for 19. Oh yeah, that's very... If you're watching on the live picture feed, that's far too close to be working that out behind square. 21 balls for Dawson's 19, with Hampshire 272 for 5 now.
Yeah, well bowled, Baker again, I think. Given that I was saying his figures didn't flatter him, it's nice that he can pick up a wicket in his last over, and those figures look a little bit better. And I guess, although I'll never know unless I ask him, that if you get out a fellow left arm spinner, there's always a little bit of extra satisfaction from it, probably, and especially feeling that he might just have done him a little bit with the line, really. And he's picked up his 2nd wicket. And Toby Albert is the new batsman coming out to the crease. Tall right-hander. I always think they look a little bit odd when they wear the black shoes. Kashif wears black shoes for Worcestershire, and with the black kit, I always think it looks a little bit, I don't know, just a little odd. And now we've got Toby Albert coming out in the blue kit with blue shoes to go with his yellow pads. All very colour coordinated. 272 for 5.
Do you think they're suede shoes? Blue suede shoes? I don't know.
Shoes. Could be. We'll have to see what his footwork's like. See if he's dancing. Baker bowls, and he works this away on the onside to Azhar Ali. Well, Baker got a wicket earlier and bowled a wicket maiden amidst all the mayhem. Be hoping he can do the same here today. This afternoon he bowls this one. 3 dot balls so far, as this one is played back up the pitch by Toby Albert, and there's no run. So 2 for 64 then, Baker. He's in again now, bowls, and it might be 3 for 64. It's a big shout for LBW as Albert goes back, but umpire not upholding the appeal. Might have got a little edge on it, not sure. But good bowling again from Baker. So 2 balls left in his spell. He will be the first of the Worcestershire bowlers to complete a full complement of 10. And this one is again worked away to mid-wicket, and Albert has run himself out, clipped it away to mid-wicket. Azhar Ali, the fielder. Albert setting off for a non-existent single, and Azhar Ali's throw into Ben Cox's gloves, and Toby Albert runs himself out by half a pitch, really. Just a little bit of, well, I don't know, nervousness, inexperience, call it what you like. But the 6th wicket is down. Azhar Ali with a smart bit of fielding, and well, he just lost his head a bit there, Toby Albert, I think, Dave.
Yeah, I think he did. It's very odd, really. I mean, there never was a run there. It was almost as if he'd come in with too many instructions in his head, perhaps, in this context. And yeah, just trying to get on with it at a point where he could have taken the leaf out of Liam Dawson's, but Liam Dawson took, I think it was 10 balls to get off the mark, and then suddenly bang, 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 and you know, got 19 quite quickly. But that very wasteful. And this is an interesting situation, really, because I can't remember the precise score at 30 overs, but
192 for 3.
I was going to say it was 192. So they've scored 80 in
12 and a half.
Yeah, since then, which is not actually, when you think they only had 3 wickets down, it's not actually as many as they might have done. I think Worcestershire have done quite well. Just to keep it under control. They're going to have to chase 300, but I'm not sure they're going to have to chase a lot more than 300 unless one of these 2 guys, or maybe Keith Barker, does something special.
Baker to complete his stint, and he does it with a 2nd wicket maiden in a spell of 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 64. One of the leading wicket takers in the competition, and I think given the circumstances and the way that he was attacked earlier on by an Aaron Donald, that's a pretty good effort from young 20-year-old Josh Baker.
I think he did. I think he did very well. Almost a double wicket maiden. The other one was a run out, of course, but yeah, I think he did very well indeed. So there we are, 272 for 6 with 7 overs to go, and they're scoring at 6.3. They'll probably up that, but if they don't, then Worcester are going to be chasing about 320, which is not impossible in these modern days. It would have almost certainly been impossible when they reached their first ever Gillette Cup final in 1963. First ball of the new over is slashed away on the offside, and they're going to take 2, coming back very quickly for the 2nd run, and Brown makes it, goes up to 61. Of course, in 1963, when you played that first Cup final, 65 overs a side.
Yeah.
But neither side in the final got anywhere close to 200.
No.
Sussex won it, I can't remember, about 15 runs or something. But next ball of the over is in, and again it's just played out on the offside. Very risky run there. I think probably he was gone if the man at Gully had hit the stumps, but he didn't. Was backed up okay, but got through for that single, and that just suggests that that's the way Hampshire are going to play it over the next few overs, although they've got 6 down. They don't want 1 or 2 daft run-outs with 5 overs to go and suddenly find they're running out of balls from which they can score runs. But Pennington again, ready? No, he's not. Well, he's ready, but Ian Holland, who's just faced the 1 ball so far, isn't yet to get off the mark, and actually hasn't scored runs in this competition to any great extent. That's played out on the leg side backward of square. No, it isn't. No, it's a square. It's a leg by. Yeah, Ian Holland has is easily Hampshire's most effective bowler in this season, both in terms of economy and wicket taking. But oddly, for a man who's often opened the batting for Hampshire in the county championship, he's hardly scored any runs. He's been coming in at this kind of position and this number. But Pennington bowls to Brown. Brown whips it off his hip. He plays that shot regularly, and it's a really, really well played shot. That backward of square on the leg side. It goes to the boundary for 4. It's almost a kind of I was going to say a mini version of a shot that Gordon Greenwich played very frequently, and mini also in the fact that Ben Brown is smaller, but he just stands almost on his back foot and whips it round off his hip, and he's scored quite a few runs like that today. I was listening to you, Frank, talking earlier about how you felt that Worcester had bowled pretty well despite the score, and Pennington bowls, and that's a similar shot, but it's got way back over his head, way back over the head of wicketkeeper Cox, and Cox actually scurries round furiously, picks the ball up in the air and has caught Ben Brown, and so Brown caught Cox, bowled Pennington 66. Good catch in the end, because he had to run back looking at it over his shoulder. And Ben Brown, by the time the ball had come down, Ben Brown had completed a single, and then just hits his bat in frustration, disappointed with himself there. So again, Hampshire just losing a wicket at what I think is an important wicket in terms of having a set batter. They've now got 2 men at the crease who've got naught. Well deserved applause here for Ben Brown. He's played very well.
Yeah,
but Hampshire
66 off 76 balls.
Yeah, but Hampshire now have 2 men on naught, and with just 4 overs to go, not a lot of time to get themselves in. Keith Barker coming in, another man who's very capable of scoring runs and has done very well for Hampshire in all kinds of contexts, particularly perhaps in the championship, getting runs late in the order. But again, in this season, neither he nor Holland have made many runs in this particular competition, and I think Worcester have. I was saying, I agree with Frank that Worcester have done pretty well throughout most of this innings, and they've fielded reasonably well. 1 or 2 chances have gone down, but reasonably well. But just towards the end now, they're really tightening up and keeping some control on this particular innings. So Keith Barker, not out. Ian Holland, not out. Last ball of the over from Pennington. In he comes, and Barker left-handed, of course, plays it off his hip down to long leg, and they come through for a single. And Kevin James is going to come back now and with Frank just finish off the innings.
Yeah, single to Keith Barker, off the mark, left-hander. Dangerous. I mean, they've got licence to go mad now, really, haven't they, with 6 overs left, 280 on the board. But Worcestershire have struck back really well. So it was the 200 came up in the 32nd over, so 12 overs since then, just 80 added. Given that there were only 3 down at that point, I think that's a very good effort by the Worcestershire bowlers, particularly Baker. But Pennington 2 for 56 now, and Van Beek 1 for 55 from his 8 so far. None of them have been terribly loose. Van Beek maybe had his short bowling punished a little bit earlier on. He's in now to bowl to Barker, and he beats him outside the off stump with a full delivery, which he was just feeling for a little bit outside the off stump. But both batsmen new to the crease. Barker has 1, Holland yet to get off the mark, and Worcestershire will be hoping that they can sneak 2 or 3 overs through here that are fewer than double figures, and they might just end up chasing fewer than they thought they would about an hour ago, as Van Beek bowls and Barker just cuts this down to Kashif Ali at 3rd man, and they go through for a single. 282 2 for 7.
I think Worcester are right back in this. This is a good back end, isn't it, for them?
Yeah, pretty good in the last 10 overs or something.
Yeah, I think it's terrific.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, they were staring at 330, 340 now.
Maybe more, I thought.
Might be only just over 300 at best.
Well, we shall see. As Van Beek comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and this one just clipped away on the onside by Holland. He's off the mark. 283 for 7. It was a crazy run out of Toby Albert. Absolutely bizarre, really, in the circumstances. Setting off for a run that was never there, and setting off so confidently. You know, he was absolutely 2/3 of the way down almost before Azar had got the ball in.
Glad I missed it.
Yeah, it's a long way out. Van Beek in again, bowl short to Barker, swivels round and gets the toe end of the bat on that and picks up a single as Baker comes round from mid-wicket to field. 284 for 7, Barker goes to 3. The men out, just joining us, Gubbins 15, Middleton 41, Prest 16, Donald, the innings of the day, 115, Dawson 19, Albert run out without scoring, and Ben Brown in the last over out for 66. As Van Beek in, bowls to Holland, taken on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Looked a bit high from up here, although we're a long way up in the sky and it's not always easy to judge those sort of things. Umpire certainly not interested, just moving away to mid-off, indicate he wasn't interested. Nigel Long, isn't it, at that end, as Van Beek is in again and bowls, and again he's on the mark with this good straight delivery, which is just pushed out on the offside by Holland. So the end of a good over from Van Beek, just 4 runs coming from it. Worcestershire will settle for that at this stage. 5 overs left, 284 for 7.
Yeah, terrific stuff, it really is. And I heard Dave say earlier that these two haven't really scored any runs when they've played in this competition. I know with you know, you come in low down, it's difficult to be scoring runs anyway, but even so, you do look at this and you think, what if Hampshire do get over 300? You feel it's not going to be too many over 300, and that looked very different when Donald and Brown were putting their partnership together for the 4th wicket, 162. A record 4th wicket for Hampshire against Worcestershire in list day. Pennington's round the wicket to the left-hander Barker, who flicks that down to fine leg. Total moves on to 285 for 7. Worcestershire have got over 300 twice in this competition. 375 for 7 is their best. That's when they batted first against Gloucestershire, won that game by 85 at Worcester. And they did make 318 for 9 in the very first game against Durham, which they won by 42 runs at the Riverside, batting first. So they do have form getting over 300. Here comes Pennington's over the wicket to Hollands, trying to cut that away, misses. I think that's a slower ball because that's bounced a couple of times through to keeper Ben Cox. It was just getting a little bit away from them when Donald was batting, but that happens often. Well, I say happens often. Donald doesn't always play like that, but it just so happens that in the last 2 games he has. Things do run away from the opposition when he's out there, but you do feel Hampshire have just probably missed out on a few runs here now. But still got time to make that up. There's still just under 5 overs left in this innings. Cut away by Holland out to Roderick in the deep. Holland moves on to 2, and that's come off 7 deliveries. Barker's 4 off 5. Of the later batters after Donald, Dawson made 19 off 21. Albert, before he was run out, didn't get off the mark in 4. And Ben Brown 66 off 76. So apart from Donald's 115 off 73, everything else has been pretty much normal. As the field gets spread a little bit for Barker, deep mid-wicket there is, tried to flick that away on the leg side, it's a wide. Slow ball again from Pennington. Takes Hampshire's total on to 287 for 7. A place in the semi-finals at stake for both these sides here. The winners will go to Warwickshire, the leaders of Worcestershire's group, or the group winners, on Tuesday. That's at Edgbaston. There'll be live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app of that game, whoever's involved with Warwickshire. Pennington bowls, Barker drives and misses as that goes through to Ben Cox. The other semi-final takes place on the same day. That is Gloucestershire against Leicestershire. Although I should say Leicestershire against Gloucestershire, because that's being played in Leicester. Leicestershire group winners of Hampshire's group. And then you'll have to wait until the middle of September for the final of this competition, which is the 16th to be exact, on the Saturday. As Pennington comes in and bowls, Barker drives, not timed, but it goes up to mid-off where they'll take a single. Kashif Ali, the fielder there, 288 for 7. The boundary not being threatened at the moment by the Hampshire lower order batters. Frank Watson is back.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, it's I've just been reporting to BBC Hereford and Worcester's listeners that Worcestershire have got themselves back into it, really, having been, well, they weren't out of it, but it was looking that way, and they fought back really well, I think. Here's Pennington, moves away from us now, bowls, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Holland, who tickles this down to fine leg. Just a single taken, end of the over from Pennington. Just 5 runs coming from it, which is absolutely fine from a Worcestershire point of view at this point. 289 off 46, so even if they were to concede 10 and over off the remaining overs, they'd still be chasing fewer than they thought they were going to be. I'd say about an hour and a half ago we were looking at 350 when Donald and Brown were going so well together. But if they end up chasing sub 310, 315, I think they will feel pretty happy with that.
Van Beek comes in, right arm over and bowls. Holland gets the inside edge onto the pad, quickly called through for a single by Barker. 290 for 7. Van Beek into his last over as well. This is where I think Hampshire might miss Felix Organ in this situation. Last game he got 31 not out of 22. First game 33 off 29. I think they're just looking for an innings like this now just to boost them. But at the moment you just don't feel as though, I mean, Barker we know is capable of it, Ian Holland is, but at the moment I think the Worcestershire bowlers have got the Hampshire batters pretty much as they would want. As Van Beek comes in and bowls to Barker, comes down the wicket, has a big swing up in the air. He's not going to clear mid-on, or is he? No, not quite. Is that Libby?
Yep.
Good catch, running back, takes it about halfway back to the pavilion. Barker got right underneath that one, and he goes for 5, and it is 291 now for 8.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've seen a couple of players try and take it on like that and struggle to time it, and yet we've seen 2 players in particular bat as though it was the flattest pitch in the world, and Aaron Donald and Fletcher Middleton. So it's a good pitch, I think. It's a good surface. Whether or not the odd one is just sticking in the surface or not, I'm not entirely sure, but what we can say is that Hampshire have probably fallen short of what they were hoping for, and by that I mean that they'd laid the platform for something really big, and it's going to be big, but it's not going to be massive, let's put it that way. We're looking at 300, aren't we? 310, something like that, but at one stage it looked like it would be a lot more. And I think psychologically, from Worcestershire's point of view, if you go out to chase 350, you probably you know you're under pressure to get a great start, etc. But if you go out to chase 30 or 40 less than you thought you would, you're probably going to be a bit more positive.
Well, they've lost 4 for 18.
Yeah.
Having been 272 for 4. It's Mason Crane to face Van Beek. Comes in, length, and that's just pushed behind square on the offside. Throw from Rod Jones. Holland's home. Oh, is he just actually just
taking a bail off? Yeah.
But he's home, is Ian Holland. Picks himself up off the deck as he does so. 291 for 8. Yes, in the 43rd over, Hampshire 272 for 4. Good comeback from the away side here. As it gets a little warmer with the sunshine out, which is good news. That earlier threat of a shower seems to have disappeared. There's one forecast for around 1 o'clock, but that looks like it's okay. Got a couple of emails here which I must get through before the end of this innings, as that's pushed away on the onside by Holland for a single, and the Hampshire total moves on to 292 for 8. Michael Biswell emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, I listened to you a few days ago and your interest to the British judicial system of years gone by. I'm not sure I was that interested. I certainly can't mention the I certainly don't remember the subject, as Van Beek bowls, and they've got a really quick signal on the leg side, left to hurry. Scampered single, takes Hampshire on to 293 for 8. Mike Martin at Solent Sport, when I couldn't remember an Aaron Donald's phrase when he said that he gets a little bit carried away and wants to hit every ball over the rope, says the phrase you were looking for, Kev, says Mike, was the red devil on my shoulder. That was right. I'm under the scoreboard to your right, he says. Great commentary, thank you very much. Obviously on the ground listening to it, but of course we're a little bit behind if you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and on the ground. Of course, if you're not on the ground, it doesn't matter. Here comes Van Beek, bowls, and Crane misses that one. He goes through to the keeper, and Van Beek completes his 10 overs, 2 for 62, and Hampshire, with 3 overs left of their innings, if they can keep those last 2 wickets intact anyway, are 293 for 8.
It's interesting that the similarity, the bowling figures, extraordinary, isn't it? 3 bowlers have completed their spells. Leach went for 60, Van Beek for 62, and Baker for 64. Pennington's gone for 61, and Brown, who's bowled 8, has only gone for 41. So he's coming back into the attack now. So he's been the most economical. But there's it kind of underlines what we've said, is that nobody's bowled really badly, and the stick has been shared around. And Donald was equally severe on everybody. That's another way of looking at it.
Yes. He dished out equal treatment.
Yeah. He didn't target anybody, he targeted them all.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll spread it around. Is it me? Sorry.
It's Brown, yeah, sorry, it's you.
Yeah, Brown bowls, and that's pushed away on the leg side by Mason Crane, who moves on to 3, run a ball 3. 294 for 8, and Brown is into his 9th, so it looks like he will bowl the 3rd from last and the last overs from this commentary in the northern end. Crowd, I think, is a little bit lower than we've had for the home one-day games this month, but not a lot lower. But I think as you look around, you can definitely say that there's a little drop. Slower ball cut away by Holland, but again it's only a single. Or they're thinking about 2, they want 2, but Roderick's in quickly from the boundary away to our left. Takes the total to 295 for 8. Hampshire crawling towards 300 at the moment. Worcestershire, I'm sure, will be happy around the 300, 310 mark. They'll be happy. I'm sure they'll be confident. Twice they've passed 300 already in this competition. Well past it against Gloucestershire. That was a good win, wasn't it, against Gloucestershire, 375. That's a big total. As Brown bowls short, he's trying to cut that one and misses. Crane's looking to the umpire and wants something, but they just say no, that's just the one for the over. It didn't look particularly high. It was high, but it wasn't unreasonably high in this form of the game.
Cleverly bowled, that one, I think, wasn't it?
Not bad figures from Brown. He 1 for
Yeah,
43 currently.
Yeah.
Picked up the wicket of Fletcher Middleton, who was in good form earlier, for 41 or 43. Here's Brown. Bowls, short, slower ball, and Holland's looking for a single at the non-striker's end, but there's no way, as that ball makes its way out towards mid-wicket. So we have 14 balls left of the innings. I suppose it's easy to get carried away when Donald's batting the way he does and you're thinking of huge totals, but when you look at the rest of the innings, I suppose just over 300 might be just about right. You always talk about game changers, and Aaron Donald's one of those. I'm sure Worcestershire will have one of those. Azhar Ali is one that comes to mind. Kashif Ali game changes as a drive up to mid-off. The throw will come in at the bowler's end, hits the stumps, but I'm sure he's home. No, he's been given. Mason Crane goes, and that's a direct hit there from Jake Libby, is it?
Yep.
He was at mid-off, and Crane had to hurry. I suppose it's easy to say from here that was a close call. I think it was, but the umpire, Neil Pratt, deciding that Crane has to go, and that's another wicket down. Crane goes for 3.
Yep. And the best thing about that from the Worcestershire point of view is, apart from the fact that it means they don't get a single, is that it brings another new batsman to the crease, doesn't it? Yeah. So the best way to stop rapid scoring at the end of the innings is to take wickets. And who'd have thought, when it was well, they were 3 down in the 36th over, who'd have thought that they'd actually get close to being bowled out, or maybe even be bowled out? It's extraordinary, really.
Well, the innings has really struggled here in the last few overs, the last 7 or 8 overs. Brad Wheel is the last man to the crease. Now, he has been playing in this competition, even though he was contracted to the Trent Rockets. Didn't actually play for the Trent Rockets, and in this competition actually played his first match of the season. He's had horrendous injury problems this season. In fact, it was Notts at Welbeck where he played his first game of the season, then played Lancashire at Old Trafford where he picked up 5 wickets. So we're playing his 3rd match, not only of this competition but of this season.
Did you like Welbeck, Kevin?
It was alright.
Colliery ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Have you been there?
Many years ago.
Yeah. That's alright.
Bit different, isn't it? Bit different.
Non-committal. Here comes Brown bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump was Ian Holland. So another good over for Worcestershire in these last 10 overs. They're giving themselves a really good chance here. 48 gone. Potential 2 overs. Hampshire 295 for 9. Yeah, it's like a lot of these outgrounds. Yeah, it's nice enough. It's all right it's all right as long as there's sun.
Yeah, because you've never got that much cover and everything, have you? I suppose. Yeah, no.
And it was just about sunny.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a bit the outground. Well, we did 2 in quick succession. Oakham School, which was almost over in 2 days. Pitch was just too seamer friendly, and then Cheltenham College, of course, which is always a delight.
Yeah.
But it's always a pleasure to get onto an outground again, I think, these days. So rare these days. We used to do it quite a lot. Here's Pennington to continue from the pavilion end, and he bowls, and this is edged down to 3rd man, but only for a single. Boundaries have been in very, very short supply in recent overs, and it's 296 for 9. In fact, when did we last have a boundary? I don't think we've had a boundary since the 44th over.
Wow.
Which is not really what you want if you're Hampshire. Pennington racing in again, bowl short, and hammered away on the leg side, but straight to Rob Jones out at deep mid wicket. So only a single again. 297 for 9. 10 balls left. I think it's fair to say that Hampshire are going to fall short of what they should have scored, given where they were an hour ago. Pennington, slight change in the field now. Comes in, bowls, Fuller, driven nicely through extra, but it won't go all the way, it'll just be 2. Warmly applauded by the home crowd, but picked up by Brown. So again, just 2 runs. Anything, if they can get through the rest of the innings without conceding boundaries, Worcestershire will be very happy. 299 for 9. 1 run away from 300. It's a psychological score, 300, but it's not the one that it used to be. It used to be, there was a time, I can remember, when somebody would get 300 and you'd just think, well, that's game over. Not so anymore. Pennington in, bowls, pushed out on the onside by Wheel, and there's no run. Wheel is 3, Holland is 7. But since Ben Brown went for 66. We've seen Barker out for 5, Crane for 3, and the runs have dried up somewhat.
Well, when Mason Crane went, Hampshire lost 5 wickets for 23 and 5 overs.
Yeah, 5 for 23 and 5 overs. Quite extraordinary in the circumstances. Pennington bowls, slower ball, deceives Wheel, pushes at it, doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Cox. 5 for 23 in how many overs did you say?
5 overs. We went from 43rd to the 48th.
Yeah, that's the extent to which Worcestershire have come back. Sun's out again. Weather looks set reasonably fair. Pretty decent pitch. They'll have to bat well, Worcestershire, but they've given themselves a chance, I think. Pennington in bowls, and Wheel again is pushing out on the offside. Can't get a run. Pennington does his own fielding. End of the over. Very good over from Pennington. Just 4 runs coming from it. 299 for 9. 1 over left. And they fought back well. Worcestershire had 5 runs off the 42nd, a maiden the 43rd, but since then 8-4, 5-4, 2-4. Good effort. And Hampshire falling short of where we could say probably where they should have been.
Yeah, definitely.
But as I say, I think Worcestershire will still have to bat well, and it's a good Hampshire attack. I think it's fair to say, with Wheel and Dawson in it, probably a more experienced attack than Worcestershire's.
Yeah, I think it's a plus. I mean, Felix Organ, as good a bowler as he hasn't been that great in this competition. Dawson will certainly strengthen the spin bowling department. Has hammered up to mid-off, but only as far as Libby. And again, it's only a single, and that's the 300 up for Hampshire in the final over. 300 for 9, but Hampshire have only scored 44 runs since the 40th over. So it's been a little bit quiet from the home side point of view. Worcestershire won't mind that. So it brings Brad Wheel on strike. Brown into his last over. Pennington bowled out, 2 for 65 from 10. Here's Brown, runs away from us, right arm over and bowls to Wheel. Swings, gets an inside edge. Now there is a fielder down there. They may turn for 2. They do. 2 more runs. Every run valuable here now for Hampshire. As I said earlier, it's very easy to get carried away when something like Anari Donald's batting. You think, oh yeah, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. Whoa. But really, either side of him, probably only just over 300 was probably more realistic, and it certainly looked that way. But you don't really feel as though Hampshire have made the most of the last 10 overs here, which is credit to Worcestershire. 4 balls left, 302 for 9. Wheel on 5, faces Brown, slower ball, good slower ball. Wheel's up to swing, misses. 2 bounces, almost 3 bounces through to keeper Cox. 3 balls left of the Hampshire innings.
Yeah, well, they've scored 30 in the last 8 overs, really.
Yeah, that's not
plus whatever they get off these last 3 balls.
Certainly giving Worcestershire a chance. Dangerous players, Azarali, Cashew Valley. I'm sure Frank will mention 1 or 2 other. Jake Libby's in good form for you guys as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Here comes Brown, bowls, slow ball, swing and a miss again by Wheel. Have to get the bat back quickly, otherwise we've got a Bairstow on our hands. But he's just about got it back, although the ball missed the stumps. Actually, it wasn't that obvious. I don't think Wheel was coming down to prod the wicket or anything at the end of the over, but you can picture the situation. 2 balls left. Fielders on the boundary at fine leg, deep backward square and mid wicket. Mid on and mid off are up. But, this Brown pitches it up. It's probably not going to go over their heads. It's Brown bowls, short, pulled away by Wheel. Goes out, trickles out really towards deepish mid wicket, and we've got 1 ball left of the Hampshire innings, and they are on 303 for 9 here. And it'll be in Holland on 8. He's spaced 15 balls for that 8. He's going to face Pat Brown, who's bowling his last ball. 1 for 47, has done a good job. Pat Brown. Just having a chat with Libby here. There's probably just making sure they both know exactly what Brown is looking to do. And mid-on is going back, and third is coming up. So that would suggest that Brown was going full here to Ian Holland. Certainly wouldn't be bowling too short there, because the little shot over third is on. So he wouldn't have third up with a short delivery, but he might be in the double bluff. Here we go. Fielders on the leg side. All out on the boundary as Brown bowls. It's a length ball, slower ball, hit down towards mid-on. Now they will go two, they'll have to go two. They get two comfortably. And Brown says, well, how on earth did they get two? To Kashi
they got
Valley.
three.
Oh my word, what's going on? Wow, let's hope that that doesn't come back to haunt Worcester. Brown was shouting at Ali, why did they get two? And while he was doing so, they sneaked to third. Well spotted there, Frank, because I was already looking down at my notes. 305 for 9, Hampshire end.
Yeah, it wasn't the best bit of cricket, I don't think, but nonetheless, it won't take the gloss off the end as far as we're concerned, in the sense that they only scored 33 off the last 8 overs, and I think Jake Libby will be pretty happy with that. Brown finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49. 9 extras, 5 leg byes, only 4 wides, pretty good effort. And Worcestershire will need 306 to win, and with the exception of Brown 1 for 49, all the bowling figures very, very similar. Pennington 2 for 65, Leach none for 60, Van Beek 2 for 62, and Baker 2 for 64.
So Nairon Donald, the top scorer of the innings, 115 off 73. Ben Brown with 66 off 76 deliveries. We'll be back with you in just under half an hour when we'll bring you the Worcestershire reply. second quarter final in the Metrobank One Day Cup. The winners between Hampshire and Worcestershire will go to Edgbaston and play Warwickshire on Tuesday in the semi-finals. Well, we're halfway through the game, and Hampshire batting first after Worcestershire won the toss and elected to bowl first. Hampshire finished on 305 for 9. The innings dominated by a 73 ball, 115 from Aneirin Donald. Ben Brown made 66 of 76 balls, and Worcestershire at one stage were chasing a bit of leather, certainly came back into it in that last 10 overs. We'll go through all that and more. Your commentary team this afternoon, as it was in the first innings. A little later you'll hear from Hampshire historian and archivist Dave Allen, but to take you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester is Frank Watson.
Good afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Kevin. Keith Barker to take up the attack from the pavilion end, and he'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick, who is opening the batting with Ali, and it's Barker in now round the wicket, and bowls, and Roderick is forward to the first ball and pushing it into the covers, and there's no run. Earlier today, as Kevin was saying, Hampshire 305 for 9 in their 50 overs. Should have been 304 really, but they got a silly run off the last ball. Well, they got 3 when it should have been 2. Worcestershire, well, just basically not paying attention, and they stole a third run. Barker in bowls, and the first run of the innings as Roderick steers this down to third man for a single. And in that 305 for 9, as Kevin was saying, the standout performance from Aneirin Donald, but also worth noting that Worcestershire fought back well, and Hampshire managed only 33 runs off the last 8 overs, which will tell you that at one stage it looked as though they were going to get quite a bit more than 305. Azhar Ali taking guard against Barker. 2 slips in place as Barker is in round the wicket. Oh, and he's got him! Caught behind. No, he's not got him. I thought he had, because he's cut him in half, and it's been taken by Brown behind the stumps, who's set off in celebration. 2 slips, arms raised, everybody cheering. Didn't think Keith Barker looked entirely convinced. Azhar Ali stayed where he was, and umpire Nigel Long, who is one of the best in the business, I reckon, decided it was not out. It was the classic cut him in half delivery, left arm round the wicket, back in by the rib cage. Barker in again, bowls, and Azhar is on the back foot, dropping this one down on the onside. What did you make of it, Kev?
Well, it's difficult, isn't it, from this distance. I just watched it again on the live picture feed. If you're watching, it's one of the ways of watching and listening to us. Just momentarily, as the ball went past the bat, he just looked back.
Yeah.
Which, listen, some batters do when they think they've got something on. But he just momentarily looked back and then turned back again.
I reckon it might have been a little inside edge, but there we go. Barker in, bowls, and Azhar is forward, just pushing this out on the offside. So a good start from Keith Barker, and we saw a good start from the opening bowlers in the Hampshire innings. Pennington and Leach both began with maidens, and it wasn't really until Donald came in that the bat got absolutely on top. But I must say, Fletcher Middleton played a really nice little cameo as well at the beginning of the innings. 41. Barker bowls, Azhar tucks him away on the leg side, and he'll come back for 2, I reckon. Yeah, good bit of running as comes back for a second, and that's the end of the first over. So Worcestershire need 306 to win. We've had 1 over, and they're 3 without loss.
Very dangerous player, Azhar Ali. 97 tests, 53 one-day internationals. Hasn't played a white ball international game since 2018 though, but he's still a mighty fine player. A couple of 70s in this competition for him so far, against Worcestershire and against Glamorgan, both at Worcester. And Gareth Roderick has got 100 in this competition already as well, hasn't he?
Yep, and so's Rob Jones. So yeah, the Worcestershire they've batted pretty well in this competition so far, but they'll need to do today. 306 is a tall order, and we've been saying all along it's much more gettable than it used to be. But anything over 300, you've got to play pretty well, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh yes. So it's going to be Ian Holland, Hampshire's most successful bowler in this competition so far this year. I'll come back to that in a moment. With his right arm medium paces, he's got 2 slips in there, and he runs away from us. And he's bowling to Roderick. Bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's tickled away down the leg side. It may have come off the pad actually, just waiting for the signal from the umpire. It is leg byes, and it's 4 without loss. Ian Holland has taken 17 wickets at just under 14 apiece, and his economy rate is also the best of the Hampshire bowlers. It is under 4, so he's been a standout performer with the ball for Hampshire in this season's competition. Bowling to Azhar Ali, who's on a couple. Bowls, and Ali pushes that away to square leg where Anira Donald fields, and there is no run. So Worcestershire winning their last 3 games in the group to qualify. Were second. Gloucestershire's win on the last day, where Worcestershire weren't playing, meant that Worcester just dropped to 3rd. That's why they're here today. Would have been here on Friday, but they had a game against New Zealand on Friday at New Road. Bit of a one-sided contest, that one, but even so. Full sold-out house. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Something we haven't seen too much from Ian Holland in this competition. His line and length have been almost exemplary. So 5 without loss then, Worcestershire. The last couple of games here in this competition, whilst it's been running concurrently alongside the 100, both the games against these 2 sides, group games, have been here outside the off stump, and that's left alone, have both ended in wins for Hampshire. Last year, the opening match of the group, Hampshire won by 44 runs. Hampshire that day only got 236, and then a year earlier, in August 21, Hampshire won by 6 wickets, where Worcestershire only made 176, and they were bowled out in the 40th over, or the end of the 39th. As Holland bowls, that's quite straight. Ali manages to hit that square on the leg side, and the throw comes in from Donald, underarm throw. Only 1 stump to aim at from a few yards away. I think Roderick might have struggled. Donald, by his expression, seems to suggest, and he's in a better position than the umpire actually, he's closer. Square on. Suggests that that might have been close had that ball hit the stump. 6 without loss then, Worcestershire. And you have to go right back to August 2014 to find the previous List A game between these two, and that actually was ruined by the weather. Only just over 4 overs in that game, as that's pushed off the back foot into the covers. Sounded like it came off the bottom of the Roderick's bat, that one, as it's fielded by Nick Gubbins. So in the second over here, Hampshire 305 for 9. We already have the other semi-final confirmed. That is Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. This is the final place to be decided for those Tuesday matches. As and he drives thick inside edge. Sorry, it's Roderick. That'll go out towards the boundary. Not quite where he was aiming, but it's a boundary nevertheless. And Roderick moves on to 5. And Worcestershire are 10 without loss here. And we have had 2 overs. Hampshire had yet to register a run after their first 2 overs. So not a bad crowd, but it's a little down on the previous one-day cup games here, mainly because this game wasn't confirmed for today until the beginning of last week. Most people, I guess, had already made plans for the bank holiday, including myself, which I had to break. Not that I'm sore about that at all. I haven't been going on about it much, I don't think, Frank.
Keith Barker from the pavilion end round the wicket. Bowls to Azza, who plays that defensively out on the offside. I don't know what you said because I was away doing my update for BBC Hereford Worcester, but that run, it was ridiculous, wasn't it? He would have been out by about 3 or 4 yards. He gave up on it, I think, Roderick, didn't he? It really was.
I was being kind to him and said it was close.
Yeah, no, I think he would have been well short. Azza's a bit. It wouldn't have been the first run out that he's been involved in.
Right. Well, watch out for that then.
Yeah, and these two haven't batted that much together. Barker in bowls, and Azza just tucks this one away down to long leg for a single. He's a good player, obviously. Goes without saying, given his record, and has been brilliant influence in the dressing room at New Road, by all accounts, for this season and last, on those around him. And he's as keen as ever. I think he'd make a really good coach, from what I've heard, but not always on the same wavelength as the other batsmen. 11 without loss. Barker round the wicket to Roderick. One slip only now, and Roderick tucks this one away on the leg side for a single. So he goes to 6, and it's 12 without loss. Just need to tick along for the first 10 overs or so. Don't need to do anything heroic. 306 is a lot of runs, but 50 overs is a lot of cricket in white ball terms. Barker in again to bowl to Azza, and he's just covering up and playing this one up to mid-off. He's an LBW candidate, Azhar Ali. I'm sure everybody, all the bowlers around the circuit know he does get out LBW fairly frequently because he moves across his stumps and he plays round that front pad a little bit, but he does it so expertly. It's just the way that he plays, really, and he plays so late. You often see bowlers throw their arms up and then pull them down again as he gets a bat on it. Oh, he's gone this time, and that wasn't LBW. Has bounced a bit and he's fended at it outside the off stump. Might just have gone away a little bit off the pitch, and yeah, maybe just a little bit. Not the best of shots from Azhar Ali. Basically just steered it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Brown. So big breakthrough, big celebrations from Hampshire. Clearly they were regarding Azhar as a key wicket, and he has gone, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket in the 3rd over with the score on 12.
Yeah, not much foot movement there really. Just sort of stood there and had a little flick at it. Extra bounce, and the ball straightening on him did for him there. And you're right, that is a big wicket. One of 2 or 3 big wickets that Hampshire need in this Worcestershire lineup if they are to progress. But yeah, he's a sort of player. He's one of those players that, in a different way to Donald though, but if he gets in and he gets into a rhythm, Ali, difficult to get out, and I mean, difficult to contain, not in the same way as you're trying to contain Donald, but just in a way that
just not many
while
dot
he's
balls
there would just keep the score ticking along, and you'll look up and he's 20 or 30 further on than you thought, and
absolutely.
That's of course on a run chase is not what you want. So we won't see more of him, and I don't think Hampshire will mind that too much.
Yeah, and I was just talking about his technique. I mean, he just probably get LBW more than any other way of getting out. Oh, I don't know. It seems to me anyway in the last year or two, but you can go at any time early in an innings, however good you are, and as I just got things wrong on that one, just as Kevin said, not much footwork, and he just felt for it really. Just best he could have hoped for was to run it down to 3rd man for a single. Got a little nick, and nice catch by Brown. 2 slips back in now. Barker will bowl to the new batsman, who is Rob Jones, diminutive right-hander on loan from Lancashire, and he is in behind his first ball and pushing that out on the onside, and that's the end of a very good over from Keith Barker, 3rd of the innings, and Worcestershire at the end of it are 12 for 1.
So Jones starts a 3-year contract next year, is it?
Yeah. But won't play in the Championship.
No, just this.
In the rest of the season, just this,
Yeah, so he's played in every game in this competition so far, and he's 1 run short of 300 runs for this year's competition. Another healthy average, 42 he averages. Some good averages in these sides, mind you. Of course, one of the reasons that these sides make the knockout stages is, of course, because they bat well, amongst other things. So you would expect the batters high in the order to have decent averages. Here's Holland, starts a new over and bowls to Roderick. Roderick just plays that late into the ground and works it down to third. And Worcestershire move on to 13 for 1. So Libby to come, he's also in good form. Kasha Ali, he's in decent form. Is that right? He scored the most. He's hit the most sixes in the competition.
Yeah. Kashif Ali, against Warwickshire, when Worcestershire were bowled out for next to nothing, he got off the mark with a 6 amidst the mayhem as Ollie Hannon-Dalby was knocking wickets over left, right, and centre. He smashed him over mid wicket for 6.
Lovely. Jones to face Holland. Keeper standing back now. Jones on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, fielded by Gubbins. Sunshine a little brighter now, which is nice. Feels a little bit more like summer, just a little.
Yeah, and then I think he made 9 at Northampton. That included a 6.
So
and then he hits about 7, I think, in his innings at Derby the other day. So yeah.
So we could have an Nyrin Donald type innings.
Yeah.
Going to see that sort of thing.
That sort of thing. It's possible.
Wow. 2 in 1 day. Here comes Holland. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. That looks an absolute beauty. Huge leg cutter there from Ian Holland. Roderick drawn into the shot. And it's gone past the outside edge. If you watch on the live picture feed, definitely have a look at this. Just an innocuous ball additionally, and he's beaten all ends up. Huge leg break. Well, we saw a couple early on from the Worcestershire bowlers. One from Leach, I think, first ball to Gubbins, which nipped away from him. I think there was one a bit later, but that was about all we saw. Don't think we saw anything quite as big as that as Holland bowls. This time Roderick drives and gets it.
It doesn't tend to do it for long, does it? The white ball, no. Even though they have one at each end. The Kookaburra, the seam's a bit lower, isn't it? And
yeah, they go soft. The old white balls, even though there's one at each end.
Yeah,
that shows you that these balls don't last long. Yeah, they get very horrible towards the middle of the innings and beyond. Here comes Holland again, runs away from us and bowls. Roderick off the back foot, steers that up to mid-on. 1 or 2 behind the stumps got excited there. May just have nipped back a fraction actually, but Roderick was solid. Jones was solid in behind that. So Holland has 1 ball left of his second over. 294 from here. Worcestershire they need that to score that at a rate of just under 6.5 and over from here on in. As Holland comes in again and bowls to Jones. Jones drives up to mid-off. Not quite out of the middle of the bat. Fielded by Mason Crane. Good over from Ian Holland. And Worcestershire are 13 for 1. There was 1 run off it.
Yep. Earlier today, if you're just joining us, 305 for 9 Hampshire in their 50 overs. And the punishment shared around by the Worcestershire bowlers, 4 of whom bowled their 10 overs and went for just over 60. Leach went for exactly 60. Baker 2 for 64. Van Beek 2 for 62. And Pennington 2 for 65. The standout, probably Pat Brown, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49. Keith Barker, left arm around the wicket in the sunshine, bowls to Gareth Roderick, who steers that off the front foot down to third man for a single and moves on to 8. Worcestershire to 14 for 1 in the 5th over. The 1 man out, Azhar Ali, caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of this man Keith Barker for 4. Earlier today, 41 from Fletcher Middleton, 66 from Brown, and a brilliant 100 from Nyrin Donald. As Barker bowls, and Rob Jones is discomforted by this one, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he sort of pushes it away on the offside. Might just have disturbed him a little bit more than he's letting on, and goes for a little walk, has a little prod at the pitch. Tall man Barker, getting a bit of bounce. Round the wicket, in at the right-hander. Moves in again now. Bowls. And that's lovely from Rob Jones. Over-pitched on leg stump, and Jones off the mark with a beautiful straight drive straight down the ground for 4. He'll feel a bit better after being a bit disturbed by the one before. Nice way to get off the mark.
He's got 100 in this competition as well.
He's got 100 at Northampton. Played very nicely indeed. Settled in well, it seems. Barker bowls to him, and he's getting more runs here. He clips this one away through the onside. It'll be 2. And moves well between the wickets. Good fielder as well. Moves to 6, 20 for 1. And he's enjoying his cricket, I think, having decided to make the move. Probably won't feature for Lancashire again, I wouldn't think. So he'll be banished after this competition ends, probably for the rest of the season. Not that we wouldn't like to see him at Worcester in the red ball game. Cuts this next one down to 3rd man for a single. Jones moves to 7, and it's 21 for 1 in the 5th.
I suppose at 27 years old, you've sort of got to make decisions, haven't you, about whether you actually want to play and be in the thick of it, or you're happy, you know, playing here and there, but maybe picking up 1 or 2 trophies here and there.
I think he was offered a contract at Lancashire, but I think it was the opportunity to play more, as you say. I think Barker in, bowls, and Roderick on the back foot pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 5 gone, 21 for 1, 306 the target. He had just made his first, well, not first, well, it might be first, I know. He had made a Championship 100 for Lancashire, but just before he announced that he was moving, and then when he announced that, they said, well, you know, we're not going to play you anymore.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah.
3-year contract to look forward to. That's a pretty sizable chunk, that, isn't it, for a county player? As Holland starts over number 6 here, 21 for 1. Worcestershire comes in and bowls, and that's a nice drive up to mid-on by Jones. And there is no run. So 286 needed by Worcestershire. I think I was reading as well on the Worcestershire website. I think it might have been an article looking forward to today that Worcestershire looking to make an impact in this competition after a while. So you won the T20 in 2017, didn't
18.
you? 18 for the first time.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's Holland again, bowls. Nice drive. Oh, he gets half a hand on that. Takes off a bit of pace. Has he taken off enough to stop it going over the rope? He has. That will be 3 runs. That's good running. Mason Crane combining well with Toby Albert there to get the ball back, but they were quick behind between the stumps, the 2 batters, to pick up 3. 24 for 1, Worcestershire.
Yeah, that was. I just checking the stats. That was his. It was his 3rd first-class 100 that he made at Blackpool about a month ago, and then let them know that he'd signed a contract with Worcestershire, and they said, well, in that case,
that's that.
Yeah.
Here comes Holland again. Bowls to Roderick. Roderick steers that to backward a point. Wants a single. No, says the batter at this end, Rob Jones. So good sunlight, better sunlight now, but it's that September type sunlight, isn't it? Really, that sort of makes you squint a little bit. Not quite in September yet. Here comes Holland again and bowls off the back foot. That's a nice shot through extra cover from Gareth Roderick. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful piece of timing. Just short of a length. He was high on his toes. Played through the line of the ball, out of the middle of the bat. Good shot there. He moves on to 12. Worcestershire on to 28 for 1. We've still got the temporary stands around the ground at the moment from the 100 competition. The brave men missed out, but the brave women are in the final today at Lord's. They are playing against the Northern Superchargers. So that's pushed to mid-wicket. And as it relates to down here, the Southern Brave women are 90 balls into their innings, and they are 124 for 1. Danny Wyatt, who's having a great competition, watched her play up at Old Trafford the other day. She made 59. Maya Boucher missed out, so did Mandana. And Georgia Adams made 27. Freya Kemp, that's 26 not out there, as that's driven towards extra cover. And there is no run, so that's the situation there in the first of the 2 finals at Lords. Went to that a couple of years ago. It was brilliant. Brilliant day out when both the Brave women and Brave men were in action. Really good day. End of the over, 28 for 1, 6 gone.
Yeah, decent over from a Worcestershire point of view. Lovely shot through the covers from Gareth Roderick. Keith Barker to continue from the pavilion end, round the wicket to Rob Jones, who's forward, pushing that out defensively on the offside. And there's no run. 28 for 1 then. Worcestershire needing 306 to win. And as we've said lots of times, a target of over 300 carries a certain psychological difficulty as Jones drives out into the covers, and there's no run, but not perhaps as much as it used to. And certainly, as Worcestershire have passed 300, as Kevin said several times already this season, and they'll feel that if they can get a, well, what do you say, 300, you need a couple of big partnerships. Somebody's got to get 100, a couple of good partnerships, but certainly not impossible. Barker round the wicket bowls, and that's clipped nicely by Jones, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, you need a couple of that sort of total. You need a couple of guys to get in,
yeah,
don't you, and keep the scoreboard ticking. Even if you lose a couple of wickets,
yeah,
at least somebody's at the other end just keeping it ticking along. You don't really want to go 7 or 8 overs or so in different segments, you know, with batters playing themselves back in, wasting overs.
Exactly. Barker in. Jones throws his hands at this, gets lucky, edged it in the air past the diving slip down to third man for 4.
Tom Preston's
so
quite
Jones
wide,
goes to 14. Yeah, he's quite wide at slip, but threw himself to the right. He didn't get anywhere near it. I've seen Jones bat in this competition, obviously quite a lot. If he has a trademark, I'd say it is a square cut. He went for it there, but it just bounced a bit more than he thought. Maybe a bit close as well. Barker bowls, just steers this one out square on the offside. Tumbling stop by who's that? Cover point. Middleton, of course it is. Who played really well earlier today. I thought Fletcher Middleton. Seen him bat before, but that's the best I've seen him bat. He looked in prime form almost from the start. Third over, hit a lovely cover drive on the up. Barker round the wicket, bowls, and Jones is tucking this one away on the onside again, but straight to the fielder. Hands on head from the bowler, suggesting that if he'd missed that, there would have been a big shout. 4 runs off the over. They were via that fortunate edge. It's 32 for 1 off 7. Worcestershire needing 306 to win.
So we've had 4 overs of Barker, 3 overs of Holland. Holland will continue. These right arm medium pacers. Looks like Tom Prest is doing the slip duties at both ends. Normally you'd see Liam Dawson in there, but he's at mid wicket, playing his first game in this competition today, having played all the games for London Spirit. bit of a contentious issue, I guess. I think if you went round the ground, and even though he's a home player, some people would have said, well, yeah, but you've had all these youngsters, we've got to this position, and now we're playing a more senior player. But I think, and I haven't had it confirmed, but I'm sure Eddie Jack and Don Kelly are with England under 19, so we've probably lost 2 players anyway. It's Brad Wheel actually in, and immediately that's flicked down the leg side, and there will be 4. Past a diving short fine leg, which I think is Keith Barker by the time he gets up. Yes, it is. He was flat out as I was originally describing that, so I couldn't quite see. So Brad Wheel a little straight. Now Brad Wheel, as I mentioned earlier, but for those of you that weren't listening earlier, has had a horrendous season with injuries and only played his first game of the season in this competition against Notts at Welbeck. In his second game at Old Trafford, he picked up 5 wickets. He was contracted for the Trent Rockets, didn't actually play. So he has played before in this competition, so it's not like the Liam Dawson situation. Again, it's middle and leg, worked past Dawson at mid-wicket. Total will move on to 37 for 1, and Roderick moves on to 17. Whereas, of course, Worcestershire, they decided against playing Adam Hose. Is your mic off there?
Oh, it is, sorry. Decided to stick with the squad that had got them this far. Hose keen to play, I think, and disappointed not to be involved, but accepted it because I think he could see both sides.
Here comes Wheel to Rob Jones, who's forward. Out into the covers. Of course, he's from this way. Adam Hose, Isle of Wight.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
it's been a good sign for Worcestershire, Adam Hose.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Obviously, an absolutely excellent white ball player, but came to Worcester because he wanted to play some red ball cricket as well, and has made a good contribution in the red ball side. Good contribution in the dressing room.
Attacking player. Length ball, which is turned up to mid-on by Jones. And for the Northern Superchargers.
In a way, a kind of old-fashioned attitude to the game, in that he can make a good living, albeit for a limited period of time, going around the world playing white ball franchise cricket, but sees it as important for his own development that he plays some red ball stuff as well.
Sure. Here's Wheel again, right arm over. Goes to Jones, a bit of width, and Jones drives that past mid-off, and that is going to be 4. Given a bit of width outside the off stump there from Brad Wheel, and Jones accepted the challenge and moves on to 18, and it's 41 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Rob Jones, good hand. Wasn't a full half volley, it was over pitched, just leaned into it. Hands extended through the shot.
Yeah. So we're into the 8th over. Worcestershire need another 266. That run rate just hovering just over the 6 1/4 mark from here on in, and there's a straight drive this time for 4. That's a beautiful shot. That's even better than the one before. Lovely flow of the bat through the line of the ball. Half volley from Brad Wheel. Not his best over. It went for 13. And Worcestershire are 45 for 1 with Jones on to 22.
Yeah, that was an even better shot, wasn't it? Really, really nicely timed. Doesn't try and hit the ball too hard, Jones. He can clear the ropes, but tends to rely on timing and just eased that one through the gap. Beautifully played. Successive boundaries, 45 for 1. And Barker to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Roderick. Tom Preston at that one slip, as you say, standing quite wide. Barker bowls, and Roderick just, as he has done on about 5 or 6 occasions, just steers that one down to third man. Controlled shot, just angled back, just running it down to Toby Albert on the third man boundary, and they take a single. Roderick goes to 18 off 16. Jones 22 at a runner ball. Worcestershire making a decent start despite losing Azhar Ali fairly early. Barker in again, bowls, and Jones in behind that pushes back, or pushes out on the onside. and there's no run.
I was just looking it up actually. Rob Jones was in the Lancashire side that played here in the semi-finals of the Royal London One Day Cup back in 2019. That semi-final, would you believe, was actually in the middle of May.
Yeah.
He made 38 that day. Hampshire winning that game by 4 wickets and then went on to, I think that was the year they lost to Somerset in the final.
Parker in again, bowls. Jones taking his bottom hand off the bat again as he plays defensively out on the offside. Middleton, the fielder, at cover point. And I'll let you take over as I go off to do an update game.
So Barker's round the wicket. Still pressed in there. Almost a second slip rather than a first slip as Barker comes in, runs towards us. Jones works that to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder. And there is no run. So 46 for 1. At the moment, Worcestershire are scoring at just over 5 1/4. They need just over 6 1/4, so run rate at the moment is nothing to worry about. It's a reasonable start, having lost Azhar Ali for 4. That was a big blow. Caught by Ben Brown behind. Azhar Ali just fencing at one outside the off stump, no foot movement. There's a nice drive and it's half stopped at mid-off. Single they'll take, and it's 47 for 1. Welcome back, Mr. Dave Allen.
Thank you. I think they look quite comfortable at the minute, these two guys.
Yeah, they do. Not too much happening out there for the bowlers. Pitch glinting away in the sunshine. We've had our sausage roll and sandwiches for lunch.
We have.
Not proper catering today. We're
Bank
very
holiday.
lucky. Yeah, bank holiday, and of course the late arrangement of this match. It should have been on the Friday, as that's pushed up to mid-on by Roderick. End of the over. Barker's completed 5 overs, 1 for 19. Brad Wheels, first over went for 13. He may get another one, but I think Nick Gubbins will be having a word with him. In fact, I think he is. Doesn't really want another over like that.
No.
Bit of a wide one outside off stump, wide one down the leg side, which was the first delivery, and then that half volley. So a bit of a mixture from Brad Wheel, who I said earlier picked up 5 wickets in his last game in this competition. Bowled quite superbly against Lancashire. Needs to tighten up a bit more here.
And here he is, bowling from our hotel end, outside the off stump, slashed away, and it's gone all the way. Bounces back off the covers, which are also glinting in the sunlight now. So Wheel's gone for another 4, which is 17 from 7 balls, and Worcestershire have got their 50, which half a dozen people in the crowd have noticed. It's now come up on the scoreboard, and 17 other people have noticed it.
It's a bit of width again from Wheel.
Yes, indeed. Wheel in again, and leg side this time. Then pushed past the man at long leg, and it goes for the other end. And it's, I guess you would have to say, a fairly disastrous start for Wheel. It doesn't mean to say that he's going to continue in that vein, but given that the last time he played for Hampshire he took 5 for 47, and this afternoon in 8 balls he's taken 0 for 21.
Yeah, he's overcompensated there. Bowled 2 straight, easy shot there with the fine leg up. He's not quite got in, he hasn't got into any rhythm here.
No, nothing. Here he comes again. Bowls, it's a better ball, it's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, I guess in fairness to him, you know, he's actually, as you said, he signed to Trent Rockets but didn't play. I saw a list the other day of all the people who'd been signed to the 100 and hadn't played, and somebody was had listed alongside it how much they were getting paid for not doing anything through August. There was 40,000, 50,000 and so on. I thought, I wonder if I could get a gig like that. I could tell people I really like the 100. Wheel bowls, and I think he just took a little bit off that. It wasn't going too quick anyway, so it's fielded at mid-off, and because there's no run. And it reminds me of a really lovely story about Arthur Holt, who was the coach here in the 50s and 60s, but was a Hampshire player, in the 30s and 40s, lost, like a lot of people, lost out to the war, 6 years out of the middle of his career, but was also a great player at Southampton Football Club, Saints, and he hit that ball's hit out to cover, and there's no run. So Arthur Holt's great buddy was Ted Drake, who also played at Southampton Football Club, but went to Arsenal and had I think he played for England, scored lots of goals in all sorts of games, and eventually managed Chelsea in 1954 when they won the league for the first time in their history. So he was quite a major guy. So Arthur Holt and Ted Drake were both great pals on the Hampshire staff, trying to make their way in the mid-30s as wheel bowls, and that's outside the off stump. It's slashed into there's a man at sort of short gully, and he fields that quite nicely. No runs, so he tied it up a bit in the end. 55 for one wheel, 2 overs, 0 for 21. So Arthur and Ted Drake are both trying to make their way. And they go. They're with Southampton and Hampshire, and they go to the Southampton guys, the directors, to have their individual meetings to talk about the salary for the summer. And Ted Drake comes out first and tells Arthur what he's been offered, probably something like 12 pounds a week. Arthur goes in and is offered £2 less, and he says, "Well, hang on. You've just offered Ted Drake £12. He said, "Well, Ted Drake's a better player than you." And he said, "Not in the summer, he's not."
I love them. Here comes Barker. Bowls. Roderick off the back foot. Steers that into the gap in the covers. But there is a sweeper out there. And that is Ian Holland. And the total moves on to 56 for one. By the way, after 10 overs, Hampshire, well, they were 51 for one. And Worcestershire, even though they're 56 for one now, were 55 for one. So there is not a lot in the scores at the moment. So, yeah, I'm just getting over that story from Dave.
We were talking before the break about targets of 300 and how people kind of take them for granted now and just get on and do the business. Here's
Barker around the wicket to Jones. Jones works that into the gap as well in the covers and moves on to 32, 57 for one.
And nowadays it's 50 overs. Well, in the very first year of what was called the Gillette Cup, 1963, they had 65 overs. And in that year, I've just checked it out, there were in total 30 innings played in that particular year, 30 innings, and only 2 exceeded 300. 2 out of 30.
It's Barker. Roderick turns that away behind square on the leg side, runs the first one quickly, but wheels up from fine leg. Single it is, 59 for one. Roderick moves on to 20.
Whereas you and I, the last 3 innings we've watched in this competition have all exceeded 300. So that's one more than the whole of the 1963 season. In the final, 65 overs aside, Sussex scored 168, and Worcestershire lost it, scoring 154. And it was considered really exciting.
On today's standards. It's driven back to Barker by Rob Jones.
Of course, I have a feeling, although I've never quite checked it, but I have a feeling they will have played on uncovered pitches, because they did in those days, and I'm not sure they would have changed those regulations for 65 overs. You see,
some of those games must have been literally. Well, like playing on outfields.
Yeah.
Worse than that. Here comes Barker again. Bowls, Jones drives. He's going to take a quick single up to mid on. You have to hurry. Oh, it hits the stumps. Not out, says the umpire. Well, that was a risky single there as well. That was Ian Holland coming in quickly. Underarms the throw. Bit difficult if you're watching the live picture feed, but it's not a great angle, but that's a good throw. But that's good running. I have to say, that looked tight all the way. And Jones had to be quick.
Yeah, did well.
59 for one, 248 needed by Worcestershire. From here, 307 overall they'll need to overhaul Hampshire's total as Barker comes in and bowls. It's pulled away. Now he's split the field, but he hasn't really hit it with any venom. And they'll come back for 2. Roderick moves on to 22. Tom Preston wins that race between himself and Brad Wheel to get to the ball. And that's the end of the over. Well, these batters look fairly comfortable out there, Dave.
They do.
Came together with a score on 12, so they've put on 49.
difficult, isn't it? I said to you on the way down to lunch that I wondered whether Donald's innings had made the pitch look better than it is, but now watching these two guys, I'm less sure. The only other observation I would make at this point is that Middleton looked very good first up for Hampshire, and Middleton and these two guys had that experience of batting against the hard ball. I know they only bowl 25 overs with it because they have a different ball at each end. So whether Hampshire lost their way towards the end partly because the ball was getting softer, I don't know. Worcestershire bowled with more overcast skies, but I'm not sure that we didn't see a lot of swing, did we? So no. I don't know that would explain really. Perhaps they're just batting quite nicely. Wheel has come off, unsurprisingly, I think, and Ian Holland is back on, and that's just hit square out into the covers for a single, and the partnership of 50 runs, and again some polite applause from what is mostly the Hampshire faithful.
Round the ball 50 as well.
Yeah. Ian Holland has been very tight in this competition so far with his bowling. He comes in again, and that's how he has been bowling, really. Just played defensively, and he picks the ball up. And
I'll tell you what, Dave, Hampshire's seam bowling options in this game are very limited, aren't they? With no Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly, two 17-year-olds who have bowled pretty well in this competition.
It's the spin options that are significant. They've got 4 conceivably. I mean, Prest and Gubbins haven't bowled a great deal of spin, but they've got Crane and Dawson plus Prest and Gubbins. Holland bowls quite straight again, and again there's no run there. It's just played to the man at mid-wicket who runs in. So Holland has taken 17 wickets, easily top of the Hampshire wicket takers. 17 wickets at 13.7, but his economy, he's the only one under 4 before today, 3.95. Today at the minute he's on 4.3, but that might come down. He comes in again and bowls, and that's not going to bring his economy rate down, because Roderick, who bats with a bit of an open stance, smashes it back past Holland to the far boundary for 4. 66 for 1 in the coming towards the end of the 12th over.
Shot there.
So
in the right exact slot, wasn't it?
Yes, and they're 2 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis, which I don't think is going to be needed, even though there are some clouds. This played with that bottom hand, twisting the bat round to push it on the leg side, look for a run, but it's fielded, so there isn't one. Duckworth Lewis is perhaps more use in an indicative way than in terms of the prospect of weather today. Better than that other thing that was showing in one of the games that we saw. Holland bowls, that's straight, gully fields. There's no run. What was that other thing that reckoned 85% Yorkshire going to beat us or something?
The wind predictor.
Oh, it was something like that. I think it had a particular name. I can't remember what it was called now, but it was generally hopeless. So I think Duckworth Lewis is at least indicative of where you would like to be at this stage of proceedings.
So you didn't like the wind predictor then, Dave?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was called.
I
remember. I think I sent you a daft message about it, pointing out.
What is this?
Yes, saying something like, yes. It was one of those games where there was
the wasp.
That was it. What wasp? Yes. Yeah.
Still, you've only just learnt the 100, Dave. Here comes Barker, driven by Jones up to mid-off. Throw comes in from mid-off, misses the stumps, misses the backup fielder as well, but Prest is backing up, or the backup number 2.
Yeah, Prest.
Yeah. So the 100 was enough for you this season. What's it for you next season?
Yeah, I can't do too many new things at once. Yeah.
Was Wasp around in the 60s?
No, I don't remember it.
No, you don't remember. No. Somebody said that to you then. You'd have ducked.
Yes, I don't think it was.
67 for 1 at the start of the 13th. Here's Barker again. Roderick flicks that away on the leg side, down towards fine leg. One bounce to Brad Wheel. Not in control of that.
Actually, I was talking earlier about being at the Victorious Festival yesterday, and one of the bands that was on, I didn't see them, one of the bands that was on was called Divine Comedy, and they made an album called Duckworth Lewis, or the Duckworth Lewis Method or something. I can't remember. Right. They're quite quirky, quite a quirky bunch. They make kind of odd titles now. But I'd had enough of Duckworth Lewis by then.
Rob Jones on the back foot steers that to mid-wicket.
Yes, you were saying about the pace options, and if Wheel is not doing the business, that's kind of interesting. Will he turn to spin quite quickly? I mean, they're still in that power play, so.
Yeah, as well as Baker bowled, I didn't really see anything turn.
When I say the power play, not on the first one, but
no.
The second one, which has a long way. Well, spinner's going to have to bowl in this second one, so that's okay.
It's Barker again, runs towards us. Round the wicket again to Rob Jones. On the back foot, steers that past a diving Fletcher Middleton. Down towards backward of point. And the throw comes in from Albert. Taken cleanly by Ben Brown, but Jones picks up 2 more. And Worcestershire on to 70 for 1. They'll be happy where they are here in the 13th. Yeah. Keeping that run rate required below 6.5. It's a fraction below 6.5 from here on in. It's been hovering around 6.3, 6.4 for a while now. Certainly is not increasing, which is of course something that Hampshire want it to do. They're scoring at 5.5 at the moment as Barker comes in. Jones pushes that out to point. Middleton diving this time, does pick it up. No run, gets a round of applause from the crowd as well. So I'm just looking around. When I was looking at the temporary stands that are still here, they must be left here for. Of course, they were here for the 100, but I think there's a game, isn't there? International, isn't there, coming up here soon?
New Zealand?
Yeah, I think so. Is it a women's international game? No, that'd be Sri Lanka if it was. It's the men that are playing New Zealand. I'm not sure actually there is one of those.
Okay.
I'll have to have a look in a minute. Jones steers that again, this time almost straight to Fletcher Middleton, who picks it up. End of the over. Barker's gone for 29, picked up 1 wicket off his 7, and Worcester is 70 for 1 off 13, needing another 237. There is an international here somewhere along the line. I'm not sure if I wrote it down. Yes, oh, you're right actually. Yeah, there is a game, the men against the New Zealanders.
Yeah,
on the 10th of September. You're right, Dave. Sunday.
Yeah, 2 weeks today. Yeah,
that's right. Sorry.
We've got a championship game next Sunday starting against Somerset. I just saw Nick Gubbins have a chat to Keith Barker. He sometimes bowls all the way through, but is not going to bowl all the way through because he's signalled to Brad Wheel. I think Brad Wheel will bowl the next one at the far end. We're now watching Ian Holland at our end, the hotel end. And that's just clipped up to mid-on, and they take a fairly easy single. Roderick goes up to 28, and Jones is on 37, not out. So I think Brad Wheel will have another go at the other end, whether the pitch will suit him better there, whether he'll hit his stride, we shall have to see. Here comes Holland. Jones, bat aloft, wallop, and it's square on the offside. Goes out towards the boundary, it's fielded, they take a single. Jones moves on. He's going at 90 and runs per 100 ball. Roderick is over the 100, so they're certainly getting on with it. And Holland conceding at 4.8, which is more than he has been in this competition this season, but he keeps that tight. No run there, just played up on the onside. There's a man out, a fairly square long leg, and a man at square leg on the boundary. 2 on the offside. Boundary, cover and third man. 3 in a row on the offside. And Holland gives him some width there, which he's able to hit. And they come back for 2 and they get there safely enough. Throw comes in. Holland can't quite stop it, but the man backing up Can. So 2 runs to Roderick, who is into the 30s now. For some reason Jones has faced 13 balls more than Roderick, even though he came in afterwards, but they're both in the 30s now, and 74 for 1. And here's Holland again. And well, that was interesting. Roderick first of all walked outside off stump and then tried to help it round. It wasn't really a sweep shot, it was trying to help it round on the leg side. And there was a shout from Holland for LBW. I suspect it was outside the line.
Way outside.
Yeah. So Albert comes up inside the circle for the last ball, and Jones it is, and he plays it to mid-off, and they come through for another run. So end of the over, 76 for 1, 14 bowled, Roderick 30, Jones 39.
At the same stage, after 14 overs, Hampshire were 74 for 2.
Worcester are winning then.
Yeah, it's all pretty close.
Yeah, it is close, yeah. And Duckworth Lewis is 76, which is what they've got. So yeah, it's tight.
It is.
Yeah. But Hampshire will want to take a wicket or 2.
Well, you were right, Dave.
Yeah.
Because Brad Will is trying his luck from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
Expensive from this northern end. 2 overs, none for 21. And Hampshire really do need a decent spell out of him, because the seam bowling options are very thin, with just Barker, Holland and Brad Wheel in the attack. As he comes in and bowls, that's pulled away by Jones down to fine leg. So not a great start, that delivery.
No. I mean, there's also the worry about who's going to bowl the close. Well, assuming there are closing overs, it might be that Worcester simply race away. But with only 3 seam options, I mean, Keith Barker's already bowled 7 of his 10.
Yeah.
Holland's bowled 5 of his 10. So Liam Dawson is also limbering up. So we might see Liam Dawson at this end next over.
His Wheel bowls, and that's hammered away on the leg side, and that's 4 runs from Gareth Roderick. Well, Brad Wheel's got a real problem, and so's Nick Gubbins, the captain, because at the moment Brad Wheel's being picked off, and on the team sheet he'd be one of your main bowlers. So he's got to get this right. He's only bowled 14 deliveries and he's gone for 26 already. 81 for 1. Roderick moves on to 34. That's from just 31 balls. As Wheel comes in again from the pavilion end, and Roderick steers that down to 3rd. That was quite a straight delivery. Gave himself a bit of room, Roderick. Moves on to 35.
You've mentioned the 2 young guys in the England under-19 side. There's also, of course, missing Scott Curry. Now on Tuesday, Scott Curry was unfit, as I understand it. So, and I simply don't know today whether he was considered, whether he was fit, whether he's been omitted.
I got the feeling he wasn't confident about being fit for this one.
Okay.
The brief chat I had with him, he's got a foot injury, isn't he? As Wheel comes in again, that's better. Jones just pushes it back to him. And there is no run. I think he's some sort of heel or something about his foot. And when I said to him, how was it? And I just got the feeling that his answer, he wasn't confident about being fit today. I think he thinks it might be a bit longer term, a bit more longer term than that. I think it's when he jars his front foot down, or that it might be bruised or something like that. Anyway, those things do tend to be quite a while. Trying to give himself some room, just finds Fletcher Middleton at back with a point this time.
Of course, it might be that there's not much cricket for him to play for the rest of the season. He hasn't been featuring in the championship side, and it depends how much progress this team makes. You know, if they win today, then they've got another game on Tuesday. If they win that, they've got a final a couple of weeks later. But if they don't win today, that's the end of the white ball season for Hampshire, and that would be the end of a season for quite a lot of the squad.
That's right. Here's that Wheel. Jones cuts it past the diving Fletcher Middleton. This could go all the way unless Albert gets there, which he does. Down at 3rd, just pushes the ball back in play. It was never out of play, but you know what I mean. Further into play. 84 for 1 and 15 overs are gone. 2:23 needed.
8 from that wheel over, which slightly better than the previous 2, but not quite what the skipper ordered, I think. Now, Gubbins is stood at the bowler's end, this end. Brown is on his way, making his way up, and is going to wear a helmet, and that's part of the indication that Liam Dawson is going to bowl from this end. We were saying earlier that he hasn't played in a 50-over game, at least a county game in this country, hasn't played in a 50-over game since 2019. And despite the debate about whether it's contentious that he's playing or not, he gets a decent little round of applause from the supporters, so they'll be hoping that he can do the business. He's bowled pretty well in the 100, about which of course I know absolutely everything.
You do. You're Mr. 100.
He's gone at under 150 economy, which isn't bad. A couple of the Hampshire guys, who will remain nameless, went at 240 per 100 balls, so that was a bit frightening. And a couple of others, 161 and 178, so under 150 seems to be okay. As I say, Roderick bats with a quite open stance, not quite Peter Willey, but it's going that way, and he gives himself a little bit more room and hits the ball to long off where an Aaron Donald fields, and they come through for 1. Rob Jones takes a fresh guard. Keeper is standing up, but there is no other close catcher. There are men at short extra cover and short mid wicket, certainly saving 1, but and that he gave himself room there to a ball that was actually quite well pitched up, played it on the back foot. It's a good job he did manage to hit it into the ground, or it bounced up to cover. No run. There's a man just backward of point inside the circle, and a man short third man inside the circle, and that's more conventionally played straight. Again up to Donald at long off. No run. There's a fielder on the boundary at square leg. One inside the circle at short fine leg. Short long leg maybe. Dawson bowls that. That's nicely sprawling stop there by the skipper Gubbins at extra cover. And Dawson's round again. 86 for 1. We're in the 16th over. He bowls that quite flat. Gubbins again attempts to roll over and field that spectacularly, but he can't get quite close enough to it. Donald picks it up. So 1.1. If he keeps the pattern going, this last ball will be a dot ball, and it'll be 3 off the over. We shall see. Here he is, and it is. So that was a nice little pattern. I like patterns like that. 1.1.1. 3 off the over. Tighten things up quite significantly and quite importantly. The run rate for Worcester at the minute is 5.4, and they need 6.5. Duckworth Lewis is 83, and they're 87 for 1. So they're fine, really. They're okay, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they're Worcester in a good position.
Yeah.
We're talking about sort of players playing and not playing. That I suppose with no Don Kelly and Eddie Jack, I'm just wondering what other seam bowling options Hampshire would have had to have called upon. And I can't think of anybody.
Fuller. You see, Fuller hasn't played. I know Southern Brave played last night, but Fuller hasn't played for some games.
Okay, here's Brad Wheel bowls, and that's just worked down to 3rd by Roderick. Moves on to 38, 88 for 1.
And I suppose what I'm assuming, I mean, in the Southern Brave, he's played 5 out of the 8 games, but I think he's missed the last 3. So he was eligible as Joe Weatherly to come in if they'd wanted. He didn't have much of a tournament, to be honest. He played 5 games and took 0 for 89. So whether he's not in very good nick, I don't know.
Wheel to Jones. Jones works that to extra cover, fielded by Gubbins. Yes, that's probably about the only option they had.
I think you're right, really, because Turner, of course, might have been an option with Trent Rockets finishing early, but he's not fit.
Well, he wouldn't have been an option because if he was fit, he would have played with England, or been with England, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would. Chris Wood
might have been an option. Here comes Wheel. And edged. Oh, has he not quite? Just quite carry through to Brown, thinking it may just come off the glove. He took the pace off it. He's trying to give himself some room, trying to cut that down to third.
That bounced quite nicely.
Just watching on the live picture feed if you're doing so. Yeah, it may just have come off the wrist or the glove.
Bounced in front, didn't it?
Got an email here from Carol Illett, sullencricket@gmail.com. She says, good afternoon. Hearing you talk of players moving clubs and contracts reminds me, come to that in a moment, as Brad Wheel comes in from that pavilion end and bowls to Jones. Jones gets a length ball, just pushes that out to Gubbins. No run. Much better over here from Brad Wheel.
Yeah, crowd encouraging him as well.
Yeah, they know importance of him having good 10 overs. Ian Holland, says Carol, is out of contract at the end of this season. I must admit I'd forgotten, and if he is, that's right. But I've not seen anything about him going elsewhere. Do you know if he's maybe going back to Australia, or will he continue to play without a contract? I know that earlier this season he was unable to play for the USA due to his commitments to Hampshire. As Wheel comes in, Jones takes the bottom hand off the bat and again can't find the angle. That is a much better over there from Brad Wheel. Or it isn't finished yet, I got excited. But it's a dot ball. The crowd are just willing him to do well here. He's my favourite player, says Carol, and I'll miss him if he goes. Well, I've not heard anything one way or another, Carol, but I haven't asked the question because thank you for reminding me. I'd forgotten or didn't realise he was out of contract this year. So I suppose they've left it fairly late, haven't they, to decide. Maybe they have decided, just haven't announced anything. That's what usually happens. Jones gets another length ball, and again he's pushed to mid-wicket. Much better. And the crowd trying to lift Brad Wheel there. That's just one run off that over, which has been in marked contrast to his previous 3. And he's gone for 30 now from 4. And Worcestershire are 88 for 1 after 17 overs, needing another 219, and that run rate required. So it's amazing what a one quiet over does. As for the first time that I can remember, although it may have done before, but it's over 6.5 and over required. Don't think it's been that.
See, Brad Wheel has not played in the last 3 of these matches, and he's not been playing in anything else all season. So it's got to be rusty. And maybe that was part of it, really. You know, he's suddenly having it's all very well getting in the nets, but it's just took him a couple of overs to get into the groove there. And Dawson bowls, and that's not an entirely true shot. It's fielded backward of square by Keith Barker, and they get 1 run. I'm not convinced that Holland's contract is up, and I think somewhere I've got a list. So was it Carol, did you say?
Carol Illett,
well, Carol, I hope you're going to keep listening all afternoon, and when I'm next off air I'll go and have a little route round, see what I can find. Dawson bowls again, and Jones uses his feet there, plays it to long off, where there is a man without anything on the back of his shirt, and I'm not sure which 12th person that is. It might be Dom Kelly. That's hit out on the onside, and it comes up to Toby Albert at long on, and again it's a single, so they go up to 91 for 1 in the 18th. Single off every ball so far, but we've got a 12th man on for sure. And I think it might be Dom Kelly, as I say. And whoever that man is that Dom Kelly? I don't know. If Jo's listening, she'll tweet us in a minute. I know she's here because I saw her at lunchtime. Yeah, she'll tweet us and say, don't be silly, Dave, it's not Dom Kelly. You know who it is, and it'll be somebody I've never heard of. He normally plays for the academy. I don't think he plays in the 100, whoever he is. And that's a very good shot. Through cow corner, 4 runs. For Roderick, up to 96 for 1. Yes, 96 for 1. So Brad Wheel's tightened things up, and Liam Dawson's become more expensive.
I'm just seeing a thing here that says he signed a contract extension until the end of the 2023 season, Ian Holland.
Which is now. Okay, so it is up then in that case. Dawson bowls, it's quite a flat one, and it's hit up to Toby Albert at long on for a single. And Liam Dawson's mum would normally be here, but she's having a weekend a bit like me, really, full of music. She's gone to see, I can't remember if she told me or somebody else told me, she's gone to see Robbie Williams somewhere today, because apparently she was fed up about the game being changed to Sunday because she couldn't get in. She's a very loyal supporter.
She missed that Anarin Donald innings as well.
Yeah.
On top of that. Dave, I'm going to get you to come in my side.
Oh, yes.
We'll get Frank Watson in. So, 18 gone, 32 to do. 210 more needed by Worcestershire. They're 97 for 1. That run rate, despite that 9 runs off the Liam Dawson last over, is still just over 6.5 from here on in. They're scoring at just under 5.5 as Wheel comes in. Roderick drive down the ground, 4. Lovely straight shot there from Roderick. And that's the 100 up for Worcestershire at the start of the 19th. Good round of applause from this home crowd for the 100 up for the visitors. And Roderick moves on to 49 off just 41 deliveries. Worcestershire need another 206. As Wheel comes in and bowls, Roderick pulls that away on the leg side. This is more runs, and that is 4 more. So we had 1 good over from Brad Wheel. I'm afraid it looks like we're back to what we saw in the previous 3 from Brad Wheel. And that's 50 up for Gareth Roderick off 42 balls. And that includes 8 4s. He's played very, very well indeed. And given Worcestershire a terrific start to this run chase. Just the 1 wicket that's fallen. Azhar Ali in the 3rd over was caught behind off Barker for 4. 12 for 1 it was. These two approaching 100 stand here as Wheel bowls, and that's more runs on the leg side. That'll be a single. 106 for 1 here, Worcestershire, and Roderick moves on to 54. Now it came together when the score was on 12. So a partnership which is giving Worcestershire Frank Watson a good pace, good base on which to launch from.
Yep. Played pretty well, these two. Roderick gets lucky there as well, Jones, doesn't he? Looking to bat that one away on the offside bottom edge, down past the stumps, and picks up another single. But yeah, going along quite nicely at the moment. Still a long way to go, but these two putting together a decent partnership. 95 they've added so far, as Wheel comes in again from the pavilion end and bowls, and Roderick plays a controlled little dab down to 3rd man for another single. Takes him on to 55. Rob Jones 46. Fairly even-handed partnership. Jones had a little bit more of the strike. He's faced 58 balls, Roderick's faced 44. Wheel racing in, balls pretty quickly, and Jones cuts uppishly, but again in controlled fashion, down to 3rd man, and picks up another single. And he keeps the strike. 47 to him, 55 to Roderick. End of the over. 109 for 1, Worcestershire, off 19 overs. And ahead by comparison, because Hampshire at the same point were 94 for 3, but then we did have the Anarin Donald assault thereafter.
Yeah, I think, though, Frank, Worcestershire will be feeling pretty comfortable at the minute, pretty content with the way things are going. And Liam Dawson, 2 overs, 0 for 12. First one went for 3, but the second one for 9. He's coming in again to start his 3rd over now, and Jones uses his feet. 2 men converge on it, and Toby Albert it is who Tom Press leaves it to Toby Albert, just throws it in. Liam Dawson can't quite stop it, but they come back for a 2nd run. So Rob Jones on 49, poised to follow his partner to a half century. It's Dawson bowls and Rob Jones gets it. Dawson sprawling, attempting to cut it off towards mid-on. Doesn't get there, and Toby Albert draws it. Rob Jones acknowledges the applause.
And the 100 partnership as well.
So, maybe both of these innings are going to revolve around key partnerships, because this is certainly a very effective one. It's Dawson to bowl, who hits that to mid-wicket, no run. They're wearing light blue helmets, not green, Frank.
No, these are the T20 helmet.
Oh, okay.
The Rapids.
Oh, okay.
Helmet, yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah. That's driven quite nicely out to long off, just for.
Yeah, they've remained as the Rapids for this competition,
as
they are for the Blast.
Oh.
Once some counties have adopted their T20 personas, and others haven't.
Oh, I see. Dawson, that's hit more firmly, but in almost exactly the same place, and it's another single. I see. So they are today the Worcestershire Rapids.
They are the Rapids today. Yeah.
Somebody asked me recently why Hampshire were Hampshire and not whatever with the Hawks or whatever. I don't know. I said because we've been Hampshire since. And that's a false shot by Roderick that looked for a moment as if it had bowled him, but Dawson looks disappointed, but it hasn't. And I said, yeah, well, we've been Hampshire since 1772 in first-class cricket, so it doesn't trouble me terribly that that we retain that place, that name today. But there we are.
End of the over, 114 for 1. 5 runs coming off that over. That's 20 gone. 100 partnership raised by these two for the second wicket. We're going to see a change in the bowling. Mason Crane coming into the attack at the pavilion end with his leg breaks, and he will be bowling to Rob Jones. So yeah, I agree. Worcestershire fairly happy with their situation at the moment. Still a long way to go, of course, but they've laid the base for a big run chase, and they'll want these two to take this partnership further. 162 was the big partnership in the Hampshire innings for the fourth wicket. This one just past the 100. Mason Crane to bowl, no slip. He's got 2 men saving one on the leg side, 3 saving one on the offside. His first ball to Jones is driven, and a good diving stop by Nick Gubbins at extra cover. A wideish mid-off presents any more than a single. 115 for 1. Jones goes to 52. Crane slightly rearranging the field for Roderick. He's got 2 men out on the leg side boundary, 1 just behind square, 1 at mid-wicket, and he bowls, and Roderick just tucks this one away into that big gap at mid-wicket and picks up a single as Tom Prest comes in from deep mid-wicket to do the fielding. He then goes out to deep back at square leg, and Aaron Donald goes to a more conventional mid-wicket for the right-handed Jones, who likes to work it into that area. But this one is wide outside the off stump, and he drives it through extra cover, and he'll come back for 2. Good running. They've run well, these two, taken a lot of what would appear to be risky singles to mid-off, but they're so quick between the wickets that they have got home pretty comfortably every time. And 2 more runs taken there. 118 for 1. Crane in again, bowls, and Jones goes big on the leg side over mid-wicket, gets the bottom hand in, and that is a boundary for Rob Jones. Takes him to 58, and he overtakes Gareth Roderick, and it's 122 for 1. Worcestershire now in the 21st over.
Bit of a quandary for Nick Gubbins now, because he's not got a bowler this afternoon to turn to just to tighten things up yet.
Crane again, bowls, and Jones goes again on the leg side. This time he'll only get 1 because he's picked out fielder out there, Tom Prest, and they go through for a single, which necessitates that change in the field again. Donald going out to deep mid-wicket. Crane to Roderick. Bowls, and Roderick is beaten outside the off stump, and everybody's appealing. They're appealing for a stumping, they're appealing for a catch. Neither umpire raises the finger. Just a good dot ball that turned past Roderick's outside edge. End of the over, 123 for 1. 9 runs came from it, 21 overs gone.
Brown turns at the square leg umpire, appealed for a stumping, which clearly wasn't getting, and immediately wheeled round and appealed to the other umpire for a catch, which was not quite convincing really. But it was a good ball, but it means that Crane has gone for 9 from his first over, and the run rate is almost, the Worcestershire run rate is almost up to 6, and the required rate is 6.3. I keep saying Duckworth-Lewis can be indicative of sorts. Well, Duckworth-Lewis is 105 and they're 123 for 1, so again, Worcestershire pretty comfortable. Anyway, it's spin to continue, which at least moves the game along fairly quickly, and Dawson it is coming in to bowl. He bowls, and there's just room there to play that down to long off by Jones, who goes on to 60. 124 for 1 on 183 to win and secure a Derby Cup semi-final for Worcestershire. That's short of a length and quite flat, and it's just pushed with no particular effort out on the onside for a single. So 2 singles from the first 2 balls. Dawson bowls again, and this time's hit square on the offside by Roderick. 3 singles off the first 3 balls. Bright sunshine now, and it being late August, the sun will begin to drop in the sky, and it will then blaze through our open windows. As Dawson bowls again, gives that one a bit more air, but the shot, not quite the same shot, but the same position on the field, out to deep cover for a single. It will be the sun will be masked from time to time by the clouds, which are not at all threatening. And well, there's another single now, but Jones didn't get that right at all really. Luke used his feet, had a bit of a slash out on the offside, got an under edge, and it ran down to the man at fine leg inside the circle, Keith Barker, who fields it. And 5 balls, 5 singles. Dawson bowls, and that's clipped up to long on for a single. So it was a fairly tight over by Dawson, and fairly effective in that sense, but if Worcestershire can milk him for 6 singles and over, they'll win the game.
Yeah, exactly right by the batsman. I think Jones did get lucky on that 5th ball, as you say, but exactly the right tactics against Liam Dawson, who is probably likely to be as tight as any of the slower bowlers that you would see in a game like this. And as you say, if you can take him for 6 and over without taking too many chances, then that makes a lot of sense. Mason Crane, bowling from the pavilion end, will continue. Beat Roderick with the last ball of his previous over with a beauty. And comes in now and bowls, and Roderick is working this one away on the onside for a single. But you would say with Crane that you're less likely to need to sort of milk him in the way that you would the left arm spinner, because being a wrist spinner, more liable every now and again to throw one in that you can take for more than a single. Crane in again now, bowls to Jones, and there is one that's wide outside the off stump, and Jones just drives it up to long off. Keith Barker is the fielder, and they take a single.
The thing with Crane is that Hampshire will think that he's more likely to get the wicket, but he will go for a few more,
and you might play some more shots at him. And he bowls again, and this one's fetched by Roderick from way outside off out to deep mid-wicket, kind of front, well, sort of slap sweep in front of square, and Roderick moves on to 62, 132 for 1, partnership 120 now, as Crane is in again and bowls, and Jones goes for the reverse sweep, which he plays quite well, but it got him out against New Zealand the other day in the T20, caught by that man who fielded that one, who is basically backward point, but becomes a sort of short backward square leg if Jones plays that shot. He's looking for that gap out behind square on the offside. Goes more conventionally this time, straight up the ground to Barker at long off. And Crane too is restricting the batsman to just singles at the moment, which is decent, but they do need a wicket. Crane bowls. This one's quicker, flatter, turned by Roderick on the leg side for 1. End of Crane's over. 5 runs came from it, 135 for 1 off 23, needing 306 to win.
11 singles from the last 12 balls, so that's pretty much a winning formula. I mean, there would be a point where they don't need to wallop a couple over the boundary, but there's no need to rush to do that. And the 2 batsmen are pretty much level pegging. 63 to Roderick, 64 to Jones. Crane 2 overs at 7 and over, and Dawson 4 overs at 5.8. So the 2 opening bowlers, Barker and Harland, went for 4.5-ish between them, and Dawson will continue, but there's a field swap there, which is sending Barker out to point on the circle, and Dawson to bowl, and same thing really, just pushed up to mid-on. Long on has come into mid-on, and you just get a feeling that maybe they've tried to cut out that single off every ball, but they didn't manage it, so Toby Albert's now sent back to long on, and the man down on the boundary backward of square on the leg side has been brought up inside the circle just to meet the fielding restrictions. Dawson bowls again, and it's not quite where Rob Jones wanted to hit that one, and Dawson diving stops it off his own bowling in front of the man at mid-wicket. And he comes round and bowls again, and that tosses that one up on the offside. Lots of air to that one, but Tom pressed at cover, runs around, fields it, throws it back to Dawson. Again, that's a single, so 1.1. So we've had 13 singles from the last 15 balls, so the pattern at the moment at least seems to be set. And here's Dawson, and well, it's not quite set, because Dawson has gone through a bit of a hoik, to be perfectly honest with you, by Roderick. It wasn't quite the shot he wanted. I don't think it bounced that much on him, but it's hit the stumps, and Dawson looks absolutely delighted, and Roderick is gone. Bowled Dawson for 64, 8 fours, very, very good partnership of 124, which was a little short of, I was checking, a little short of Worcestershire's second wicket best against Hampshire, which remains at 140. So Dawson has, well, will it be the crucial breakthrough in his 5th over? 1 for 25 now. Worcestershire 136 for 2. We're almost exactly halfway, just slightly over halfway. And the new man to come to the pitch is Jake Libby.
Yeah, you'd think Dawson had never taken a wicket before, the way that he celebrated that, which certainly underlines his commitment to the cause, having been brought back into the side. He celebrated as though he'd just won the game, absolutely setting off to do high 10s all the way round the ring on the offside. It was a poor shot from Roderick in the circumstances, and he was very annoyed with himself. But like a lot of those shots, the sort of slog sweep looks great if you whack it for 4, it looks terrible if you miss it, and he did miss it. Just hurried on to him a little bit, if anything. Jake Libby is the new batsman, captain in this competition, and he joins Rob Jones, with Worcestershire well placed as we approach the halfway point in the innings.
Dawson in, bowls that first ball to Libby. It hits it slightly uppishly towards the man at short mid-wicket. it's certainly not a chance, but maybe just stopped on him slightly. Didn't quite time it for the first ball. Dawson again bowls and gives himself some room this time. It's a flatter ball, but goes to mid-wicket. The Hampshire crowd obviously pleased that one of their long-time favourite, well in fact their longest time favourite, the longest serving member of the Hampshire side these days, Liam Dawson, has what might be a key wicket, 136 for 2 at the end of the 24th over.
And Mason Crane to continue from the pavilion end of the ground. If you're just joining us and you don't know what's happened earlier today, Hampshire 305 for 9 in their 50 overs, and Aaron Donald 115 of those off just 73 balls. Half century for Ben Brown, and also an attractive 41 from Fletcher Middleton. 2 wickets each for Pennington, 2 for Van Beek, 2 for Baker. And in reply, Worcestershire have lost Azhar Ali for 4 and Gareth Roderick for 64 as Mason Crane begins a new over, bowling to Rob Jones, who steers him square on the offside for a single. Takes him on to 66, and the Worcestershire total to 137 for 2. 306 the target, and the sun out at the Aegeus Bowl as Mason Crane comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Libby, who's not yet off the mark, and he just pushes this one out square on the offside, and he's still not off the mark as the fielding is done by Liam Dawson. A backward point. Crane in again, bowls, pushed through, and he is off the mark this time. Libby just steering it off the back foot a little bit further in front of square, and Fletcher Middleton comes off the cover boundary to do the fielding. Jones on strike, 2 men out on the leg side boundary, and he drives through extra cover, which for some reason gives Mason Crane reason for excitement. Throws his hands up in the air. Maybe he thought that he was going to get underneath that one and lift it to the fielder at extra cover, but it was all along the ground. Single taken. Crane again is in, bowls. This one, well, quicker, gave it a real rip, that one, dropped it a bit short, turned a bit, and Libby on the back foot could do nothing with it, just pushed it away on the offside. No run. Man goes out a bit deeper for Libby on the leg side as Crane finishes the over by giving him a single, which I think was probably all part of the deal. Means Libby keeps the strike, the new man. He's now on 2, and at the end of the over 4 runs came from it. 25 gone, we're at the halfway point, and Worcestershire are 140 for 2.
Yeah, overs being bowled quite quickly, as you might expect, with Crane and Dawson in harness. But Rob Jones is calling for something. It's like one of those tic-tac men on the
might be
race course.
Something as simple as a drink, I think.
It could be, yeah. Well, Dawson is going to bowl with both long on and long off inside the circle at mid-on and mid-off to Libby, and despite which the ball is a bit short and outside off stump, so he can play it square on the offside and take a single, and that puts Rob Jones on strike, and those 2 guys come back to the boundary. Shadows quite clear on the turf now, with the sun not blazing down but certainly bright enough as Dawson bowls, and that's hit to cover. And now I'm just waiting to see, because I'm not sure what Rob Jones was doing there, whether he was waiting for the umpire to confirm. Anyway, he has confirmed. Rob Jones has holed out to the man at short extra cover, which was Nick Gubbins, I'm fairly sure. It was a diving catch. Dawson has struck again. I don't think Jones was standing there thinking, what an idiot, and why did I play that shot? I think he was just waiting for the umpire to confirm that the ball had held up and that the catch had been held properly.
Yeah, I think he was definitely just waiting to see confirmation that it had carried, which is fine. Gubbins fine. Diving forward to take the catch. I think it was Gubbins, and
scoreboard's decided not to tell us.
Important breakthrough from
There it is, Colt Gubbins
Dawson,
yeah, 67.
who's picked up his second wicket in quick succession, and that has really derailed the run chase. Just exactly what happened when we saw earlier today that big partnership ended. We've got 2 new men at the crease. Kashif Ali
that's the
coming
crucial
out
thing for me.
to join Jake Libby, and it's going to be a test again now for Worcestershire. They've got to try and keep the momentum going at the same time as re-establishing a partnership. So good stuff from Liam Dawson, 141 for 3.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial thing for me. That I've got to go.
I'll keep talking until Kevin joins you, and then you can come in over on this side and I'll go off for my update. So Dawson will bowl to Kashif, who has been in very, very good form in this competition. I am touching wood of some description as I say that, and Kevin's back to talk you through it as I go off to do an update.
So Dawson, who's picked up 2 big wickets there, half shout for an LBW as he's forward there, Kashif Ali. Well, we just saw this in the Hampshire innings with players going well and then a couple of quick wickets, and all of a sudden things look a little different, and Worcestershire have got to rebuild here with 2 players having gone really very nicely in Roderick and Rob Jones. 64 for Roderick and Rob Jones for 67. We're out within 5 runs of each other, and that's a huge blow for Worcestershire in this run chase. As Dawson bowls, Ali's on the back foot, steers that out into the covers, and there is no run. So you've got Libby, who's faced just 7 balls for 3. Ali's faced 2 balls for no score. And it's a bit like starting the innings all over again, which is exactly what Worcestershire didn't want. And that run rate is beginning to climb. It's getting close to 7 and over, probably about the highest it's been in their reply. As Ali gets another length ball. Well, you don't need to give Liam Dawson a second invitation. Any sort of half openings, a quarter of an opening, he's right through there, and he's picked up both wickets, 2 big wickets in Roderick and Jones, as Ali pushing forward, and there's no run. So another good over from Dawson, 2 for 26 from 6. Worcestershire need another 166 from here, with 24 overs remaining, and that run rate, as I say, from here on in, a fraction, smidgen, excuse me, under 7 and over. I did say at the start that Worcestershire don't want to waste overs here. Jones and Roderick were able to just push the ball around at will, really, and keeping the scoreboard ticking along. 124 they put on for the second wicket in 21 overs. Looked totally at home, and they've both made mistakes there. And Liam Dawson has benefited both times. Mason Crane, 3 overs, none for 18. I don't think he's bowling too badly, really. His figures probably don't do him justice at the moment. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Libby trying to drive on the up. The ball's just biting a little bit here for Mason Crane. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see, oh, that ball is turning. It's beginning to turn as it gets softer and older and more scuffed up. And Libby's got to be careful here. It's not Roderick and Jones out there as Libby pushes it in the air. Oh, it's almost caught a mid-wicket. Donald diving, couldn't quite get there. Well, how this has turned around, Frank Watson, in the space of 2 or 3 overs.
10 minutes, different game, isn't it, really? Cruising along, that partnership for the second wicket, 124.
Yeah.
Nothing like wickets to disturb a run chase.
That's Ali going early didn't help. As Libby drives, does find the bat this time, and he also finds the gap in the covers and moves on to 4. Well, this looks a difficult spell here, one of which Worcestershire have really got to get on top of this, and they don't want to leave it too long, because that run rate from here on in is now 7 and over. It's not alarming, it's nothing to get too worried about, but it is slowly climbing with 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, would you keep Dawson going all the way through his spell now?
Bowl
him the 10th through.
I think if he can bowl 4 like this, and that's pushed out on the onside, no run, and another 4 from Mason Crane, that's 8 overs out of the next 23 and a bit.
Yeah.
Where possibly they're behind on the rate, and of course that will build by the time they finish. It's a difficult one. That's where good captaincy comes in. What would you do, Frank?
I'd be tempted to keep him going, I think, if he's...
At least another couple, if not more, as Ali's on the back foot, and he's off the mark now, stroking that through the covers.
I mean, if you can get the rate up above 10 as a fielding captain, with still 20 to go, well 15 to go, and maybe even just 12 or 13 to go, it's a tall order, isn't it?
Crane from that pavilion end, it's full and it's driven back to him, and the end of the over. The crowd sense that this game has just turned a little bit more in the home side's favour than when Roderick and Jones were batting. And it's 143 for 3. That's 27 gone, 23 to do, and that run rate required now is just over 7.
And only 13 have come off the last 5 overs, which is just the sort of check that Nick Gubbins will have been hoping his spinners could give him in these middle overs. It's almost become part of the plan, isn't it, these days? Get the spinners on in the middle overs, and in fact, we're going to see a change. Gubbins is going to come on himself at the pavilion end.
Well, the only reason I can think of here is 2 new batters at the crease, so he might be able to get away with a couple of average balls.
Through. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to be bowling to Kashif, and his first ball is short, and Kashif whacks it away on the leg side. An agricultural bit of cricket, shall we say. It was a drag down and a pull shot, the sort of thing you see on village greens all over the country on a Sunday. 144 for 3, Kashif off the mark. Gubbins bowls again, and again it's quite short, and on the back foot Libby just slaps it to extra cover for a single, but he'll be very happy to get through the over Gubbins without conceding any more than singles. And he comes in again now to bowl to Kashif, and throws this one up, and Kashif does just push it out on the offside. Is he occasional leg spin then, would we describe it as?
He's bowled 24 overs in this competition up until this one, so he's been on sort of more often than you'd expect. His run rate is a fraction under 6.
Yeah, well, and he comes again now and bowls, and again that one just a little bit of a roller really out of the front of the hand, and on the back foot Libby just pushes it back up the pitch, and there's no run. 146 for 3, and again Gubbins is in, bowls, and Libby's beaten now, so the off stump trying to cut that. Had he done so, you can see what he was trying to do because it was a bit short and wide. Had he done so, he might well have found the boundary, but he missed it, and it was taken by Brown. So here's Gubbins again, bowls, and again it's short and wide. This time Libby does cut it, but straight to the fielder out on the boundary. So a very respectable over, conceding just 4 runs from Nick Gubbins. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's 147 for 3. Worcestershire have become becalmed, shall we say, since Roderick and Jones's partnership has been split up, and they need something. And they need to just pick up the scoring rate a little bit now. They've got Kashif out there, he's the man to do it, but he is more comfortable, I would say, hitting seam than spin.
Mason Crane will continue from the pavilion end then. 4 overs, none for 20. He's going slightly less than the required rate. So as long as you've got bowlers on from a Hampshire point of view that are going for less than the required rate, that's okay. So, got a deep mid-wicket. There's Crane as Libby drives, it's in the air but it's in the gap on the offside. Moves on to 7, does the Worcestershire captain. 148 for 3. Libby's averaging 65 in this year's competition, so I'm not sure he quite looks as confident as that out there at the moment. Maybe that's the situation. That's there's just a little push up to mid-on there as well, and Ali was very aware that he shouldn't be playing across the line too much. Just sort of tried to hold the shape a little bit as it went up to mid-on. It was tempting for him to close the face of the bat, he didn't. As Crane comes in again, you just get the feeling that Crane and Dawson were just feeling this is being squeezed. That's a nice shot through mid-on, it's gone through wheel, and that is 4 runs, a welcome boundary for Worcestershire. Nice timing there from Ali.
Yeah, I told you how well he played the other day at Derby when he made 88 off 36 balls with 8 4s and 7 6s. It was an extraordinary innings.
So he's another man that Hampshire don't really want to be hanging around. 150 up for Worcestershire as that's down the leg side. Now that's off the pad maybe, or is it off the pad? It's certainly travelling a bit. It's going for 4, and that is off the pad. So 2 boundaries and 2 balls, which Worcestershire won't mind that too much. 152 for 3.
And I don't want to put the mockers on him, as it's so easy to do. But I interviewed him after that innings, I just asked him one question. His response was very interesting.
Gets an edge as it goes down to third. They'll take a quick single as Albert dives into that one.
I said to him, "You don't appear to suffer from any nerves. You know, you just go out there. You just go out there and play your shots." He's a late arrival in the county game, as you know.
Yeah.
And I was quite surprised by his response.
Crane bowls. Libby works that into the gap on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 8. 158 for 3.
He said, "No, I don't. No." He said, it's pointless being nervous. He said, I just can't see the point of it. It's kind of, you know, if you're nervous, you won't play your shots. Just go out there and play. And whether he meant it, whether he really feels that way, I don't know. But just quite refreshing to hear that, because so many players do get kind of, we've all known them, Kevin, get completely hamstrung by nerves, freezing in the moment. Kashif doesn't do that. He does occasionally, as you saw in the blast here, he does occasionally play recklessly, but refreshing. I thought refreshing approach. 158 for 3. Gubbins starts his second over, and he's bowling pretty tidily at the moment as Libby just pushes this one out on the offside, and there's no run. 11 came from that previous over. 30th over now. 306 the target. Gubbins bowls, Libby drives, doesn't really time it, off the back foot, picks up a single. It's a good little period for Hampshire now. They're really squeezing, I think, and if they pick up another couple of wickets now, I think Worcestershire's run chase could subside. That said, if Kashif can get going, he could get Worcestershire back into it. Tries a little run down to third man here, and the ball fizzes past the outside edge to be collected by Brown behind the stumps. No run. Gubbins again doing a good job so far. Bowls, and Kashif drives off the front foot. Just a single though. Square on the offside. 160 for 3. Definitely, in my experience, Kashif prefers the ball coming on. Well, most batsmen do, don't they? Which is why, as we were saying earlier, in the white ball game at the moment, the good spinners have been probably the most effective bowlers, haven't they? This one is cut away by Libby for a single, but Gubbins will be more than happy to be milked for ones at the moment. In his second over, he's only conceded 7 so far. Mason Crane's 5 overs have cost 27. Liam Dawson 2 for 26 off his 6, very tidy. Gubbins bowls, Kashif drives, and they'll just pick up a single as the fielding is done by Liam Dawson coming in from long off. Kashif keeps the strike. Warm applause from the Hampshire faithful, who recognise that Nick Gubbins is doing a tidy little job. He's bowled 2 overs for 8. It's 162 for 3 off 30.
So we're into the last 20 overs of the game, and Worcestershire need 145 from here, and that run rate is a fraction over 7 1/4 as the bowlers keep the rate over by over, just below what Worcestershire require. This Kashif Ali, I think he was the first player from the
South Asian Cricket
Academy to be taken on full time. In the 100 final, the women's 100 final, as Crane comes in and bowls and is pushed out on the offside quietly by Ali. The Southern Brave women made 139 for 6, and the Northern Superchargers are 87 for 8 after 84, so they need 53 from 16 with 2 wickets remaining. Looks like the Southern Brave women are on course to win their first 100 title. That's a nice drive through extra cover from Ali. That's beautifully timed, and that is 4. And Ali moves on to 14, 166 for 3. The Southern Brave women, having been in the final and lost twice to the Oval Invincibles, look like they're going to go one better. 166 for 3 then.
That was a lovely shot.
It was, wasn't it? A nice piece of timing. Off the front foot as Crane comes in again and bowls to Ali. Ali's on the back foot, or he's beaten it, appealing for a caught behind. Not out, says umpire Nigel Long at the far end. Bit of a juggly catch, I think that was from Ben Brown. It looked like it might have just come off the inside leg if you're watching on the live picture feed. Definitely a deflection. Here comes Crane, bowls, and Ali just steers that to extra cover. Looked like he wasn't quite sure which side of the wicket to hit it. In the end, he played safe. 2 balls left of the 31st. Partnership beginning to build between these two. Early days as Ali pulls that away on the leg side. It will go out to Prest at backward of square. Ali moves on to 15. That's come off just 20 balls. Libby has 10 off 20 balls. Trying to build another partnership after the Roderick Jones partnership was ended, which was a good one from Worcestershire. That's turned off the straight on the leg side by Libby for a single, and that ends Mason Crane's 6th over. He has none for 33. Worcestershire are 168 for 3, needing another 139 from here from 19 overs, and that run rate just hovering above 7.25 from here on in.
The Roderick Jones partnership sounds like a solicitor's, doesn't it? Accountant.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was anything but boring.
It was. I was a keeper, you know, Kevin. I don't think when I've taken, you know, appealed obviously hundreds, thousands of times. Don't ever remember taking a catch and charging down the pitch at the umpire like Brown did on that occasion. How times have changed. I just wonder what it's like as an umpire. As Gubbins bowls and Libby edges this. Well bowled by Nick Gubbins, edged down to third man, no run. You know, to have the keeper charging at you, waving, because I always wonder if it's kind of suggested you're trying a bit too hard. You're not sure, so you're appealing just a little bit too hard for that one. Gubbins bowls and Libby gets a single. Well bowled though, he's bowling to his field, just sliding on, and Libby cutting off the back foot, and they take only a single. You know, I just think if you really know it's out, you don't probably attack the umpire, do you, in that physical sort of way? Not literally, but you know what I mean. Anyway, here's Gubbins again, bowls, and Kashif nicely timed off. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, and it's not going to go for 4, but it's 2. Very, very nicely played, wide of extra cover, and he picks up a couple. Kashif goes to 17 off 21. 171 for 3. Gubbins in again, bowls, and he's forward defensively to this one. Well bowled, played back up the pitch, doing a really good job here, Gubbins. As not a frontline spinner, to be going for just 4 or 5 and over is very good. 2-3 pace run up, that's all. Bowled, a little bit short of a length, flicked away with the bottom hand by Kashif to mid wicket for a single. And Gubbins continuing to do a good job. Sorry,
Frank, no, it's my fault. No, you're right, we didn't see much of him in the quarter-final of the T20, but he looks a good player here.
Yeah, he can play. A bit of finessing to do, I would say, as Gubbins bowls and Libby drives square on the offside, and they pick up a single. End of the over from Nick Gubbins. 173 for 3, so 5 came from it. Another very tidy over, and Kashif has 18, Libby has 13. Yeah, when I say he's late coming into the game, his fielding has already improved quite a bit, and you know, it needed to, I think, even in all fairness, because when he first came into the side, it was new to him, the pace of the game and so on. And he's played some cameos. He's played a couple of very, very important innings, and you can just feel that there's a career developing as he learns.
He's at the non-striker's end. It's Libby just working it on the onside. He wants a single, but quickly across his Crane, and so's mid-on Brad Wheel. That's a dot ball. So 173 for 3. At the same stage, Hampshire were 207 at this stage, but they were going along well because Anarian Donald was getting stuck into the bowling, but they didn't finish off as well as they would like. So plenty of room for Worcestershire to keep going here, as that is a single as it reaches Brad Wheel. 174 for 3 then. Worcestershire need another 133, and we are in the 33rd over, and it's 7.5 and over required from here on in. And he pushes that quietly out on the offside, doesn't trust himself to hit through the ball there. No run. Dawson in quickly. 4 more overs of Dawson to come. Mason Crane's into his 7th, doing a good job, the spinners here. They're getting just enough help out of this pitch, just enough. And he drives strongly through extra cover. He's certainly strong through that area. Past a diving Gubbins, goes to wide mid-off where Barker picks the ball up, not cleanly, but 2 to Ali. takes him on to 22. I think that is, unless the scoreboard's already ticked along. It might have already ticked along, so he's on 20.
It's very quick.
It's quick, yeah. It's quicker than me, that's for sure. Mind you, most things are. 176 for 3 as Ali pushes that out square on the offside. Again, Dawson's in play.
Yeah, but no boundaries coming, are there?
Crane's going for just over 5 1/4. Gubbins just over 4 1/4. So these two can certainly keep going. So Ali's on the back foot. Played a little late on that one. Goes out square on the leg side. And he'll keep the strike. Another good over there from Mason Crane. And he's bowled 7 overs, none for 37. Worcestershire 177 for 3. With Ali on 21, Libby on 14. 130 needed, 17 overs left.
Yeah, they need a couple of big overs, I think, Worcestershire, if they're going to get back into a position where they can threaten. But there's still only 3 down. That's what we've got to bear in mind. But these spinners just strangling it a little bit in these overs. Gubbins in, bowls, Kashif goes big over the onside. It won't go all the way, but it will go for 4. He knew that the man mid-on was in, and he had the confidence to hit through that, hit over the top, and he gets a boundary. Goes to 25 off 28, 181 for 3.
That's a really good shot, that.
Yeah, quite controlled. Gubbins in again now, bowls, and Kashif drives on the offside this time for a single. The other advantage I suppose he's got early in his career is that people haven't bowled at him much, and the analysts haven't got too much on him, so the bowlers are not exactly knowing what's coming. Gubbins again is in and bowls, and Libby, who's struggling a little bit to find the gaps and to find any timing, can only push this out on the offside, no run. He's faced 27 deliveries now, Libby, for his 14. Gubbins bowls, and he picks out the same fielder, albeit with a back foot shot this time. Gubbins doing a great job here, and Worcestershire being tied down in these crucial sort of middle overs. Gubbins again bowls, and Libby given a bit more room, slaps it away on the offside, but he'll only get a single. So 1 ball left in the over, 183 for 3, and Kashif, well, will he try and keep the strike, or will he try and find the ropes? As Gubbins is into him and bowls, and well, he does neither. He just pushes out on the offside. Not through choice. I think he was hoping he might be able to get a single from it, but he couldn't. So Gubbins coming back really well after that early boundary in the over. Just 6 runs coming from it, which is fine by Hampshire's for Hampshire's requirements at this stage. And it's 183 for 3 off 34. And applause from around the ground, I think, for the news that the Southern Brave women have just won the 100.
Your ears are better than ours, because me and Dave looked at each other and said, "What was that?"
I was just guessing, really.
No, I think you're right. We sort of came to that conclusion, but we weren't sure.
Liam Dawson coming back in, so they really are turning the screw now, I think.
Yeah, I think Mason,
if he bowls another 3 or 4 overs tightly now, picks up another wicket, then I think it'll be a tall order. Not impossible, but it will become very difficult.
Yeah, it was, getting harder. So well done to the Southern Brave women at the 3rd attempt, 3rd final. They've finally done it. 34 runs they won by, thank you, Dave. Which I guess in 100 terms is not quite a thrashing, but getting on that way. 183 for 3 then, and that run rate required is slowly inching towards 8s now. It's been climbing steadily since Roderick and Rob Jones were out. In fact, Rob Jones was out in the 26th, Roderick in the 24th. Here we are in the 34th. They're rattling through the overs here, Hampshire. We're not quite 5 to 5, and we've only got 16 overs left in the game. Dawson's just taking his time to start this new over, though. He's switched ends, and he's bowling to Libby. Libby gets one that's gone fine. There should be 2 here, or is there? Yeah, Libby will turn for a second. What is it going to be signalled by umpire Nigel Long? Nothing. Inside edge onto the pad. And Libby moves on to 15. 17, I tell a lie. This time the scoreboard decides to take a little longer to tick over. 185 for 3. Libby 30 balls for that 17. There's Dawson round the wicket from that pavilion end, bowls again, pulled away but not timed, but he might get 2. Goes out behind square on the leg side. Press just falls over the ball a little bit as he tries to pick it up one-handed, and Libby was quick to take advantage. And it should have only been 1, but it became 2. Libby's went back by 1 run. He's now 19. I don't know what the scoreboard's doing at the moment. 187 for 3 it's showing. As he gets wrapped on the pad there, trying to work it away on the leg side, the ball ricochets over on the offside, quickly across is Ben Brown, so was Mason Crane. Every run vital here. 120 needed by Worcestershire. They've still got 7 wickets in hand. Plenty of wickets in hand at this stage. As Dawson comes in again and bowls, Libby's trying to find the angle on the offside, can't. The ball follows him, goes up to Donald at mid-wicket. Score remains on 187 for 3. Dawson playing his first game in this year's competition. Bowls, and Libby cuts that away, does find the gap on the offside this time, but Fletcher Middleton's out in the deep. 188 for 3. Nervy times at the moment for both sides. Hampshire know that a wicket or 2 now will certainly put them in the box seats. Worcestershire know that they've got a big 15 overs coming up here. Yes, they're looking for promotion from Division 2 in the Championship, but once you get to a quarter-final in any cup competition, you've got to be thinking about lifting the trophy there as well when you've done all the hard work from the group stage. Worcestershire certainly did that, winning their last 3. Deep mid-wicket goes out, that's Donald. Big spaces on the leg side now for Ali, and he just pushes that out quietly on the leg side. Another good over, another good job here from Liam Dawson. All his experience in one-day games. And that is 7 overs, 2 for 31 now for Dawson, 188 for 3 Worcestershire.
Yeah, good from Dawson. Good from Hampshire, turning the screw, making things really tight, but still only 3 down. 15 overs left. Worcestershire needing 119 more to win. I mean, 119 off 15 in a T20, you'd think, yeah, game on here.
Bang, 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 thank you.
But slightly different circumstances, and quite a lot of pressure on these two as Gubbins bowls an absolute beauty. Turned past the outside edge.
How's that missed?
Brown took the bails off. Actually turned a fair bit, that one.
Just about middle and leg.
He's not bowled badly for an occasional spinner, Nick Gubbins. That was a cracker. Of course, Worcestershire, they might just be thinking, I mean, famous last words as Gubbins bowls again and Libby gets a single out to cover. They might just be thinking, you know, if we get to the last 5 and we still need 60 or something, we've got Joe Leach, Logan Van Beek, who can really smash it. You know, if we can take it deep, that's what they say, isn't it? As Gubbins bowls and Kashif drives for a single on the offside. Take it deep, and even if we need 12 and over off the last 5 or 6, we've got a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
So still very much alive, but at the moment, good work from the Hampshire spin bowlers. 190 for 3.
Well, 49 these two.
Gubbins in bowls. Libby drives. Put on 50 now because he gets a single out to deep cover. But they've done it without anything particularly extravagant, and it has taken 62 balls. Only 28 minutes, which shows how quickly the spinners have been getting through the overs. Kashif waits as Gubbins comes in and bowls to him, and I knew he'd go big sooner or later, and he's got away with it because he didn't time it, but he's hit it dead straight down the ground. And Donald coming round from long off fields it. In fact, it's a good job he didn't really middle it, because if he had, I think it might have been a catch for Donald. It went a long way up. 2 runs to Kashif, goes to 29. Gubbins in to him again, bowls, and that's turned as well, and he's just pushed it out on the offside. Another good over from Nick Gubbins, only 5 coming from it. So 193 for 3 at the end of 36, and the last few overs, 5, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 4. Nothing massive. Good stuff from the Hampshire spinners. 193 for 3 after 36. Worcestershire needed 114 to win off 14 overs. And I'll leave you with Kevin James. Go off and do an update.
Dave Allen will be coming in alongside me. Gubbins is bowling absolutely superbly, I have to say, as the backup spinner. 5 overs, none for 24. Mason Crane's bowled 7 overs, none for 37, but to be fair to him, his early overs were against Roderick and Jones, who were scoring very freely and playing very, very well, and that was a real setback when they were both out within 5 runs of each other, 136 and 141, 64 and 67 respectively. That was a setback, but these two are slowly but surely getting Worcestershire back on track, and even though they're a bit behind on the scoring, they have 7 wickets in hand. Here's Dawson from the pavilion end again. Libby pushes that to mid-wicket. Donald's just been brought in from the mid-wicket boundary, stops that single. So 114 are needed, and that run rate required from here on in is just edged over 8 and over now. As Dawson comes in, he's in his 8th over here. Libby drives into the ground, takes the pace off it. Another dot ball. Crowd invested in this one, Dave. Turn you up.
I think, yeah, thank you. I think they really are. We've seen some really good games in this competition again this year. Really good.
Good run chases,
yep.
Big scores. Here's Dawson again, and Libby works that away, slightly aerial, up towards Brad Wheel. Does well there as the ball was bobbling awkwardly just in front of him.
Required rate's gone up above 8 now.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Nearly 8.5.
94 for 3. You don't want it to get it in above 10s. That's when you want to start to worry a little bit, because this ball is very soft now. Difficult just to smash it out the ground. Dawson just takes his time against Ali. Kashif Ali it is. Goes hard along the ground up to Wheel. Too hard. They can't take a single. On the edge of the 30-yard circle. Azhar Ali was out early on in the 3rd over for 4. It's a big wicket for Hampshire there early on. Kashif Ali's on 29. Dawson, master of these situations. Bowls, throws it wide and misses, does Ben Brown. I don't think it's going to be called a wide. Just seemed to hit the wrong part of the gloves. It's going to be a bye. I think Dawson thought Ali might be coming down the wicket there. He didn't. Ben Brown couldn't get across quickly enough, but he didn't have to go obviously too far because it wasn't called a wide. Last ball of the 37th coming up. On 95 for 3 Worcestershire here. As Libby's facing Dawson. Libby works there on the onside as Donald has been pushed back to deep mid-wicket, and it's almost as if they're trying to keep Ali away from the strike. I think they feel that out of the two, that Ali is the one that they worry about more than Libby. I think they feel that they can keep Libby pretty much under wraps. Yep. So Libby would have to start doing something. I think Kashif Ali, they feel that he's got the armoury. Yeah. He's got the ammunition.
Well, he's scoring at above 80 per 100 balls, and Libby at below 60 per 100 balls, isn't he? The interesting thing as well is that there are 13 overs left, and even without turning to Tom Prest, he could, the captain who's about to bowl, could get 10 overs of spin out in those 13. He bowls now, and that's off the edge. It was in another attempt to hit that ball straight through, but Libby is not timing the ball quite as well as. And well, they complete 3 runs, so he'd be quite content with that. But it was a false shot out on the offside, just backward of square, and it's Kashif Ali to bowl. Gubbins into his 6th over. He can bowl 10. He might not, but in he comes, and that's again a false shot which just slightly frustrates Gubbins there. It comes off the edge, goes down through second slip really, and the man on the circle picks it up. Worcestershire up to 200 now in the 38th over. 200 runs in 126 minutes. Gubbins bowls, and plenty of room there, but Tom Prest is out there on the cover boundary, and again they come back for 2, so bit of a more productive over this off Gubbins. There's 6 off 3. The rate at which he's conceding runs has gone up to 5.5. It was down in the low 4s, but he's still doing a pretty good job here, and down comes Libby, hits it out on the offside. They take a single. The the shadows are very faint now. It's not an unpleasant evening. It's this kind of silvery grey with patches of little patches of blue sky. Not unpleasant. There is no threat from the rain that was threatened earlier, but not bright sunshine. And Gubbins bowls, and that's a strong arm pull through between mid-on and mid-wicket. Strong arm pull to the boundary for 4 runs. So suddenly 11 from 5 balls. I wonder whether Gubbins might decide that somebody else has got to come and do the job now, because it just seems as if they've decided to take him on. He bowls that one more ball, and perhaps they're content with the number of runs that they've scored in the over. It's just pushed out on the offside, no run. But Gubbins suddenly slightly more, a bit more expensive to say the least, not slightly. 6 overs, 0 for 35. Bowled very nicely, but that last over will have disappointed. And there's a conference now with a number of players around. Ben Brown is talking to Gubbins. I think it's Liam Dawson, certainly Ian Holland. Yes, it is. And Liam Dawson is not going to bowl. Mason Crane is coming back, so there are still overs. Crane has got 3 to bowl still. There are now 12 to be bowled. So if Gubbins has decided he's finished, then Dawson has 2 more, Crane has 3 more. Otherwise, they've got to, well, they haven't got to fine, but they've got to use Barker, Holland and Wheel, the pace bowlers.
Exactly 100 to win as Libby cuts Mason Crane out on the offside, past cover. That's Dawson, and it'll be a single. So 208 for 3. At the same stage, Hampshire were 240, but Anarin Donald had gone in the previous over, and it was from here on in that Hampshire's run rate just declined right up until the 50th over. So it's not as if Hampshire were increasing their run rate at the final 10 overs or so. It was actually going down. So Worcestershire will feel they've got a great chance. They've got 7 wickets in hand here as Ali faces Crane. Ali goes up in the air. Now Dawson's under it and takes it. And Ali goes, trying to give himself some room, carve it away on the offside. It went straight up in the air. And Dawson in the end actually was a bit further away from it than I thought. He actually fell over in the end. But it wasn't a particularly difficult catch. It just looks as though Dawson just may have slightly misjudged the line that he was on. But a big wicket just as Worcestershire was starting to go into another gear. Ali goes for 34, and Mason Crane has picked up his first wicket.
Well, I think if you had to pick one man on the Hampshire side to hold a catch for you, it would be Liam Dawson, really, wouldn't it? He's one of a very rare group of people, for example, who've played a significant number of county championship matches and averages more than 1 catch a match. And that's over a career that started 16 years ago, something like that. He's a very reliable catcher anywhere in the field, really. I mean, a lot of those catches have been in the slips, of course, but yes, there was just that last minute where he had to dive into it. But I guess this is the reality, isn't it, of this kind of thing, that it looks as though teams are going along quite nicely and they have a little spurt in an over, but they have to keep that spurt going, and that means taking the odd chance and things going up in the air and so on. Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper, very experienced, comes to the pitch now. Just looking at the overs that are left, Barker can still bowl 3 and Holland 5, and they've both gone so far for less than 5 and over, and they both have at least economy rates that good through the season. In fact, Holland, when he came into this game, had a economy rate below 4, so I would have thought they're likely to bowl most of those 8.
Yeah. So Ben Cox has scored 153 runs in this competition so far off 160 balls that he's faced. So he's not going to hang around too much. Nope. They do have some more batting yet. They've got Logan van Beek to come, who hit 30 off that super over for the Netherlands against the West Indies in a World Cup qualifier earlier this summer. Goes for a sweep shot straight away and misses, does Cox. And he said he's not going to hang around. So he looks like he's trying to get on with it, and immediately there's a response as Anarin Donald goes from orthodox mid-wicket out into the deep. So 208 for 4, 99 needed by Worcestershire as Crane comes in. This time it's an orthodox forward defensive from Cox. And we are in the 39th over, and that run rate required from here on in Again, he's creeping up. It's over 8.5. It was around sort of just under 6s, then he went just over 6s, and he's slowly but surely creeping up. It's taking the time. Cox eases that out to point where Dawson fields. Good over this from Mason Crane. Just the one run off it so far. 1 wicket, and there's 1 ball left of it. 208 for 4. Pressure mounting, mainly for Worcestershire. Goes for the sweep shot. This time he does get hold of it, and not particularly powerfully though. Goes out to Donald in the deep. Mason Crane gets a good round of applause. That's been his best over to date. 8 overs now made. He's 1 for 39. Worcestershire 209 for 4. Need 98.
I think Mason Crane has bowled pretty well this week in the 2 games, the game on the Isle of Wight and this one. And I'm very pleased to see it, really, because he's, well, apart from anything else, he's a very entertaining bowler to watch, because you're having to think all the time and pay attention all the time because there are variations. And interestingly, actually, I thought Gubbins might give himself a rest, but maybe that wicket has just changed things, and he's decided to stay on. So even though there was that 1 expensive over, 6 overs, 0 for 35, he's going to bowl again and bowl 2 Cox. So he's trusting in spin, and Cox just plays it out in front of him. We've reached that point in the game now where the crowd are completely engaged, aren't they? And they're applauding every dot ball, and I'm sure there are some. Well, I have seen a few Worcestershire fans here. I don't know how many made it in the end, but they will be applauding anything successful for their side. That's well pitched up, and just driven out on the offside, but
they've all forgotten that their bank holiday's been ruined, Dave.
Yeah, they've all
late
forgotten.
Rescheduling of this match.
Yes, they'll try and make up for it tomorrow. And again, this on the back foot, and they have to scamper. Well, they're okay in the end, because the man that short third man decides he's not going to try to throw down the stumps, and so Libby on 31 not out is to face the 4th ball of Gubbins over, and he comes down, uses his feet, drives it up to an iron Donald at long off. They just chatter a bit about having a second run there, which Libby at the non-strikers end doesn't fancy at all. Donald gets slightly excited and hurls it at Ben Brown to make sure they don't, and they don't. So 2 runs off 4 balls. Gubbins bowls, Cox sweeps, and there was a tumbling stop out there. It looked to me like he'd misjudged it initially, right out on the mid-wicket boundary, but in fact he recovers, gets the ball in. 2 runs scored, so 4 from 5.
Toby Albert, was it?
Yep, I guess so far you'd feel that Gubbins has made the right choice, keeping himself on for at least 1 more over. This is his 7th. Bowls that ball, and Cox pulls it away, and it goes again out to the mid-wicket boundary, and they just come through for a single. So that's decent enough over from Gubbins there. He's bowled 7 now for 40, and with 10 remaining, well, Barker and Holland, as I said, can bowl 8. Dawson can bowl 2, so Crane and Gubbins don't have to bowl anymore. But and of course there's Brad Wheel as well, although he's struggled a bit today, and probably we won't see him again. 5 overs at 8.4, but Crane is going to bowl the next over.
Yeah, I think the spinners will keep going. This ball's soft. Yeah. It's difficult to smash the ball at the moment. It's soft ball. There's no pace on it. I think this is it is perfect from Gubbins. Keep the spinners on as long as possible. So 214 for 4 then Worcestershire. Crane's ready to bowl his next over from the pavilion end. Bowling 2, Ben Cox. And Cox slug sweep misses outside the off stump. Well taken by Ben Brown. Score remains on 214 for 4. Remember, they're looking for 307 here, Worcestershire. 93 to win it is from here. And we are in the 41st over as Crane comes in again, and there's a sweep which he does get hold of. Goes to Tom Prest at back with a square leg, comes in quickly, keeps it down to a single. 92 needed, and that run rate is now 9.5 and over from here on in. It's the highest it's been. But of course, with overs running out, you'd fancy your chances 9.5 in the last over, but you do feel the way things are going, that might creep up a bit more yet. Down the wicket comes Ben Cox, drives it hard. Sorry, Libby up to deep mid-off. Barker picks it up cleanly. No chance of 2 there. The ball's right over the top of the stumps to Mason Crane. Gets a round of applause for that throw. 2:16 for 4, 91 needed. Crane into his 9th over here, 1 for 41, bowls, and sweep shot. Oh, it's gone past Ben Brown. I think it came off the pad and flicked down the leg side. Looks like it's going to be a leg bye, signalled by Nigel Long. It is, but again, it's only a single. Nothing to be too alarmed about from a Hampshire point of view. 90 needed now. 2:17 for 4. It's Libby on strike, who's 33 off 47. Needs to start up in it a little bit. Cuts that away on the offside. May look for 2 here. There's a bit of work for Fletcher Middleton to do out in the deep. Gets the throw in quickly, but 2 it always looked to be from the moment it left the bat, and so it is. And Libby moves on to 35. I think he realises that he's just got to start to up the run rate a little bit, but it's difficult with no pace on the ball. Difficult to really hit it hard. He drives over the top of mid-off. That looks a good shot. That's going all the way. He's taken a bit of a chance there, gone aerial. It was a perfectly good shot in the end. And that is a welcome boundary to end that over. 41 gone, 9 to do, 84 needed. At 2:23 for 4. That run rate has just come. See, that's helped, Dave. That run rate just come below 9.5.
That was 9 off that over, including and 4 leg byes. So I'm sorry, the leg bye. So it did help, and I was distracted slightly because I was just watching Gubbins there. I think he's just said to Mason Crane, "Okay, thanks a lot, have a break." And Mason in fact has now come down to lie on. So I think we might have seen the last of Mason Crane, and I think we might have seen the last of Nick Gubbins, because Liam Dawson's bowling at this end.
I would bowl Gubbins one over at that far end if it was me, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Keep the spin on.
5 overs to come from this end, and Dawson will bowl 2, I would guess, and that's the first ball of that. He half stops it and then has to just scamper back 10 yards behind the stumps to pick it up, but they don't go for a run. Cox had driven it back at him. Cox 6 not out. This time he tries to lap it around the corner, but Keith Barker's there, so they can only take the single. Dawson 8 overs and 2 balls, 2 for 34, and there was some controversy, slight controversy, about should he be brought back. He hadn't played previously. I think most people would be pretty happy that he's playing now as he bowls, and that's played out square on the offside towards the cover boundary, and again it's just 1.
Yeah, I don't think it's like he's keeping a youngster out. Don Kelly away with England. There's 2 spaces there, isn't there? It's not like with anybody else obvious youngster coming.
I think that's
right. I think that's fair enough. I think in previous games it might have been more difficult to justify.
Here's Dawson again, and again that's just hit out towards Tom Prest on the cover boundary. Of course, the interesting question is they get to the semi-final and they've decided it's okay to bring these guys back if they get to the semi-final, and Worcestershire have decided they're not doing that. But if Hampshire get to the semi-final, what do you do with James Vince? Liam Dawson bowls, and that's hit much straighter, and Nyron Donald has to run at some pace, and he does very well. Picks it up. As he picks it up, he throws it to Tom Prest. Tom Prest gets the ball in, and the crowd applaud appreciatively. So after 5 balls, 5 runs, 2 from that. Libby faces again on 42 not out, and here comes Dawson. He bowls, and that's slashed out on the offside. Cox was on his way, and that would have been a quite easy run out had he kept going, but fortunately Libby sent him back, and Worcestershire closed that over on 2-2-8 for 4 to win 79 runs now. And just as I was about to tell you some other bits and pieces, the scoreboard changes. So 2-2-8 for 4 after 42, yeah? So 8, is that right? God, there's so many. I can't see that one. Yeah, we have a screen here that I can't see. With the sun is lowering in my eyes, and
right. Kevin James and Dave Allen with you at the moment. I know Sports Extra listeners have been with us for a little while. Apologies for not giving you a little bit more of a resume, but I'll do it quickly during the game because this is boiling up nicely. 20-run partnership at the moment between captain Jake Libby and Ben Cox, and they need 79 or 48 deliveries here, Worcestershire. As Mason Crane starts a new over, and that's cut away by Ben Cox out onto the offside, and he moves on to 9. Well, earlier Hampshire made 306 for 9 from their 50 overs. They were given a great boost in the middle by Anarwin Donald, who made 115 off 73. What have you seen, Dave? What's happened? Sorry.
Is that Ian Holland?
Oh, Ian Holland's been up, yeah. And 66 from Ben Brown. They put on 162 for the 4th wicket, but when Anarwin Donald went in the 34th, as that's pushed away on the onside by Libby, but only a single, 230. The 37th over Anarwin Donald went. Hampshire didn't really make the most of it for the last 13 overs, so their total looked a little bit below what it might have been, and Worcestershire didn't start off particularly well with Azhar Ali out in the 3rd over for 4, but there was a big partnership as that swept away in the air out towards Donald. It's over his head at deep mid-wicket, and it's gone for 6. I think the umpire's just checking, and he's going to signal. What is he going to signal? He's looking, he's waiting for a sign from somebody. Nobody's giving him one, so he's waiting. He's going to signal 4. So 4 runs to Ben Cox. Slog sweep to Mason Crane, takes him on to 13. 234 for 4, 73 needed. There was a 124 run partnership for the 2nd wicket between Gareth Roderick and Rob Jones. They were going along nicely, keeping up with the rate, but they were out within 5 runs of each other. Now there's another sweep. It's along the ground this time. It's 4 more. Mason Crane's going for a few runs in this over. He's done a good job up until now. He's got 2 balls left of his spell. He's gone for 57, picked up 1 wicket. That was of Kashif Ali, who was starting to look dangerous. He was the last wicket to go. 34 or 40 balls when he skied Crane to point where Dawson took a catch. That was 208 for 4. But Cox is 17 off 18 now, and Libby, who's taken a bit of time to get to 43, is just starting to get going a bit more, but it's not easy with the spinners bowling the predominant amount of overs. It's difficult for the ball to get away. There's another sweep shot out towards Prest at deep backward square leg, just a single, and it's 239 for 4. Gubbins has kept the spinners going most of the time, really. Brad Wheel was getting hit around the ground, Dave, wasn't he? But
yeah,
the spinners have done a great job, and it just looks as though with a soft ball it's been difficult to really get some power into the shots, and that's why Gubbins has done that. Crane just comes out of his action as he was ready to bowl the next over. In fact, Gubbins himself has bowled 7 overs, none for 40. He's been going at under 6 and over, but Worcestershire need 9.5 here as Cox works that on the onside, and Crane goes quickly across. Oh, there could be a run out. He's running towards the stumps, and he can't. Well, he wanted to run into the stumps, did Mason Crane, because Libby was so far down the wicket. But in the end, I think Mason Crane should have. It was Ben Cox at the far end. Probably Mason Crane probably should have just released the ball at some stage.
Yeah.
But he wanted to run into the stumps holding the ball.
I thought there was an odd moment in that particular over, that first 4 that was swept out there, which went over the head of Donald and yet did not go for 6. And you think to yourself, you know, when I looked at the fielders out there for the rest of that over, they were right back on the rope. So whether there was just a slight misjudgment there and they came in too far, because if it had gone for 6, you just said, okay, it's gone over his head, but it actually went over his head and bounced inside the boundary, which was rather different.
Now we've got some pace on Dave for the first time for quite a while, because Dawson still has 1 over left, 9 overs, 2 for 38, done a great job in his first game in this competition. Gubbins, I mentioned. Mason Crane has bowled out now 1 for 58, but they've all gone for under the required rate. It has just gripped a bit for the spinners, but the seamers have looked a little easier to get away. And even Ian Holland, who's had a pretty good economy rate throughout this competition, has bowled 5 overs for 24, which I guess isn't too bad, really.
No, it's 4.8. I mean, his economy rate through the whole season before this was only 3.9, which is terrific. And he's also the leading wicket taker. Hasn't got a wicket yet, but maybe that will change. He's coming in now from the pavilion end, bowling a round off stump, and it's just slashed away by Cox, who's on 18 not out, goes out to cover. They take a single. But it's certainly a very interesting finish. And Worcestershire have always been there or thereabouts with the Duckworth-Lewis rate, which, as I've said before, is merely indicative. It's not going to rain today, I can assure you, if you're not looking on the screen. But 248 is the Duckworth-Lewis score, and they're 240 for 4. That's hit away on the offside. It's fielded at cover by the captain, Nick Gubbins. who's bowled very, very usefully this afternoon, is number 6. Really, he's just saved his side some overs in case somebody was not thought right to bowl out. I reckon Dawson might bowl the next over at the pavilion end, and then he's finished as Holland comes in, bowls, and again it's just played off the put out into the covers, and Gubbins picks it up. So 3 balls, 3 singles. Required run rate is now on 10, which Kevin has been saying. That's the kind of devil number. That's the number you don't want to get to. Well, they've got to it.
Baseline, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
On Sports Extra, a little later, you'll be going back to the Lords for the Oval Invincibles men against the Manchester Originals men final.
It's Holland bowls, and goodness me, that it took a guard somewhere outside the next set of stumps, outside the off stump, and it's run away down towards the boundary. 2 men between them managed to mop up, and Worcestershire complete a 3rd run. So that was all a bit messy, really, to be honest. And I don't think anything much could have been done about it. I think there was a very effective shot by Libby in the end. It's on 47, and Cox faces Holland bowls, and that's a more orthodox shot played out on the onside, and Mason Crane runs in from long on, has quite a long way to go. Picks it up inside the circle, but keeps them down to 1. So 7 off the over so far, 1 ball to bowl.
So 61 of 37 balls needed.
Yeah. And there's a little conference now between between Gubbins and Holland, but involving an Aaron Donald. He pulls an Aaron Donald up inside the circle at mid-off and pushes Keith Barker back to long on the boundary, and Holland thought he was ready to bowl, and as he was running in, he just said, I think he said to Nick Gubbins, on the edge of the circle please, not 10 yards in, and that's where he is now. And here's Holland, and he bowls, and it didn't make a lot of difference that Gubbins was where he was, because it just evaded him, but he comes back for 2, and at the conclusion of that over, Holland takes his cap. It's 2, 4, 8 for 4, and there are 6 overs remaining.
Yeah, plenty of wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Still to come. Logan van Beek, the guy from the Netherlands who hit 30 in a super over in a World Cup qualifier against the West Indies back in June. So I think we can safely say that he's got some big shots under his belt. So he'll be a threat whenever he comes in. Joe Leach is down to come in at the fall of the next wicket. So a bit of batting still to come for Worcestershire. They need 59 runs off the last 36 balls, and this is probably where Hampshire now will regret just struggling in those last 10 overs or so. They were 256 at the 40 over mark and finished with 306 at the end of 50. So Liam Dawson is back for his last over. 2 for 38, done a wonderful job, picked up the wickets of Gareth Roderick and Rob Jones, the 2 big wickets who made 64 and 67 respectively, put on 124 for the 2nd wicket of 21 overs. They were going great, they didn't need to do anything more than they did, and then Roderick just played across one. So it's down the leg side, that'll be called a wide, not taken cleanly by Ben Brown. Throw will go in at the bowler's end. What's the umpire going to signal? Sorry, he's going to signal a wide. Is he signalling a wide? I think he might be. He's square onto me, so I can't see his hands. Yes, he is. He's out. They're out. So a bonus ball here for Worcestershire, who need 57 now. And we still have 36 balls remaining. That's a straight one. It was a slight leading edge there, and Libby was after, or off down the wicket. That's a dot ball. The crowd will probably, as they have done during the tight stages, sort of clap anything, especially that benefits Hampshire. So 57 still needed. And we've got 35 balls remaining in the game. This for a place in the semi-finals as Libby cuts that one away on the offside. It'll only be a single though. And Libby's half century, which there are a few Worcestershire supporters in the crowd. Not many, because this was a late scheduled game. It was going to be Friday. That's his 4th half century in this year's competition, and that 50 has come off 59 balls, but only 1 boundary for the Worcestershire captain. So 34 balls remain and 56 are required now as Dawson bowls. There's the slog sweep outside of off stump. Bit of work for Donald to do out in the deep. There'll be 2 as it goes out to deep mid-wicket. And Cox moves on to 23 now. It's 253 for 4, 54 are required.
Interesting that Libby's strike rate has gone up to 85 or 84.7, because it was way down in the 50s, so he certainly has speeded up.
Here's Dawson again round the wicket, and that's cut away by Cox. Quick single to backward of point where Wheel fields, and the total moves on to 254 for 4, and it is 32 balls left and 53 needed by Worcestershire. And Libby's on strike on 50. Dawson with 2 balls left of his spell. That's a pull across the line, but not timed by Libby. It may benefit them actually as it goes out towards mid-wicket. They're going to take 2. A lot of work for Donalds to do out in the deep. And in a way, Libby probably didn't realise, but by not timing that, he's picked up 2, whereas perhaps otherwise he would have picked up 1. So 31 balls remain, and Worcestershire here need 51. Remember, they've still got 6 wickets in hand. There's Dawson to finish off his spell here from that pavilion end. And that's worked up in the air, and it falls just short of mid on 1 bounce out to Mason Crane in the deep there. And that is Dawson's spell completed. And he's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 47, playing his first game in this year's competition, having played all the games for London Spirit. And 2 people had raised eyebrows when he was playing in this game, but when you consider that the 2 17-year-old bowlers, Dom Kelly and Eddie Jacker with England under-19s, probably didn't leave Hampshire with many options, so it's not like he's taking one of the youngsters' places. So 50 are needed by Worcester. They are 257 for 4. Libby has 53, Cox has 24, and there are 5 overs left in this game, and the first of those looks like it's going to be bowled by Ian Holland. Interesting that Brad Wheel, Dave, has not re-entered the bowling attack as yet. He was expensive, 5 overs, none for 42. He looked a bit out of all sorts really. There was a bit of a mixture of stuff coming off his arm.
Yep.
And Barker still has 3 overs.
Yeah, he didn't have an easy time. 3 overs at this end, Holland can bowl them all. 2 overs at that end, Barker can bowl both of them. So I would think that's what we're going to see now.
Yeah. Dawson and Crane are both bowled out. Dawson 2 for 47, 1 for 58 Crane.
And here's Holland, and he bowls, and that's whipped away on the offside, backward a square. And I think there are some Worcestershire fans here that was greeted with great enthusiasm. A very sporting crowd, Hampshire of course, but that brings the partnership up to 53 as well. So 50 partnership between Libby and Cox from 41 balls in 25 minutes, and well done them. Apart from the big partnership between Roderick and Jones, which was broken quite quickly in a couple of overs, Worcestershire have put partnerships together rather well. That's hit out on the offside, and it's 4 more. So 200 and Libby, that is, again he's on gone on to 61, and the score to 265 for 4. So 2 4s mean 42 to win now in 4 overs and 4 balls.
Pace on the ball again, Dave. It's just easier to hit, isn't it?
Yep.
We've seen that the spinners have been more difficult to get away. Will Gubbins risk bowling a couple of more overs?
Well, he might, mightn't he? He's still got 3 in his locker, and he's gone at 5.7, but they need to do something to hold this down, because 10 and over off 20 overs is a tough ask, but off 1 over it might be a possibility, and that's just played out on the onside, and very nicely played with weight off, and that enables them to come back for 2. And I'm gonna, at the end of this over, I'm gonna move over and let Frank join Kevin to finish everything off. 3 balls gone, 10 runs scored, so 40 to win. That'd be 40 to win off 4 overs and 3 balls at the moment, and again way outside off stump, helps that over the head of leg slip really, but they come back for 2 as Keith Barker has to run round and stop it. So 4-4-2-2 from this over, as Kevin was saying. Pacemen are conceding runs at a greater rate than the spinners. Although, in a sense, there's not a lot of options here for Worcestershire. They've got to keep scoring runs now. Here's Holland again. He bowls and slashed away on the offside. This time Preston can come in and field it, and they just take a single. So one more ball from this over. 270 for 4. 4 overs after this, and 37 to win with 4 overs and a ball to go. Holland is just surveying the field. They're pulling Donald up inside the circle, pushing Barker back at long leg. Donald up at mid-off, and here's Holland to finish his over, and it's hit out straight past him, and they come back for 2 as Mason Crane runs round and field it. So that's me done for the day. Good night to everybody, and here's Frank and Kevin to take over.
Thanks, Dave Allen. Well, Hampshire at the moment looks like they're going to pay the price for only scoring 50 runs off the last 10 overs. Because Worcestershire, the momentum is with them most definitely now, with Jake Libby increasing his scoring rate. 66 off 66 now. He's a runner ball. And Ben Cox doing a good job as well. He's almost there as well, 26 off 25. And the equation is that 35 are needed off 24 balls, and Frank Watson is back.
Yep. It's a tight one, isn't it? As we thought it might be. I think definitely been easier to score off the seamers than off the spinners. Worcestershire now, they're only 4 down. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? They're only 4 down. They've got to be thinking, we can get these with 4 overs to go. We're only 4 down, but at the same time, 1 good over, 1 tight over, and I think things could turn back in Hampshire's favour. And as we've said all day, Kev, wickets are the things that can really disturb things. 35 to win, 24 balls to go, 6 wickets in hand, and Jake Libby just 1 boundary in his 50, but he's found the ropes a few times since then, and he has chipped this one in the air from Brad Wheel, going for the little ramp shot. It drops just short of Ian Holland coming in from fine leg. They get a single, so 34 needed off 23. Brad Wheel from the pavilion end, bowling now to Ben Cox. Cox 26 off 25. He's swept the spinners very well, Ben Cox, as he always does. His Wheel into him now, bowls down the leg side. That'll be signalled wide by the umpire, to the dismay of Ben Brown behind the stumps. It died on Cox. It was a slower ball. He went for the big swing on the leg side, but it went past his thigh, bounced 2 or 3 times through to the wicketkeeper, and wide signalled by umpire Nigel Long. Brad Will in again, bowls to Cox, moves across his stumps, hammers that over long off. Not over long off, into the hands of long off. Beg your pardon, thought he'd hit it better than he had. He's caught. Wicket goes down. Well bowled, Brad Will. Liam Dawson takes the catch. Liam Dawson, you can't keep him out of the action. He's caught the last 2. I really thought he'd hit that well, and it had gone over the top. I was looking for a 1 bounce 4, but Dawson running back at long off takes the catch. Apologies if I led you to believe that that was going to be a boundary. I really thought it was. Cox gone for 26, played really well, and well, he's gone, and it's back in the balance again. Kev, just saying, wickets are the thing, and indeed they are. They have made the difference all day long. Partnerships that have been broken, that's when we've seen, in both innings, that's when we've seen the bowling side able to re-establish a little bit of control. So Ben Cox gone for 26 off 26 balls, and the new batsman coming out to join Jake Libby is Logan Van Beek. A dangerous ball striker,
yeah,
but hasn't got much time to have a look at it.
Probably just as well. 66 Libby and Cox put on in 8 overs, so they did the job, but there's still a bit to do. this game, you feel at the moment is going right to the wire, unless Mr. Van Beek does what he did back in June, and the game will be all over with about 2 overs to spare.
Yeah, Kevin referring to the super over that he managed for Holland. Just pushing his first ball from Will out on the offside. Tells you how tense it is that the home faithful are applauding dot balls very, very loudly, and well they might. It really is a tight one. Worcestershire at least have taken it deep, as we were saying, and they've made much more of a fight of it than they did on the previous visit here in the Blast. But still could go either way. 2-7-4 for 5. Wheel in, bowls to Van Beek, just pushing out on the onside. Will they take 2? They will go back for 2. Well run. It's one of those where he pushed it up to mid-on and immediately knew that there were 2 because he hadn't hit it very well, and even though the throw comes in and hits the stumps, there was a comfortable-ish 2. Libby had to get his skates on, but he was comfortably home. So 2-7-6 for 5, 31 needed. Van Beek off the mark. Brad Wheel, good over so far. A wicket, and he hasn't gone to the boundary. He's in again now and bowls and hits Van Beek on the pad, and he's out. LBW. Van Beek playing across the line, just trying to turn it on the leg side. No blame attached, but even from when we are, you heard Kevin say close, it looked that was the best shout of the day, without a doubt, and it's the first LBW of the day I think that we've seen, and it's a really big over from Brad Wheel. Logan Van Beek goes for 2, and it's 276 for 6. And well, if Kevin said that momentum was with Worcestershire at the start of this over, it's now very much with the home side. Well bowled, Brad Wheel. Yeah,
it's a good delivery. That just nipped back a fraction as well. Van Beek was just trying to push that away on the onside and looking to get another 2, the comfortable 2, played across it slightly. That's another danger man gone as far as Hampshire are concerned, because everybody out there will have known what he did in that World Cup qualifier, and when you've got a man like that walking to the crease, the game is never dead. But it's still on, still 31 runs needed. We've got 19 balls left in this game, so Worcestershire are still well in it, but we're now getting to that point where everybody out there will be nervous. Fielders, bowlers, batters, a lot riding on this, a place in the semi-finals at stake.
Joe Leach, the new batsman. It's a big field, this, and that works in different ways, doesn't it? I heard Dave saying about that one that went over the fielder's head and didn't go for 6, as Wheel bowls to Leach, who gets off the mark, turning this off his legs. End of the over, 277 for 7. And that's because the fielders have to be in a little bit off the boundary, because otherwise they can't save 2. 2s are available on a big field like this, but boundary's pretty difficult. It's very big square of the wicket. Difficult. We've hardly seen a 6 going square of the wicket all day. We haven't seen many 6s anyway. So it's a difficult one for the batting side. 3 overs left, 10 an over needed, 30 needed. Somebody's got to find the boundary 2 or 3 times. Plenty of 2s available. I'd say Hampshire slightly favourites, but a couple of good shots from somebody and that could change. Leach is 1, Libby is 67, 277 for 6, 30 needed off 3, and Keith Barker coming back.
That's another interesting move. You've got bowlers on that aren't used to bowling at the death, wouldn't be bowling normally, so it's something a bit new for them. Doesn't matter how experienced you are, it's whether you practice death bowling on a regular basis, and my guess is that Keith Parker probably doesn't. But anyway, he's back, 7 overs, 1 for 29, bowled quite tightly, but Brad Wheel is dragging things back a little bit. He was quite expensive in his first 5 or 6 overs, or first 5 overs, but 2 wickets in that last over. It's got Hampshire back in this game. 18 needed, 30 needed, 18 balls left, and Barker is switching ends to our commentary end, the northern end. And he'll be bowling to Joe Leach. Jake Libby with 3 boundaries to his name in that 67. You feel he might have to increase that by 1 or 2 if Worcestershire are to get over the line. But it's at the non-striker's end, watching Barker come in round the wicket, wrapped on the pad. Leach, they'll come through for a leg bye. Hampshire won't mind singles. With 17 balls left in this game, Worcestershire still need 29.
Yeah, tall order, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah, I do. I think it's, you know, smaller ground maybe, slightly different. Leach can go big. Libby isn't a big striker of the ball. He can do it, but a lot of responsibility on him. Run a ball 67. It'll be a gem of an innings from Libby if they get home.
Yeah, well, he's doing all right. He's doing all right. If he's got to find a way of hitting a boundary now, with fine leg and third up, I just got a feeling Libby might look to go
for
a
the
little ramp.
Yeah, might do.
Which I'm not sure this is a great field for him, but we'll have to wait and see. Here's Barker. Libby gives himself some room, cuts that away, back on a point, past the diving fielder, but Prest is fairly square out of the deep, so that'll be 2 to Libby. And 16 balls are left and 27 are needed. And Libby moves on to 69 and it's 280 for 6.
Yeah, good shot. Just if he could have just got a little bit more power on it, maybe given himself a bit more room, got his hands through it a bit more, might have gone for 4. Sort of shot we saw Rob Jones play a few times earlier. But happy with 2. Extra cover's a possibility if Barker goes for the full wide one, doesn't quite get it right.
Round the wicket again. Libby comes down the wicket, hits it up in the air. This could be caught a deep mid-off, or is he? Gubbins, not quite there, running back from extra cover. Think about 2. Got a hand, threw out a hand. Donald was running in from mid-off. I don't think Donald would have quite got there. So I think in the end, Gubbins, it was a good decision from him. But I think Libby, was it Leach? Sorry.
No, it was Libby.
He just got away with that.
He was looking for extra cover, wasn't he? And Barker followed him, I think, didn't give him any room, and it all got a bit tight, didn't it? His arms, he couldn't get them away, and just a chip. Had to go for the shot.
281 for 6. 26 needed from 15. And Donald is coming up from deep mid-off. Now I think this is an interesting move, and third goes back. I almost would have
think he's going to go a bit short.
The opposite field for the batters.
Going to go back of a length maybe to Leach.
There's a shot over extra cover now, isn't there? With extra cover and mid-off up. Leach goes for it. Drive past the diving Gubbins. I'm not sure that's the right option.
That's not the best bit of bowling. No, I don't think so.
Fullish outside off stump with mid-on and with mid-off and extra cover.
I thought he was going to go back of a length there. Maybe he was hoping for the double bluff, but Leach just stood still, didn't he? Hands through it. Important.
22 or 14. With that field, where you've got fielders out square on both sides of the wicket, it has to be a little shorter.
Yeah,
surely.
Definitely.
Not fullish outside off stump with mid-on, with extra cover and mid-off up.
I'd agree with that.
No chance. 285 for 6. Easier up here, of course, than actually bowling it. And now they have mid-off back and third comes up. So now Barker can't bowl too short. Here he comes in again then. Bonus to Leach, who's on 5. Barker, length ball. That's driven up to mid-on. That should only be a single. And the total moves on to 286 for 6. And Worcestershire from 13 deliveries need 21.
Do you know what, Kev? It's going to come down to that last ball where they got that third run, isn't it?
Well, Pat Brown was almost lambasting.
We said it might.
The fielder, wasn't it?
Goodness me.
I forget who the fielder was. He said, "There's no way that should have been 2."
Yeah, Azhar Ali. It was Azhar Ali.
And when he was telling them off, they ran through for a third. Here's Barker bowling to Libby. Libby hits it in the air. Now, where's that gone? Has it gone wide of mid-off? It's going to be caught at deep mid-wicket, or is he? Yes, he is, right on the boundary. And don't tell me it's that man, Liam Dawson again. It is actually his third catch. 2 wickets to go with that. And Libby goes for 70. Didn't quite have the power. Almost. 70 off 70. And Worcestershire have lost their 7th wicket with a score on 286.
Well, you know, that is exactly what I was trying to say at the beginning of the over about the dimensions of the field. That's quite a big hit, and Jake Libby played really well. What is he? He's 2 yards short of clearing the rope. Good catch because Dawson stayed really calm. He knew exactly where his feet were, stayed just inside the rope, but another 2 yards and it would have been 6. And that's what I was saying. It's a big hit out there in that direction at both ends, and it's a valiant effort by Jake Libby. Really good performance from him. He's kind of held things together. He was involved in that partnership with Kashif, of course, for 66 for the 5th wicket, with Cox for the 5th wicket, and also in a partnership of 67 for the 4th wicket with Kashif. So he's played a very significant part in this innings, but he's gone. Josh Baker is the new batsman, not a bunny. Got 75 in the Championship at Cheltenham the other day, got a 50 early on in his career down at Lord's, but a difficult time for a youngster to come in.
This is a big over.
That was the last ball of the over.
Big over. Penultimate over in a run chase is always a big over.
Yeah.
21 needed. If Worcestershire can get around 10 or 11 off this, they're all right. But I think if it's a quiet over, too much to do in the last one, maybe. What a game. We've all forgotten that we weren't happy about coming here. Sunday bank holiday. We've all forgotten about that.
Brad Wheel in, bowls to Leach. LBW playing across the line, dead straight from Brad Wheel. Second LBW that he's picked up in quick time, and surely now that is game over. And Kev, you better change your plans for Tuesday. Joe Leach has gone for 6, and Worcestershire falling away at the last hurdle. Really, they've played pretty well to get close to this, kept it going, taken it deep, but Brad Wheel's accuracy towards the end of this innings is going to mean that it's probably not going to be enough. 286 for 8.
That's 4 wickets for 12 runs here, Worcestershire now. So it shows pressure at the end. It tells it's always difficult for new batters to come in such a pressurised situation and try and pick up where other batters before have made things look a little easier. I'm sure Roderick and Jones back in that pavilion will be kicking themselves, especially Roderick. Played across Liam Dawson, was out for 64 when him and Jones were putting on that partnership for the 2nd wicket of 124. All looked good for Worcestershire. They were just pushing the ball around with no problems. It was Hampshire with all the problems then, but slowly but surely they've worked through this Worcestershire order. They're still not over though. Dylan Pennington is the new man for Worcestershire, but what a comeback here for Brad Wheel. Was expensive, but he's picked up 3 big wickets in Ben Cox, Van Beek and Jack Leach, just when Hampshire needed him to do a job, because early on in his bowling spell he was a bit loose and Worcestershire were taking full advantage. So 11 balls left, 21 needed, 286 for 8. Pennington joins Baker, and you've got 2 players out there in the middle now.
Neither has faced the ball. That's right. Pennington.
Not ideal. Not ideal.
Pennington waits, bat raised. Wheel in to him, bowls. Pennington goes for a big hit on the leg side, and he should have been run out. Taken on the pad, dropped down, he went for a run. Wheel ran through, picked up in his follow through, and all he had to do was hit the stumps with an underarm. It was like missing a 2-foot putt. He was about 2-3 feet away and he underarmed it and he missed, and Pennington scrambled back. It won't matter, I don't think, in the final analysis, but he should have been run out. 10 balls left, 21 needed. Pennington needs to find a boundary.
2.5 stumps to aim at.
Good
from about 2 yards.
Yeah. Probably should have run him out. In he comes again now, Wheel. Bowls to Pennington, goes for a massive hit, swing and a miss, taken by keeper Brown, and the applause around the ground will tell you that the Hampshire folk think that it's nearly there now. It's nearly over the line. Every dot ball is crucial. Anything can happen until they need 18 off 2, but Brad Wheel has made a big difference with 3 wickets in this second spell, and comes in now and bowls, and it's nearly 4. It is 4. He's bowled Pennington. I said nearly 4 because I saw keeper Brown dive into his right trying to take a catch, but it was actually off the stumps, not off the bat. And Brad Wheel, he may not have played much in the 100, but he's certainly had a big impact here, and it is very, very much almost all over here, as Worcestershire have lost 3 wickets with a score on 286. And Brad Wheel has made a real difference here. He's going to end up with magnificent figures. What's he got now? 4 for 47, and it's almost all over.
He had about none for 40, didn't he, or 42?
Yeah. As Pat Brown comes out, and I'll let you take it on now, Kev.
Well, thank you, Frank. So, if any Hampshire supporters had plans for Tuesday, then break those as well, as it looks very much as though Hampshire are going to Edgbaston in 2 days' time. 286 for 9, as the sun shines brightly, and probably the hottest of the day. As Wheel comes in then and bowls to Brown, comes in and bowls, and Brown almost bowled. It's a full delivery, only just beats the off stump, but that's another dot ball. And there are 7 balls left in this game, and still 21 runs needed. Worcestershire absolutely stuck on 286. They can't get off 286.
Well, it's, what is it, since I came back and you said, it's not 10 minutes, is it, since you said momentum very much with Worcestershire. And it was, and it just shows how quickly it can turn.
Here's Wheel, bowls to Brown. Brown swings that away, but it should only be a single as it goes out to point. Well, listen to that from the crowd. Good comeback from Brad Wheel. Looks a little bit out of sorts with the new ball, but when the pressure was really on, has responded. And the crowd have responded to him as well. 4 for 48 from 7. That's his day done. And Keith Barker will bowl the final over of this game, with Worcestershire needing 20. Now, if they got 19, what happens in the if it's a tie, Frank?
9 down,
Yeah.
double tie.
Yeah, what happens then? Count back 10 overs? Is it?
I think Hampshire win,
Do they?
so that you have to work on Tuesday.
You want Hampshire to win?
No, I didn't say that.
No, we don't want that. Here's Barker. Shall I do this one?
Yeah.
Barker bowls, and he's gone for the ramp shot. Misses that one. It's gone through to the keeper, Ben Brown. So there are 5 balls left in this game. 20 runs needed, and with every ball that are bowled, Hampshire's place in the semi-finals is confirmed even more. Big 5 balls now if Pat Brown is to win this game. How's he going to score the runs needed? Field scattered as you'd expect, as Barker's round the wicket, bowls to Brown once more, and slower, fuller delivery. Worked on the onside by Brown, but it'll only be a single. He's coming back. No, he's not. Looked like he wanted to come back for 2. Now 4 balls are left, and 19 runs are needed. So effectively, well, you're looking at almost a boundary of ball now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Effectively. 4 fours is 16, so
Even that doesn't do it.
No, so there has to be a couple of 6s in that at least. So I need to come quick as well, as Baker faces his first delivery. Swings that away, but this won't be any more than 1, maybe 2. They may look for 2 here actually, as Dawson comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. And 3 balls are left, and 17 runs are needed. So most certainly now it is 3 6s in an innings where Worcestershire
Haven't hit one.
haven't hit one yet. And even in the Hampshire innings, Aaron Donald hit 4, and there was 1 from Press. So this game hasn't been littered by maximums. Here's Barker, swings that away, and that'll only be a single, maybe 2, and that will be the game. They come back for 2. Oh, he's run out, is he? Throw from Mason Crane. Not out, says the umpire. I'm not sure he was 100% looking, if I'm honest.
No.
That's been maybe slightly harsh.
I'm going to shoot off and get my last update.
So 2 balls are left, 15 are needed, so bar a wide or a no ball, or a couple of wides and a couple of no balls from Keith Barker, this game is going to be won by Hampshire, and for the 2nd successive year they'll appear in the semi-finals. Now the umpire is having a word. Oh no, something's just fallen off, maybe one of the batters halfway down the pitch, as Baker just hands something back to the umpire. So 2 balls left in the game. Effectively, if there are legitimate balls, the game's over. As Barker comes in round the wicket and bowls, and that's only a couple down the ground by Baker. They run 1, goes down to deep mid-off. Donald throws, and that is 2 runs, and 1 ball remains. 13 needed. And Barker, surely he's far too experienced to not make sure the ball's behind the line, or his foot's behind the line, and it doesn't go too wide of the stumps. 294 for 9 then, Worcestershire. As Barker comes in to end the game, bowls it straight, it's full, it's driven down the ground past Barker, but it'll be 2 at most. And that will be the end of the game. And listen to the crowd as Hampshire win this game by 10 runs, with Worcestershire on 296 for 9. Baker finishes on 8 not out, Brown finishes on 2 not out, and the Hampshire players out in the middle there hug and congratulate each other. And for the second season running, they're into the semi-finals of this one-day cup competition. And Worcestershire, well, they'll be getting sick of the sight of coming to the Ageas Bowl. They were well beaten in the T20 quarter-finals earlier this season. In 2 previous one-day cup games here, last year and the year before, they were beaten. And it was a lot closer this time around. They got to within 10 runs of Hampshire's total, but Brad Wheel, great comeback from him, having been expensive early on in his spell. 4 for 48, picked up big wickets towards the end. And Keith Barker finishing with 2 for 46, but it was the spinners in the middle, Liam Dawson and also Mason Crane, that always kept the run rate just below what Worcestershire needed, with Dawson 2 for 47 from his 10, Mason Crane 1 for 58 from 10, a bonus 7 overs from Nick Gubbins as well, who went for 40. He also went for slightly underneath the run rate. It was the seamers that were a little bit easier to hit, but in the end Hampshire have run out winners here by just 10 runs. Frank Watson, a final comment from you.
Yeah, good effort I thought by Worcestershire, given that they were chasing such a big score. They took it deep, kept right in with a chance, but in the end I would say that the extra little bit of class in the bowling attack for Hampshire, particularly in the form of the spinners Liam Dawson and Mason Crane, and also Brad Wheel at the end, made the difference. And it was a cracking game, and Worcestershire will be well pleased with their campaign in this competition. They at least performed better than they did last time they were here, but fell short in the end. A little bit of extra class in the bowling attack told, but enjoyable campaign, enjoyable game.
Thank you very much, Frank. Thanks for listening, thanks for watching, and of course we'll both be back in cricket action very soon. Unfortunately I'll be a little bit sooner than Frank, because I'll be at Edgbaston joining BBC WM up there on Tuesday for a place in the One Day Cup finals as Hampshire take on Warwickshire.